And finally, I'm not sure if you can hear me or see me, but this day is finally came. Oh, that's awesome. You can't even imagine how many cameras right here. I mean, cell phones, they shouldn't be, because 99 days. No, right here, 99 days we've been working on this event. Uh, I don't know why I can hear myself here. Could you please turn that stuff off? Yeah, yeah. 99 days we've been working on this beautiful event for the React community. 8 people, 47 speakers will be given more than 50 topics today. That's something incredible. And the most emotional number is right here. Yeah, kind of here. 14,324 people registered on this event. I cannot believe that stuff. I'm so excited. It's not about numbers. It's about the future. It's about technologies. We're moving this world forward all together. And here with me, my friend, he's the first moderator, Charlene. Please, just do it. Let's start. I'm so excited. I want to hear the first speaker and no blah, blah, blah anymore. Yeah. Good.
Woohoo! Thank you. That was just an amazing start. Hey people, are you excited with that? Perfect. Right, so we are actually ready to go ahead and to start this amazing event, and I'm so happy to be here as I'm moderating these sessions from the very first time, and it's a really nice and interesting experience. So now we're gonna start in this event. We'll have 24 hours, plenty of speakers, and there'll be a lot of really interesting conversations, things that you'll be learning, and that's great. So let's go ahead. Our first speaker is Manjula Dube from N26, and here's the story. So with a growing community and great tutorials, it's fairly easy nowadays to start building web applications with React, right? However, the vital aspect of accessibility is often missing, which leads to web applications creating exclusions. Well, nothing in React prevents us from building accessible web services, right? But we need to learn to harness its power in the right way while dealing with some unique challenges caused by creating web pages with JavaScript. So this talk will focus on how to solve these issues in the context of React. And there will also be pointed how important it is to build accessible web apps. In the end, there will also be shown some cool things that Chrome DevTools provide you in order to make your web app more accessible. So I'm welcoming now to the stage Manjula Dube. Welcome. How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect. I can hear you well. So let's go ahead. Tell me a few words about yourself, about where are you from and what you're doing, why is your passion, and then let's go.
Yeah, sure. So I'm from India, got settled in Berlin from last 2 years working as a web engineer. And apart from all the work that I do, I also host podcasts, I also write blogs. And I mostly work with React and web technologies, and I'm really excited to be the part of React Global Summit today. Thank you for the opportunity. And yeah, I'm really excited.
Okay, thank you for such wonderful feedback. So let's go ahead, and here's how it goes. So closer to the end of your presentation, when there's 5 minutes, I will join the session very quickly, and I will say 5 minutes left. Yeah. Then I will say 2 minutes left, then 1 minute left, and that's it. So it will be just to adjust your tempo and conversation. Also, in case if there's any feedback from the team, because there's right now, by the way, there's more than 650 people watching now. You're
Oh,
just right
nice.
now. That's amazing. Are you excited?
Yeah, I am. I am. Should I
All right.
already share my screen?
Yeah, share your screen, please. And in case if something goes wrong, for example, we cannot see your screen or something is freezed or the sound, I will
Mm-hmm.
join again and I will just ask you to react to that. The last thing that was oftenly asked is that could you immediately adjust all your screen size, and if you show something in console also to ensure that everything is quite big and people can see that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I hope everyone can see my screen. Just give
let's
me a second.
go.
Yeah.
Okay, you're live now, so good luck.
Okay, cool. So hi everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about building web for everyone and focusing more on accessibility, which most of us actually forget. So a bit introduction about myself. I'm a web engineer and I mostly work with React and JavaScript. I'm also a Google developer expert in web, and I'm also an organizer at React India and JSConf India. And that's my Twitter handle. If you want to know more about React or in general accessibility, you can definitely follow me. So today, what we'll be covering is we'll be seeing what are the types of disabilities, what are the assistive technologies that we could use. Also, more how do people work with screen readers, and more writing the semantic way of HTML, and also some tricks on how you can build accessible web apps. So, firstly, I would like to tell is accessibility is not a barrier to building web applications. In fact, it is an innovation, and it doesn't really have to be with using React or Angular. It doesn't. It is not a barrier. In fact, it's an innovation. And often people say that working with accessibility and with React, there's often some confusions that might happen, but that's not the case. So React is just writing your HTML, I mean JSX, so it doesn't really give you some barrier. To start with, I would like to say that what's WCAG? So WCAG is a set of guidelines provided by Web Accessibility Initiative, and this is sort of guidelines that is provided so that you can have sort of some guidelines, and there is a compliance level attached to it. So if you see, there are certain compliance level already there with you, that's A and AA and AAA, for example, and this is sort of that compliance level. So why does web accessibility matter anyway? So why does it matter? Let's have a look. So in this world, we have different people, and there are your friends, there are your grandparents, there are some legal people already watching over your website. How do you react in such cases? How do you make sure what is going wrong? So when I started looking at accessibility, I already had like a very wrong view of it. I thought that it's like it's only to deal with blind people, but I was totally wrong. I mean, it's far beyond that. So it's just the perception, and I must say that 1 in every 10 users will have some kind of disability. This could be some visual, this could be auditory, this could be motor, this could also be a cognitive, which involves dyslexia. So there are often different types of disabilities, and serving your website remains accessible for all of them is really important. So this can also be, I would like to say that accessibility also depends on situation. I mean, you might just break your arm, and you still need your website or web app to be accessible. So it's not permanent, or it's not only from birth. It could also be situational. So when I talk of web accessibility, there are certain types of principles. For example, there is 4 principles. The first one is perceivable and operable, and then understandable. What I mean by that is perceivable means your content should be perceived by everyone, no matter who they are. Operable, it should be operated via keyboard, mouse, some other assistive technologies used by the user. So all of these principles sort of gives you that. This is also called as POR. So people call it as POR, and this is like a set of principles that makes your web app more accessible if you follow them. So yes, today we'll be talking about building for everyone. What I meant by that is making it keyboard accessible, also making sure that whatever color you're using, it is accessible as well. Doesn't matter what framework you use, Vue, Angular, React, doesn't matter, but still, we'll be seeing how to make accessible web apps. So the first advice is start writing semantic HTML right from the start. What I mean by that, I'll be covering in the few slides later. And it's not a rocket science, or it's not a tool that gets involved overnight in your website and everything is wow. But it's writing semantic HTML right from the start, and accessibility is actually already there in your browsers. I mean, although your website still might not be accessible, but web is already accessible. So it's just the way you write your HTML. So there are many ways to basically navigate or browse through your web. That means your websites. It could be keyboard, magnification. For example, somebody using mouse stick to access the interface, somebody using head wand to access your web. So there are different ways, and these are different kinds of people you need to support. So there are screen readers. All through my slides, I'll be giving more examples for screen readers because, that's really important to my heart. So we'll be covering on that. So a quick thing I like to say is keyboard shortcuts. If you already know, if you are dealing with building accessible web apps, one thing that you should be doing is always making sure that any action that you perform on your web app or website is also given a keyboard shortcut, for example, which makes it a little bit easier for people who cannot use mouse, for example, or even otherwise, shortcuts always is a good option. So this is one of the things which is mandatory. For example, Twitter does that. And some general tips that I'll be sharing. So let's take the first slide, the slide, and see that here, if you see over here, we have this green check mark which says, okay, our website is AA compliance, and the contrast ratio. Now, what is contrast ratio? This is a standard ratio against your foreground and the background. So some colors that you're trying to use. So the developer tools that Chrome has already provides us with this set of feature where you can already hover over your color, you can click on it, and you can see this contrast ratio. So on the left hand side, you see that the contrast ratio is really good, but on the right hand side, you see it says a stop. There's a red mark which says, okay, 3.0, which is not which is not really good. So here the contrast ratio is 1.87, and here it's 5. So it should be always above 3, which is a good minimum requirement to make your web app accessible, and which is also AA compliance. So why not use it if it's already there in the Chrome DevTools? So always make sure that you maintain that good contrast ratio and not just go by the colors provided by your designers. Also, there's a good thing. There's this website where you can check your contrast ratio against the background and your text color. For example, it says, okay, it's a good contrast ratio, and it is not. So definitely you should use it. It's called contrast ratio, and it's by Lee Vero. So definitely go and try it. Next thing I would like to say, always make sure that don't try to reinvent the wheel. In fact, always make sure that, if there's already something built in the community, for example, which it can be a model which is accessible, it can be a auto suggest which is accessible. So try and use that and don't try to reinvent the wheel. Always use libraries that is already tested by people. Light mode and dark mode is my favorite. Make sure if you can do it, because it's not only to do with certain people. It can be people who might have strains with light colors or dark colors. So always good to have these modes in your website or web app. Have a descriptive name for alt text, which means that, this is a simple image, and if I would like to describe with alt tag, I would say, okay, you can see here 2 man holding a flag. Fine, but if it could be more descriptive, like 2 man holding the US flag. These are small things, but still makes a lot of sense when your screen readers will, for example, say voiceover on Mac will start using this will start reading your HTML, and it will read, okay, 2 man holding the US flag. The person who's blind might see this as a very descriptive thing, and he knows, okay, what sense does the page makes, or what sense the image makes. So yes, this is one of the important step. Always have a descriptive name for your alt text, especially always provide an alt text in your image tag. Next is having a unique titles. So always make sure that if you have, there are different pages, and when you start using React, like you are navigating through your routers, you land on the page, and when screen readers are navigating through your web app or website, it is really important for them to know the context of what the page they are on. So having a unique titles definitely is one of way. Now we will start with some of the things that is really important with React, and it's not going to be something different, because when you're writing your JSX, you're still writing your HTML. So under the hood, it's writing a good HTML. So we'll see how we can write some of the semantic HTMLs while making your React components still accessible. So let's say it's a text area, and here you see there are different area attributes that I've provided. Area attributes is one of the attributes that is needed when you want to make your web app accessible, for example. So here what I mentioned is some of the attributes that you pass to your components would become camel case, but your area attributes still remain the same. So there's no effect that happens to your area attributes. While you see your max length, tab index, all of those changes, but the area attributes remain as it is. So start using fragments instead of using a lot of divs. I still remember, like in the past, when using React, always when we couldn't return multiple elements from your render, like from your component, you would wrap it with the div, because only a single element could be returned. But now there is a way. But when you start using div, there's always one extra element that gets attached, which might not be needed, but just because you cannot return multiple elements from your render method, you used to do that, but now there's a way, because fragments don't take up an extra element in your DOM. So start using fragments. How would you handle forms? So first thing is having a required fields. Second is errors, and today we'll also see how do we deal with disabled buttons. So let's say we take the first example, which is first name, and we have a submit button. So you need to say this thing, that this is a required thing in your web app. In your form. So you cannot go forward without filling this. How would you do that? So let's say you have an input component, and you have like a a set of attributes that you're trying to pass. And to make it required, you say, okay, if you pass required to this input component, this is the way I would render. So always make sure when you are passing required here, make sure you also have an area required as well as required attribute, so that when you pass area required, it is also known by people who are using assistive technology, for example, voiceover, that, okay, this field is required. Without filling this, I cannot proceed to the next one. So this is one way you could build your component. Like, don't just pass required. I mean, it will be visible for the users who have the visual power, but for the non-sighted user, you still would not give that description of saying that this field is required. What happens when you are dealing with multiple fields? For example, let's say you have your first input with first name and the second input with the last name, and now for sure that both of the fields are required. Why? I mean, definitely have the required attribute passed to these components, but make sure that you have a set of descriptive sentence, or you are basically telling the user that this field is required right at the first. So now the user knows, okay, whatever fields are there in my form, I need to fill it. So this is one of the way which is good, wherein you have multiple fields which is required. You instruct the user right at the start, okay, listen, all the fields are required, so just fill it. In that case, when the assistive technology user is trying to read it, he or she will definitely know that this all the fields are required. So this is the way it is rendered. For example, we had input, and this is how it would be rendered. Each input will have a label and the input, and this is how it would be rendered. Now, let's say we have a field with a specific format, right? We have a date and we have an input. As a visual user, I know, okay, I have to provide a date which looks something like this. So I know for sure that this is how I would have to basically put the date as a visual user. But as a non-sighted user, how would you give that information? So first thing is you can have area labeled by. So you can always attach an area labeled by to your input and give it a name. For example, here I gave it an instructs. An instruct here is nothing but it's an ID with the span which gives the more information about the label here. So now when the assistive technology will read it, it will basically say, okay, this field must be in the format this, and now the non-sighted user already knows that, okay, fine. So the field should be in this particular format. More towards it, you can also have, the area labeled attribute can have multiple names provided to it, multiple values provided to it. So for example, if you need to say date must be of this format, so this is how it would read. So this would be very useful when the user is using assistive technologies. One thing we already saw that, we used area labeled by, but make sure that area labeled by is intended to identify the element that labels the current element. So in this case, we are providing more information about this field, right? So you could use area labeled by, but the more appropriate way would be using area described by. I mean, use area labeled by only when you want to override the label and not say more information about the current label. So I would here use area described by. So you do the same thing. Basically, you give it a value saying instruct, and your instructs is nothing here but span with the same name as you provided the value to the area described by. And when the screen reader will read it, it will give more information about this field. And the non-sighted user already knows, okay, this should be the format. Let's see how we can handle errors, because these are most important part when you deal with forms. So This is my way of seeing it. I always make sure that the errors are always attached to your input field, so that it gives you more information about what's happening with the field, what's going wrong, instead of just giving the error at the last. Okay, something went wrong. So, for example, let's say you try to enter something in the field and you try to submit. It gives you an information right, down in your input. So that's how the error should be associated with your input field. So let's take this example. For example, we have an input component where we always say that it should be described by email errors, and your error component is nothing but if something happens to your component, it would generate the error. So this is how you should always associate your fields, and your errors would look something like this with the role alert. Very important, because again, this is one of the thing, if the non-sighted user is trying to see that if something has popped up, it's an alert for them. Okay, something went wrong and they need to fix it, and then they can proceed. So now let's see how do we handle disabled buttons. Often we just put this attribute disable and we are done, right? But let me tell you, don't ever make your submit buttons disabled, because once you do that, it gets removed from your accessibility tree. That means all the non-sighted users, if they are making use of assistive technology, they wouldn't even know that if this button exists or not. So don't ever make your button disabled by passing disabled attribute. Instead, there is a way you could do it. Make your button look like it is disabled. Apply some styles to it. For example, disabling the pointer, like applying pointer events none, where even if you try to go through your button, it will basically prevent the click. So, and visually also it is looking disabled. And you can provide the attribute area disabled, so that the non-sighted users understand that okay, this button is disabled for them, and once they do some action, it will be enabled. So don't ever pass disabled attribute. You can definitely pass area disabled, so that the non-sighted users know it. And for the sighted users, make sure you make the buttons look disabled visually, and also provide some CSS to prevent the clicking. If there is a case, for example, that you need to make it disabled, I mean, there's no other way. You need to make it disabled for your sighted users. It doesn't matter for the non-sighted, because we have some other functionality for them. So in this case, you can always have certain attribute being passed to your component, and if this attribute is there, then you can pass it disabled. But this could be very exceptional cases. Otherwise, don't make your button disabled by passing in disabled attribute to your button. Make sure you have self-explanatory CTAs. What I mean by this is click here, go is good for sighted users, but when you see non-sighted users, a continue button on the page would not make much sense for them. Instead, you could provide something which is visually hidden. That means hidden for the sighted users, but available for the users who are using screen readers, so that they know the description, that what is happening on that page or on the button. So this could be one of the things to keep in mind. If you have decorative buttons or icons, make sure you have some area labels provided to it. For example, this button for the sighted users looks perfectly good, because once I click on it, something happens and I can see it visually. But for the non-sighted user, it is, I don't know what's happening. So as soon as I click, I need something to tell, okay, the padlock is toggled. So the users who are using assistive technology already knows that something has happened on the screen. Always make sure I mean, a lot of us don't like CSS, like so do I. So make use of Flexbox, which is really great, and everything gets done so faster. But make sure that when you use Flexbox, for example, this could ruin your visual order sometimes. And then when you use tab, and then when you press tab, your order should not get ruined. Just take care of that. This is one of the things that you should keep in mind. I mean, with great power comes the great responsibility. So if you're using Flexbox, make sure also the DOM order and the visual order is maintained while you're pressing tab. Be careful when doing it, so it desynchronizes the DOM from the visual order, as I said before, making the keyboard navigation more difficult. So use it, but make sure that it is accessible via keyboard and the order still remains the same. Hiding content. I would say hiding content, again, when you use display none, visibility hidden, the content will not be visible for the screen readers. It gets removed from the accessibility tree. So let's say you want to have something, you want to build something that is accessible to the screen readers. Always make sure that you hide them visually while using some sort of CSS and not actually use display none or visible hidden, because in this case it will be removed for the screen readers already and they wouldn't even know that something of that sort exists. So make sure that you apply some sort of CSS which gets removed, which will not get removed from the accessibility tree, but it will be just hidden somewhere visually, but still be available in the DOM and will be accessible by the screen readers. And the way we do it is, you could make this sort of CSS, for example, in your style components and use it wherever you want. For example, something like this. If you want to apply it to your wrapper, if you want to apply it to your review form, doesn't matter. Or you could also create a component, and whenever required, like, just wrap it with your with whatever you want to hide visually. And now this is visually hidden for the sighted users, but still available for the non-sighted users. Icons. This is a good thing. Again, as said before, make sure you have the labels attached to your icons, because icons are good for sighted. They're understandable for the sighted users, but for non-sighted users, you need to give more information. Take charge of your focus. Always, when you want to make sure that you want to conduct your own test for any of the website, make sure you start pressing tab, 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 and it should be navigatable through keyboard. That's how you can test whether your web app or website is accessible or not. And if you press Shift Tab, you will move backwards to the navigation from your navigation. So make sure you start with that if you're very new to it and you want to enter the world where you're learning more about it. Make sure you start with this. This is one of the things that you could also remember, that a React class component, a function ref to act as a temporary landmark. I mean, these are the set of things which is useful in React, like providing a tab index wherever necessary. And yeah, this is to do with React. We move on to the next. Make sure if you're using dialogues or models, they're accessible. For example, React area model is one of the model already accessible, so why not use that? But make sure, and by accessible, what I mean is, if you try to open your model, make sure the focus is on the model and on the button or on the area where the user needs to have the information, or user needs to have more information about it. So these are small things, but really makes sense. And then we move on to the next slide. There's also React Li dialog, which you can have a look. This is also one of the accessible models already in the community, and a lot of people are using it. I would like to cover some of the development and testing tools that could help you make your web app accessible. There's a linting. There's a linting stuff that you could already use, for example, with statically checks for accessibility mistakes. So for example, if you forgot to add an alt tag to your image here, this will, basically prompt you that, there's something wrong, you need to provide the alt tag. So this sort of thing basically makes you more, more way of doing it in a right way, and sort of making it possible for you to build accessible web apps right from the start. There's also React X, which you could install it in your development mode. Do not install it in your production mode. The way it works, it gives you sort of console errors in your console, which says, okay, the issue is serious, moderate, or okayish. And it says, okay, elements have sufficient color contrast. So on that particular page, it will start popping you some of the issues that's wrong with accessibility, considering all the guidelines by WCAG, which is a good thing. So make sure you use it if you're using React. There's Agnostic X, which you could also try. It does the same thing as React X, but there's certain advantages. For example, it runs the audits if the actual DOM changes, whereas React X doesn't do that. It always changes even if there's not an actual DOM changes. So you could try Agnostic X as well. But these are the tools that gives you a power of making your web app more accessible, and also gives you a lot of information of what's going wrong. So there's also this tool called Peli, which you could use as an internal audit, including manual and automated testing. So it's like you could also include it in your build system if something is failing. So this is one of the good thing as well. The way you do it is basically install it globally, and then you say Peli and then your website name, and then you say, I want to see only a warning. I mean, I want to ignore warning and notice, and I want to see all the serious errors that is wrong with the website. So all the serious errors that I need to see as a part of accessibility. And then I have React Li, which I already spoke to you. We already saw the color contrast that we saw in the previous slides. You could just check your color contrast with the background and the foreground. There's also extension, browser extensions, which helps you build accessible web apps. There's also a storybook add-on. So let's say you're building your design systems using storybook in React, and you have something that basically is like an add-on. So storybook add-on Li is something that gives you it will start popping up some errors if something is wrong with your component and it is not accessible, and this has to do something with color contrast or landmark, or you forgot your alt tag. So it will pop these things in the console, and this is done right when you're building your component and not adding the component in your application. So this is a good step if you're just starting with accessibility. There's some sanity checks that I always make sure it's there. So have light mode, dark mode. Always have a mechanism to pause the video if if it is just played automatically as soon as you land on the website. Have contrast to maintain the color contrast. Make sure animations are subtle and they're not too much flashy. Always make sure there is a mechanism to pause the animation, because not a lot of users are okay with having animations on the website. So provide a way to disable them, or if there is a possibility to pause the heavy animation, this is also very good. Content is readable, have live captioning, transcripts, always have the reduce motion, as I said before, that your animation should be subtle, and you should always have a way to disable or pause it. Make sure everything is at least at a compliance level of AA. I mean, you shouldn't reach AAA and not a lot of people reach that level, but because there are too many things to handle, but make sure that you have the AA conformance. So these are some of the popular desktop screen readers: JAWS for Windows, we have NVIDIA Windows, VoiceOver for Mac, Chrome works, and there's a new thing which popped up in Chrome DevTools a few months back. You can basically simulate your vision. So this is a good thing. I'm not sure if it's there in the latest Chrome, because when I checked, it was there in Chrome Canary. But you could go to your Chrome DevTools and you can actually simulate the vision of how it would look like to different users with blurred vision, or someone affected with red light or green light. So definitely go and check out that. Lastly, I would like to say that, LI, accessibility, dealing with any framework, there's no barrier at all, because you're still writing the core HTML under the hood. It's just you need to get skilled at building accessible apps. And lastly, I would say, if you're not doing it, start it right today and test, and test. That's it. You can subscribe to my newsletter. That's manjuladube.dev. And you can also follow me on Twitter. I'm writing a book on Web for Everyone, which will be released soon in the second week of October. I'm still working on that, but it will have a lot of variations, a lot of different informations for people who are just starting. So that's it. Thank you.
Can you hear me now, Manjula?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, so tell me please, how did it go? How are you? Are you excited about all this experience and so on?
Yes, sure. I'm actually really excited. I mean, and I think it is the first conference that goes like 24 hours around the globe, so many people, and it's really exciting. And I'm always, when I saw this set of conference, I was really excited, and I'm truly thankful to you people to create such a conference. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Oh, Dhanyavad, your feedback is just warm. Perfect. Okay. Look, we will have some questions, and we'll definitely collecting them.
Yeah.
So the thing is, actually, I can only see just one single question right now available in the Pine tool, and in case if someone is sending more of them in a YouTube chat, that's just perfect. I'll collect them and bring them to the Q&A session. So right now we are going to switch to a different speaker. You actually finished your conversation a little bit faster, but that's fine. We're gonna give just a quick break to everyone to take their coffees and so on. So one last word about, like, one general impression about React. What would you like to share? Like, I would say an advice that you'd like to bring to people.
I think I've worked with a lot of frameworks, because I started with Angular, then moved on to Backbone, and now working with React from past 2-3 years. I think the React community is really awesome. I mean, the way people are excited about it. There's always something new coming up, and people are really excited in the community
Yeah.
because there's so much welcoming. People are so welcoming, and if you're new to also open source, React community is really open. For example, they always want
Mhm.
newbies to start and come and contribute in open source. So I think I have been loving working with React from past 2-3 years, and I do not want to switch to anything else if that comes to my mind now, at least for
Okay.
now.
Yeah, I understand.
We'll see what the future has, but then yes, I think I'm really excited with the React community, and I'm really
Hmm.
excited that this conference is all about React Global Online Summit, which goes
Yeah.
across the globe with so many speakers, and 24 hours people are learning. I think that's the best thing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we are excited as well. This experience, first time when we tried it was like really exciting, and we didn't know will it go well or not. Will the people like it? But actually, yes, it is so, and we see more and more people, more and more speakers actually bringing more in different and still interesting topics. I never knew that React is so flexible in making the web actually more inclusive for people who don't have
Yeah,
the full capabilities, and that's amazing. I've never seen that before.
yeah.
How would you describe in that case these capabilities for different frameworks? Was it something before the React, or React is the first one?
I think people often try and compare React with Angular backbone, whereas I think it's not comparable because React is just the UI library, whereas
Hmm.
you still need to use some sort of state management
Yeah.
to actually manage your data. But
Well, that's right.
when you sort of use Angular and backbone, it comes with the power of handling your models and data.
Hmm.
I think UI React has a power of building a nice design systems wherein you would have a set of guidelines already in place in your company, and it gives you that power of doing things very efficiently, making use of reusable components, for example. So I think the community is very welcoming, and that is why people are always excited to
Yeah.
work with, and always there, for example, hooks came in, and there's always something coming up. So people are really excited in the community already.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, thank you. We'll get back to this, and we have two more speakers, and then we'll have the discussion panel. And I'm sure we're gonna talk more about these things, and especially about, I think, one of the really exciting things would be the state management approaches. I know this it becomes more and more complicated these days. So thank you again,
Thank you.
and see you soon.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Right, guys, so we've got 3 minutes actually before we start our next speaker. So in 3 minutes, I'm gonna start presenting and talking. You still have time to go and get your coffees and so on. And yeah, we would like you just to, we are thankful and we appreciate your attention and the input that you give to the communities, especially assuming that we actually have no sponsorship at this moment and everything that we are doing is just on our own based on all our efforts. See you back in 3 minutes. Hey everyone, welcome back. This is the React Global Online Summit provided by Geekle. We are happy to see you here. And as you know, this is 24 hours worldwide online summit where we've been talking about React and different approaches to that. We have two tracks, and this is the junior track, and then there's also a senior track. The ones who have purchased it will have access. And we are recording all our videos, so there's a few notices for you. We are recording all our videos. They will be available in just in a few days on our website. Please visit it, follow the instructions, and you can have separate access to the junior track videos only for just $15, or you can get the full pack and just go to the website and see the options that are there. Now, we are introducing our next speaker. And let me see, the topic is actually quite interesting. It sounds like micro-interactions, a perfect bow to the arrow of modern web development. Just look how it sounds. So the story itself, defining personas, well-structured information architecture, and thoroughly written content are one of the most important ways to improve the user experience of any application. But to enhance these as well, providing delight for a user to use the system in terms of smaller interaction design details gives you out-of-the-box feeling of your product or system. Micro-interactions are what they are called. So simply to define it, there are individual moments in the product design to accomplish a single task while enhancing the natural product flow. So during the presentation, they will be explained to micro-interactions as events which give one main task, or to say a single purpose, which can be found all over your device and within apps to delight users and create moments which are engaging, welcoming, and dare we say it, human. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harsha, namaste. How are you?
Hey, namaste.
Tell us a few words about yourself. What's your experience? Where are you from?
Yeah, so basically I'm from India and I work company
Mhm.
called Basu. So I'm handling like team lead, mostly front end team,
Yeah.
and sometimes like cloud. No, I also handle a DevOps side. And yeah, I involved in like React in like last 4 years. I mostly work on React projects,
Okay.
React and React Native, and yeah, I handle like two communities here, like GDG Cloud and PyData. So I also involved in communities. I also organize a lot of events for community, a lot of conferences for communities, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, tell me please, why React actually, and why micro-interactions in this case? So, what inspired
So,
you for this session?
okay, yeah. So, like a few months back, I heard a term called microinteractions, and I started looking for like talks and like
Mhm.
looking for experts who can guide me, who can help me. What is it, and how it can help to our like products, and how we can like add micro interactions in
Right.
our like
Okay.
what we are building currently our products, and how we can like engage more audience, more customer
Okay.
to
Yeah.
uh, our things. And then finally figure out like this is the really interesting stuff like we are using for like ages, and we don't I don't know the term, but actually I'm using like if you are using a Facebook message and when you press a thumb button, it's go
Yeah.
big. Now that's called also kind of micro interaction. If you are like playing a Spotify playlist and you are like scrolling Spotify playlist like side by side, that's also a micro interaction, and it's create a habit. And when it's create a habit, you need to follow like every time you go to that, you know that
Hmm.
it's work like this, and this is how your customer engage with your product. It's connect with you like emotionally,
Okay.
and it help you grow. Yeah.
So actually, by breaking down all the big interactions and so on into like atomic structure,
Yeah, atomic search. Yeah.
so you make it more extendable, as I understand, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like when you're be creating a big UI,
Mhm.
like micro interaction are like small items.
Yeah, and it's easily to maintain them in
Yeah.
that case. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure people are going to be just so much excited to hear about that. Can you share your screen, please?
Yes. Let me share my screen.
Okay, I'm gonna give you just a quick guide. So, 5 minutes before the end of the session, I'm gonna join the session, and I'll say 5 minutes left. Then
Okay.
I'll say 2 minutes left and 1 minute left. For sure, you can finish it faster, or you can base on your own. Is just to help a little bit and just keep the vibe. Also, in case if there's any request like the image is broken or sound is broken and so on, I'll just connect to the session and I'll help you with that.
Okay.
Uh, Also, I'm gonna save all the questions here and then bring them to the Q&A session. So,
Cool.
ready to go,
Yeah.
Mr. Harsha?
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So hello guys. I hope all are the safe in this pandemic situations. And thank you React Global team for this opportunity. And like I would like to share this like micro interactions, a perfect bow to the arrow of modern web tech development. So most of you guys think what is micro interaction and why this is related to web development or React or like why micro interactions. Yeah. So let me go through it. This is my small introduction, like about me. I'm currently working with a company called Basu. We are like 2.5-year-old startup. I also a two-time G Soccer. I work with like media labs for like two products. I also work with like PyCon, ACPC Taiwan, and also work with like big as a volunteer like organizing like Wikipedia, KD, and Elementor. Mm, I handle like two communities in India. It's like GDG Cloud Ahmedabad and Data Ahmedabad. Yeah. Mm, yeah. So I wish I knew how to add animation to my application. This code inspired me a lot. This code is by Emma Boston, is like UI expert, and she works on like Spotify. And I like inspired by her work a lot. So, what is micro interactions? Yeah, everybody feels like so. Micro interaction is like take your application from ordinary to extraordinary. Like you can see, the GIF is right in your side. Like you see, like a lot of things are going when you like slide up, slide down. It's like small animation interactions are going on. So, yeah. So micro interactions are events which have the one main task, single purpose, and they found all over your devices with your apps. Like if you have like phone currently and you open any messenger app, Facebook Messenger app, or in Spotify, or like simple like if you have like currently have iPhone, you can open your alarm app and you can see like they have small interactions, micro interactions, which can help you to like engage with your app. Okay, and then their main purpose is to delight the user to create a moment that is engaging. Okay, basically to connect human with technology. Yeah, so I think all we use Facebook Messenger for like messaging or like chatting, and we saw this really cool thumb when we like long press to it, it's like grow big and it's create like pop up like big, and this like excite us like every time we like press on this, and it's create like small interactions. And same goes for like some of the emojis currently when you like create a smart like push a smiley emoji, it's create like small smiley on that face, and these are the interaction connect to human to like technology, and it's like giving you like better feel to app. Okay, so we are talking about like creating the habits. So before like creating a micro interaction, first you need to create habit to your user. So how you create a habit? Okay. The first is like clue. Clue is basically a trigger that initiate an action. Simple thing that you initiate action to open your app, click on the icon and then initial. your action. And then you go to the routine. When you open the app, scroll down, scroll up, this is a routine. And so in response to the clue, you perform the action, what we call a routine. And then after performing a routine and clue, you get a reward. Okay, reward is basically uh, a benefit from your completing your routine. And after this whole loop work from like clue to routine to rewards is basically create a habit loop. Okay. Then how micro interactions like works or basically how it's triggers. So there are four stages. First is like trigger. Basically trigger is like initiate your micro interaction. Trigger can be user initiate or user indicate to your app or your web or anything device like we have like nowadays we have like some smart AI refrigerators, smart AI washing machine. Basically, trigger initiate the micro interactions, and then after a triggering interaction, we create some rules. Determine rules what happen when we trigger some application. Okay, and based on the rules and trigger, we get some feedback like user feedback and what's happening to your app when you trigger your micro interaction and what kind of field user are getting, what kind of pop-up if is user liking your micro interaction or is not liking your micro interactions. And based on feedback, you simply think that you need to change your micro interaction designing or like creating animation, and then you create the loops and modes. So basically, loops and modes are determined the meta rules of micro interaction. So what happening to the micro interaction when condition change is basically decided by loops and modes. Okay, so why do they matter? Why micro interaction matter? When you think like why I'm talking about micro interaction? Okay, so simply think like, if you have like micro interactions are only tiny design element, and why do we care then? So I did some research and I read like a lot of article and I came up with the like conclusion. Like micro interactions are basically if we have like every individual interaction are the cell of that make a UX, then micro interactions are the atom of the cell. Like you are seeing the bottom side like set password. So when you user go and type password to your application, is simply he know that my password are strong, weak, or it's like super strong. Okay, so like I'm typing my password, it's like only a 4 character numeric password. It's not strong password. But how you user know that this password is not sufficient for like for the security, and this small line who change like red to yellow to green, it's help user to like interact and understand like I am putting 4 numeric number password is not good for me. So what user do is like he or she put like strong like 8 or 16 character password with the like uppercase, lowercase, and like at the rate or any other signs. Yeah. So after some research on micro interactions and UX, I figured it out like if you implement micro interactions, uh, then your customer revenue growth increase. Okay, we personally implement a lot of micro interaction in our app, and we get like great feedback from the users. We also get a lot of like customer revenue growth after implementing new UI in like our new SaaS product. After like getting a lot of responses by user, like you can improve this UX experience, and then after we get like a lot of customers from their app. Yeah. So uh, from my research and like industrial study, I'm reading one article one day on Airbnb blogs, Airbnb development blogs basically, and I found very great research like the director of user design experience at Lucidity, Michael, writing whole article, and they are telling to the world like they improve like UX like on a great way they are like 4 or 6 member of UI UX team, and basically before they are handling like a lot of work before like changing whole UI UX system. And now they are like same employee and they are handling like more 66% of revenue without increasing any number of employee, any number of cost, and they'll manage to like get at least 2 crore 39,400 revenue as per year. It's like 23% growth from the last year they are working on it before the changing UX. So this is how you can increase like your customer revenue, your revenue for your company or your product. So little micro interaction or little UI changes matter a lot nowadays. Yeah. So why micro interaction rocks? Okay. So what they do? They basically do more improve navigation to your website. They basically change, make easier interaction to your website to your user. Then it's provide instant and relevant feedback to complete feedback about a complete action to the users, and they make user experience much better and more rewarding. Also, it's encouraged to the user to like share your link, share comment down to your content. If you go to like medium.com and you said like a small clap icon, and you click on clap and you constantly clicking on that clap icon, you get like uh, great feedback like is clapping and is creating small micro interaction for that particular uh, person who write whole article. uh, this kind of micro interaction help to like the person who writes content and the person who reading the content, between them connecting with the small interactions. Finally they just make a like site more emotional to the customer, and it's connect like emotionally, and then customer is like your your product is basically your customer friend, and they are gonna use regular basis. What every company target is like they convert your customer reliability and make customer connection very strong. So micro interaction help to like create a customer interaction with your product or web or app more strong way. Okay, so the main question is when to use it. Okay, when to use micro interaction, how we decide when we can use micro interaction, because you cannot use micro interaction everywhere on your website, because it create like a lot of chaos if you use like wrong micro interaction or wrong SVG animations or any if like people don't find it useful or is not adding any value to your website, they gonna like hate this micro interaction and they're not gonna come back to your app or web. That's why you need to like think that this micro interaction work for users or not. So before you're using or adding micro interaction, you need to decide if this is gonna work or this is gonna not gonna work. Okay, so when to use it? So you can use micro interaction to like for like swipe, data inputs, for animations. Like you can make your tutorial interesting, like show your current status system, like you're showing like I'm showing you in like right hand corner, like if you upload a file, it's showing you like how much percentage goes uploading like 0 to 100. And this kind of animation like excite your user to like upload files or upload anything. Okay, call to on actions. You can create like animation buttons and many more things. You can do like a lot of other things beside this also. So these are some examples I'm taken, and let's go one by one. So like left hand side first is like you are saying like Microsoft Outlook app, and it's basically when you like swipe right to left is basically delete your email, and like when you create like left to right is basically archive your email. Okay, this small interaction help you to like connect with your user, and easily user can like interact with your app, and they don't need to go to like up or downside to delete or archive that email ID. Uh, the second one is like basically like Apple home screen lock on home screen. It's basically create like small animation when you like press your passcode. When you paste your right passcode is basically indicate a pop green light, and when you like press a wrong passcode is basically convert into red button, red small button, then it bounce. And also like third skin is like if you like press icon to like Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, anything, basically a small pop-up came up to use direct any like you want to post directly without going to into app, or if you want to like share your app any content, or you want to post anything, you can directly do from the like placing on or holding app. This kind of micro interaction help to user a lot. Okay, so yeah, so how to build a micro interactions? So for building a micro interaction, you need to focus on these three basic base: is interaction, state, and animation. Okay, first you need to decide a state, then into like interact how you can interact, and then final stages like create an animation. And if you are creating animation, you need to focus on this four things. Like first is like accessibility, then reliability, internationality, and performance. So the major thing is like accessibility. You need to focus like how user can access this, what kind of user can access your animations. Then you need to understand what the reliability of your this micro interaction we are creating, and how then performance, how it performs. You cannot create a like micro interaction which like action by after like 5 second or 10 second, because user got annoyed if this micro interaction delay. We need to decide how it's gonna perform. Okay, so designing micro interactions. So for designing micro interaction, put yourself into the user shoes first. The every time if I'm talking to my team or anything, I always tell them to like put yourself into user and think how user think or user figure it out about your app when he use your micro interaction, he or she use my micro interaction. Then create functional animations, animation which have not only aesthetic but which are able to enhance the user experience basically, and have fun and entertain your user. So what user feels when he or she used the app, and reason behind the fact that he kept using it. Basically, do not be annoying. So too many animation have the opposite effect on your user basically. And if you like create like too many animation in your app, it's basically annoying user and make them like stay away from your app, do not come back most of the time. And use human language. Okay, basically what I'm telling you, human language is non-technical. A funny ironic copy can make you forgot a moment, how frustrating it might be a blank page within the app. So we create a human language micro interactions basically. Okay, so the tools we need to design a micro interaction. Okay, so how can you basically we after look back, we gain knowledge like what is a micro interaction, why we gonna want to use, how it can to help the user, how it's come to part of the UX part of your web or app. applications, and how we design a micro interaction, but how we create in real life. So what kind of tool we need to design a micro interaction. So we need like SVGs, knowledge of SVG, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Yeah. So I hope everybody knows what is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I simply go through what is SVGs. So SVG like stands for basically a scalable vector graphics, and SVG used to define a vector-based graphic for the web. And every element and every attribute in SVG can be animated by SVG because it's support all the browsers. It's save HTTP request. You don't need to like put any HTTP request if you are using SVGs, and it's make life easier to make animations. Yeah. So animating SVGs, uh, SVG and API library, like these are some of the APIs which I can share with you, like Snap, Green Chalk, SVG.js, and React Spring. These are the cool libraries or API, SVG API animation libraries which can you can use. One of my favorites is React Spring. Why React Spring is because React Spring is basically a physics-based animation library which can help you to create animations uh, in React, and it's basically based on physics. So you can use so React Spring use basically hooks. Okay, and it's like use like five different, basically six different type of hooks. Use Spring, use Springs, use Tail, use Tractions, and use Chains. These are the some of the hooks which provided by React Spring, and you can create animation. Lottie is also a great example. It's created by Airbnb. But it's basically used by Android or iOS developer. Also they also support a React Native. So it's basically for the mobile developers who want to create micro interactions. So Lottie is a great library if you want to look into it. Yeah. So let's move into like let's create one micro interaction. Yeah. So let's create one micro. So simply thing we want to create a simple like alarm app. Okay, mobile app for like setting alarm. And so what we think first. Okay, so first we gonna think like what is our goal is. Our goal is like create three to alarm when we set up a alarm and it is at particular time, and it's not set of alarm, it's just a rule. So basically we need to like have a small animation which can help our user to set alarm with like switch on off, like set a time. And this alarm is like basically feel to user is like they are interacting with this, like you can see in right hand side. User is like basically setting an alarm. When it's like setting a time, it's changing according to the day and night. When it's like rotating the time, like, and it's basically like small uh, open and close accordion which can help user to like indicate when this alarm you want to set, like on Sunday, Monday, or like for whole week. So after this researching, what we found is we found like user select a time for the alarm to go on off. The alarm goes off and at the specific time, and the user turn off the alarm. This is basically three rules we getting after like researching a small for like creating small micro interaction for like alarm mobile app for like setting alarm. So we show before in our slide like first create a trigger, then create a rule, then get a feedback, and then create a loops and more. So after like thinking and like getting feedback and what researching, we found that so basically what triggers. So If we want to trigger our application, we need like standalone icon to our phone screen. And when you press your app icon, it's basically trigger your alarm app. This first set of rule for creating micro interaction is like we set our trigger. Then we need to decide to some rules. Yeah. So we decide some basic 6 or 7 rules here. If the user had set the alarm to the like 3 days in a row and the alarm isn't set, prompt to set same alarm when alarm launch. If the user does not set the prompt time, the promote whatever launch until the user does and not select the reset. Um, so what happened like if user like want to set alarm for like basically for a week and he forgot to mm, like put alarm for a week. So what happened is like basically what default time uh, alarm gonna gonna ring and it's not gonna help to user. If the country and the phone is like use 24-hour format, use that. Basically, display any set of alarm, show the time until it goes off. User select as the time for alarm go off. The alarm goes off at a specific time, and if after a week use the user has never pressed snooze, remove it from the alerts, and the user can turn off the alarm. These are set of the rules which we can set for the alarm app for creating micro interaction. And after getting like feedback from user, we can create a uh, loops and rules. And you can notice that it's already a loop is there, like 3 days in a row that engage system regular wells and some shorter loops snooze come down. So basically we like create a like trigger, then we create some rules, then we get like feedback from user after creating the rules based on the user inputs, and then we decide this loop gonna work and we can make our interaction. Okay, and yeah, so basically I created one small directions. So how this is a small code I write like you for you guys. So basically what I created is like simple created small buttons. Okay, so like there's a button for like character R, character E, and I given the classes. Basically, this is a simple CSS micro interactions. Okay, this is no JavaScript or no React library I'm gonna use for this. Because it's basically, I just want to know that how you can create with your micro interaction without JavaScript knowledge. If you don't know about JavaScript, but you can create your like micro interaction using simple CSS. So yeah, so I created like 5 buttons. I given a simple classes to them, and I write simple
5 minutes left.
CSS. And so these are the like classes like italic, over, and the transform. Transform is a basically give you the CSS benefits. You can after using like transform or transitions, you can like rotate or transist all your like character button or whatever pictures if you want to like play with it. So simply I apply like React. So when I uh, like press on like simply go my mouse to R, it's basically create small animations. Is like go thicker and like going downside. Same thing is like I just take my mouse to the E is basically go italic. Same for A. If I go for C, like it basically C is going out. And if I go to T, is basically change the color. If I go to the I change my mouse to T. So what happening is here is like I simply write a 2 line simple animation using like transitions I give a simple class like underline. I give a transition to the whole button. I simply pass my timer. I choose like go ease, and yeah, I simply gave the transition to the bottom like. And if I hover, like I take my mouse to the button. Is basically what happen is like its border is gonna change and change its color. So what happen is like simply we go to back and we I go to the A. It basically create an underline when I move my mouse to A. Same thing goes for like shadow. If I create a shadow, I simply write small transitions and I go to the like C and it create a C shadow. So this type of small micro interaction you can create by simple writing like two line of CSS. And yeah, that that's it. I hope you guys like it. Mm, So you can connect me on my mail ID or on my Twitter. I'm very active on Twitter. You can ask or you can interact. We can interact on Twitter as well, or you can mail me if you want to like know more about micro interactions or React or React any related to web. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you so much. How? Okay, so yeah, tell me now about your impressions after this session. As to me, it was interesting because um, that's true. The micro interactions is actually a way to create a really human-like interface and communication to people and users. That's true. So, how do you feel now about after the whole conference? And actually, was it your first conference online, or you have more experience about that?
So for micro interaction topic, like for design system, this is my second talk on micro interactions. Okay, online. Before that, I mostly talk about React hooks. I also take like a lot of workshops on like how to start with JavaScript to like
Yeah.
React for like 2 days workshop, like 8 hours, one day 8 hours, and second day for eight
Mhm.
hours. I'm also gonna do same thing for next week. Like I have a like 1.5 hour and 1.5 hour session for Next.js.
Okay.
So basically, I'm gonna talk about how Next.js is gonna help you. Yeah. So yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
As you remember, we're gonna have a Q&A session right after this
Yes.
one.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm gonna collect the questions. At least I'll do my best to collect all the
Okay.
questions that are sent to Pine and
Cool.
YouTube
Good.
channels, and then yeah, we'll
Yeah.
connect back. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. So as you remember, this is the React Global Online Summit powered by Geekle. And there's a few things that I would like to keep in touch with. So think first, we are recording the videos right now, all the videos. You can purchase the junior track videos separately as a pack for just $15. And you can just follow the go to our website or follow the link that I have posted to the command. Also, we are happy for any support that you can provide because anything that we are doing now is just on our own. We have no sponsorship at all, and everything that we get from these videos and so on, we invest in our next events. We're gonna have a few more, and we will post announcements. Also, a few more things. Uh, as as the video on YouTube cannot be longer than 12 hours, we're gonna switch actually between the URLs. So closer to the end of this session, in the evening, I'm gonna tell you how you can access the next section for the live videos on YouTube. Then we're gonna have more speakers and we'll discuss more. So now is our third speaker in this bunch before we are going to the Q&A panel session. And let me give you a quick introduction into that. So the topic is called GraphQL in 2020, all the essential innovations that GraphQL is bringing to the web. Let's see together what can be done with GraphQL in 2020. More than just a client-side fetching technology, GraphQL has rapidly evolved in the last years in order to help deal with data at many levels. This talk will cover all the essential innovations that GraphQL is bringing to the web. And now I'm happy to announce the next speaker, which is Charly, and this guy has already been performing at our events before. Welcome, Charly. Comment ça va?
Hi, Charlie. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you, Charly?
I'm great. I'm based in Rome right now, so same time zone. Very great.
Perfect. That's perfect. All right, just a few words about yourself to refresh the connection with the audience, and also what inspired you to have your talk about GraphQL, as long as I know this is quite a powerful technology.
Yeah, so I'm going to spoil the first slide of my presentation, but yeah, so I'm Charlie. I'm lead software engineer working at Dube. So it's a New York-based startup, but I'm working from Europe, from Rome, Italy, and I think I can say I'm in love with GraphQL. It's a bit weird to say that, but I've been like working with GraphQL since 1 year after the initial release of the technology, been working on a lot of side projects. I did a talk at Reactor Up last year about it, about one of my experiments, and I've been working mostly in the past year helping startup like migrating to GraphQL from other stack, and also doing like some API work. So yeah, I wanted to make this talk today to make sure that everybody is aware about what you can do with GraphQL, which is not only a front-end technology, and what all the new things that arrive in 2020.
All right, could you just let's say describe very quickly the difference between GraphQL and the other API standards?
GraphQL is different. Okay, so I won't be able to dive into like what is the difference between like GraphQL and gRPC.
Don't dive into details, but just very
yeah. So like for example, like the question between GraphQL and REST is very different. In terms of like REST is better like to have like single action on specific models. It's more like models oriented, while GraphQL is more like giving the power to front-end engineer, giving back the power on the front-end side. With a specific language, which is not the same because REST is more like a convention on routing that you have on your API. So of course there is way much to say about the difference, but that's the main difference, I would say.
Okay, thank you. That's quite decent. So, all right. Last thing about this, and I'm going away. So 5 minutes before the end of your time, I'm just gonna join the session and I'll say 5 minutes left. Then 2 minutes left, 1 minute left, and that's it.
Yeah, I have a timer on my side, so it's fine.
Okay, that's just perfect. Then I'm not gonna bother you. All right.
Problem.
Last thing is that in case if there's anything like you would need to adjust your sound or to fix something on the screen, or let's say if you're going to show the console, then please ensure that the fonts are big and so on. If anything there requires any attention, I will just join the session and I'll ask you for that. Otherwise, I hope I'll don't gonna need to bother you. So, ladies and gentlemen, Charly, GraphQL.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. So let's get started. So of course, as we just say, we're going to talk about GraphQL today, and what are for me like the essential innovation that you should be aware of when it comes to work with GraphQL and to take the most of it to get like the better stack and the better product for your companies. So small introduction that is not really necessary now, but Charlie, I'm lead software engineer at Dube. We are building a product for helping executive we are building a product to make delegation easier for executive by matching them with the best assistant, but also providing them tools like a web API, Chrome extension, and also mobile apps. And as I just say, I'm a big fan and user of GraphQL for 4 years now. I've been in a lot of side projects, ton of talks and articles around it, and working with it like professionally on different startups like for 3 years, if I can say. So before getting started and see a short history of GraphQL and all the progress that has been made, and then the innovation in 2020, let's make sure that everybody is at the same level here in understanding what is GraphQL in 1 minute. So GraphQL is a language that allows you first to describe a schema. So if you compare it to REST, here you're gonna very describe what is the data with data types, here project, for example, and then you're gonna describe what are the queries that you can make to get the data from your API. So first, use the GraphQL language to define your data. Then you're gonna define a resolver. So example here in JavaScript. So it's a very, very simple and straightforward mapping between your types and the field of your type. So here, for example, query.project. Here we define how to get a project by name. And then using, again, the GraphQL language, you're going to see that GraphQL is helping you to define what the data, but also express query that are sent from the front end. So on the left, this is backend side. And on the right is going to be front end side. Describe how you want to get your data. And GraphQL had a lot of adoption and love from the front-end community because it's very straightforward to understand. As you can see here, it's very close to JSON. Even if it's not JSON, it's a GraphQL language. And so last step, you send this query. So basically in the payload of your post request to the GraphQL API, and you get JSON data straightforward. So very easy, very simple. And that's why GraphQL is so famous, if I can say, nowadays. So talking about GraphQL, the initial public release of GraphQL was in 2015. Even if it was developed and used internally at Facebook since 2012, the first release was at that date. So 5 years ago, actually. I think in the last week was the 5 years of GraphQL anniversary. So the first release were two main packages. The GraphQL packages, package on the Node.js side to build your GraphQL server, and the Relay GraphQL client on the front-end side, mostly working with React. So those two first packages were really here to help you getting started and build simple GraphQL API to get used to the technology. But at this time, it was pretty cumbersome, verbose to build GraphQL API. You had to use a lot of objects. It was not really the JavaScript way of doing, but still they had immediately a pretty good adoption. Because right the year after, the ecosystem was already awakening with library like GraphQL tool that was helping building GraphQL API faster with a more concise syntax that we're going to see right after. And then Apollo arrived also in the landscape of GraphQL with Apollo server that was helping you building like GraphQL API faster, and Apollo client, especially with React Apollo, that was taking the idea from Relay that were a bit complex, a bit too high-level engineering, in quote, Facebook complex way of doing things, and bringing more like JavaScript community idea into the Relay client. And also GraphQL, the explorer, and if you can say like kind of a debugger tool, super famous and still here nowadays. So in 2016, it was already way much easier, not even 1 year after the public release of GraphQL, to build API and to use them, thanks to Apollo, GraphQL tool, and the ongoing effort, of course, of Relay and GraphQL core team. Small intermission here before continuing on the history of GraphQL, of this introduction. So for me, as I just say, I've been doing GraphQL for 4 years now. And my first project on GraphQL was to build a GraphQL version of the Spotify API, because I had this side project when I wanted to get a lot of data from Spotify and build my own player, my build recommendation system, and for that I needed to get a lot of data. So I built this first POC project that was helping getting all my data on Spotify. So here, as you can see, it's very straightforward in terms of GraphQL syntax to see that I'm getting all my playlists. You can read it, you understand exactly what you want, and what you get is very straightforward too. 2 years after, I already did like a lot of talks, articles, small articles, and working for 2 years in companies working on GraphQL. And I decided to write an article to answer a lot of questions that at that time were still very relevant. Like a lot of people in 2018 were saying that GraphQL was a very good tool to have better performance. It was just a faster way to do API, or it was the new version of REST. And basically, I was a bit annoyed of those questions because also they were not true. And zoom. Okay. I don't know if I can zoom on that. Sorry. So I read this article that was giving a conclusion of the state of GraphQL in 2018. So first, in 2018, GraphQL was definitely the right technology, the right library to build smooth user experience, because you had a smaller payload over the request, and you could build like optimistic UI. But also GraphQL was solving the data complexity issue on the front-end side, because thanks to the tight data and also like the kind of graph data, it was easier to build like complex cache system like Apollo did, like Relay did. Also, you had like a bit of type mutation that was like doing a bit of a validation of data, even if it's not real validation of data on the front-end side out of the box. And also it was solving the real issue that was still here like 2 years ago of having a lot of custom logic of getting data from many endpoints and crunching the data and maintaining it into like a Mobx tree, maybe library or custom Mobx cache, etc. So in 2018, GraphQL was mostly doing things for the front end and was doing it super well, improving our day-to-day. Also starting to doing a lot of thing. Also doing a lot of thing on the starting to do small things on the server side by Apollo introducing GraphQL for microservice orchestration with schema teaching that was allowing to have one GraphQL API that was composing all the GraphQL API hosted on different server. So let's sum up on GraphQL in 2018. Very strong library on the front-end side with Apollo in Relay, and especially Apollo bringing a lot of new concepts that were not part of the initial draft and definition of GraphQL, like schema stitching I just talked about. A very powerful cache on the client side using Observer and optimistic UI patterns. But also on the backend, in 2018, we had like AWS AppSync that was like released, Apollo Optics for monitoring, and Prisma for simple GraphQL. Okay, I don't know if I can do bigger. Just the definition of my. Okay, no, I cannot zoom. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I cannot zoom. So there was a lot of things that evolved in the GraphQL ecosystem to help to have a faster and more robust development. But also, I think the most important is that in 2018, we had the first public GraphQL API released by big companies like GitHub and Shopify. And this was definitely a milestone. All this brought GraphQL to be awarded of the highest interest technology last year in the State of JS report. So what this interest from this huge interest from the JavaScript community and not only the front-end community brought to GraphQL in 2020. So GraphQL in 2020 is a lot of different, it's a very rich ecosystem with a lot of different library, not only maintained by Facebook or Apollo, and a lot of different big actors. Of course, I'm not going to cover all of them right now, but still interesting to see all the things that arrive in 5 years. And also, hundreds of big companies using GraphQL to solve complex issues. And sorry, I'm reading the the chat at the same time, and I'm a bit confused. So okay, it's okay apparently. So hundreds of big company, you're relying on GraphQL. For example, I know that PayPal is using GraphQL to make like the checkout experience smoother. Netflix is using GraphQL to do all the marketing and data, getting the marketing data and make like data crunching. From what I heard, Shopify is heavily migrating to GraphQL, and I work personally with Shopify API for 1.5 years, and it's such a better way of working for us. And of course, those are like big companies. There is thousands of startups that are using GraphQL nowadays. So in this presentation, I want to show you that both on the server and front-end side, GraphQL is much more than an efficient way of fetching data from the client side. This is the way that GraphQL got into this famous technology that is today, but it's doing way more than that nowadays. So we're going to see that in two parts. First, we're going to see the GraphQL innovation on the front-end side with very deep example, because this is a React Summit, and then quick overview of the biggest achievement and bridging the gap of GraphQL, bridging the gaps that GraphQL did on the server side. So let's get started with to see that GraphQL nowadays is a really, really reliable, powerful, and very easy to use solution to do state management with React. So nowadays, if you start an application with React and you want to do state management, you're going to have like 4 main actors or 4 main solutions that most companies are going to use. If you have a very small app or not that much state to maintain or very simple state to maintain, you can use Context API. I'm not doing that, but you can do it. Or you can use like the good old Redux because it's still working. You can use Mobx, or you can use the new Recall. So the definition of GraphQL, the tagline of GraphQL is that GraphQL is a data and query manipulation language for API. But Apollo has a different view on that. Apollo is more into GraphQL is a data query manipulation language for data, not only for API. So if you take a look at Apollo client, so the Apollo GraphQL client mission, the version 1 and 2 of the Apollo client, the goal of those versions was to build the best GraphQL client, which it did, because most people use Apollo nowadays. Since the version 3, the new goal of the Apollo client GraphQL library is to have a library for interacting with data with client-side data graph, meaning that Apollo is helping us interacting with data on the client side, not only remote data, but also local data, which means that we can do local state management with GraphQL. So we're going to start with a very simple local state example, very simple, and then I'm going to show you why I did in my current company as a complex state management, because there is plenty of example of simple local state, like doing like a to-do list, doing very simple action, but you can go pretty far actually nowadays with Apollo 3 for local state management. So for example, we want to have a flag, which is dark mode, that we want to keep as an application state, so available for all components, whatever the depth of the components, and also store it as local in the local storage. So our components are going to do a GraphQL query using Apollo, doing use query. And here you can see that we have this directive that Apollo is providing that indicate to Apollo that this value is stored locally. It's not a value that we have to fetch from the API. So this add client is saying to Apollo that the dark mode field, that the dark mode, sorry, I'm distracted by the chat, so I'm going to hide it for now, that the dark mode query is a local one. So Apollo is not going to try to resolve it on the API, it's going to try to look in the cache for this value. And what you can do, since Apollo 3 is use type policy. So sorry if it's, okay, let's do that, if it's better. Okay, so here you have a type policy. In this, you're gonna provide it to the Apollo cache in-memory cache as an argument, And what we do is with type policy that we can override how Apollo is reading data from the cache. So we can provide read function that's gonna be called before calling data. It's gonna be called instead of getting the data from the cache directly. And what we're gonna do here is that, okay, we're gonna have our key for local storage, and we're gonna make a reactive var. So reactive var is a new feature of Apollo 3 that allows to create a variable that's gonna be based on observable. So here we create a dark mode variable that's going to store our dark mode value. We initialize the value of the dark mode with the local storage, otherwise we fall back to false. And we get this variable, which is a function. So if you call this variable, this reactive variable, without arguments, you get the current value. If you call it with arguments, you update the value. So here, basically, to sum up very fast, we declare a variable that's going to keep our data in memory, or dark mode flag in memory. And we also provide to Apollo the way to resolve the data for the dark mode query. So, okay, it sounds okay. So let's move forward. So interesting thing with reactive variable and this type policy is that if I call the reactive variable, as I say, so here I say, okay, I want to put dark mode to true. I call the variable to update the value. The thing is that if the value gets everywhere that a reactive variable is used into a read function, every time the reactive variable is going to be updated, the query is going to be updated also. So this is very, very powerful because you can do pretty crazy thing in terms of local management. You can use GraphQL to get the data, and then you can use reactive variable to update the current, all the GraphQL query that depends on it. If you want to, my advice would be like, instead of using the reactive variable everywhere in your app, it's better to wrap them in custom hooks. So here's like a use update dark mode that takes like a value. And this is a way, for example, I'm working in my current company. We wrap every use of the reactive variable into hooks. So we can rename it, we can add option, etc., etc. So this was a very simple example of how to use local state Apollo client for local state. Let's see now a more advanced example where I'm going to be more in detail on how it works behind under the hood. So in my current company, we have a to-do list. So this is a to-do list, and so the to-do list item, like the to-dos, come from the remote GraphQL API, which is a normal, very simple use case. We just have a query, we use the use query hook, and we get the data, and we display the data in all the interaction. The small thing that we use here is that when you create a new to-do on our application, the new to-do, so right now, is local. It is not created directly on the server. It is created after having some action, explicit action on it. So we have to keep this local to-do, this draft in memory, while we have like to-dos that come from the API. So the thing that we did is that we leverage Apollo 3, all the feature like type policy, reactive variable, to make sure that the component don't have the knowledge of that the data is coming from remote or local. For this component, all the to-dos are to-dos. And it doesn't have to do like two queries, merge the data, etc., etc., etc. So totally transparent at the component level. So I'm gonna explain to you how this is working, since it's a quite advanced example of state management with Apollo. So again, type policy is a feature of Apollo that allows you to define read function that you write that's gonna say how to get the data. So it's a proxy of the Apollo cache that then pass the data to the hook. So what we did is that here you have the query that we use to display the to-do list. So it gets like the topic list, pagination, and item with a fragment. So what we did is that we said, okay, so we want to define a type policy that's going to override how we read the data for this query. And when we try to get data from this query, we're going to take a look if there is a draft in our reactive variable. So this is a reactive variable. And if there is a draft, we're going to add it at the top of the list. Otherwise, we just return what is in the cache. So with type policy, we just update on the fly what's the data that's going to be sent to the hook without updating the cache. The cache is still having like the local data, the remote data, and we don't have to have like a very strange cache. The cache is still normalized. So of course, if the component is getting all the to-do merge without any difference between like remote and local one, like draft and non-draft, how can we have like different visual treatment? So in order to solve that, we can also add local field to remote type. So the to-do is a type that is provided by the API, but Apollo allows us to add property to existing type that are local. So here, for example, in our type definition on the client side, we're going to add that isDraft is a property that we add on to-do that has to be read from the client. And as we see, we saw like already 2 times on the previous slide, we are going to define a type policy that's going to say, okay, to-do.isDraft. We're going to call the helper to know if the current ID, so the current record that we try to read for, is a draft or not. So isDraft is never going to be sent to the API. It's going to be resolved locally by Apollo using this helper that behind the scene is relying on the reactive variable that contain all the draft, that contain the current draft in memory. So this is how it works, basically. So if I have to sum up, we have this list that have one GraphQL query that get both remote to-do and the draft. The draft has all the to-do have a remote, a local property that is called isDraft. That's going to be false for all the to-do that are fetched from remote, and true for the to-do that is local, that is a draft. This local to-do is in a reactive variable. So when we want to create a new draft, we just assign a to-do object to the reactive variable. And since updating a reactive variable also updates all the query that rely on this reactive variable, it updates the UI. So it sounds very complicated. Sometimes there is a lot of concept, but if you look at the Apollo documentation, you will see that it's very easy and you can provide a very, very, very good developer experience to your team, because here all the data logic is on the Apollo configuration, and at the component level, you deal with data. You don't deal with crunching the data, doing condition depending on if you have to fetch it from Mobx and GraphQL, etc. So it makes more maintainable code. So to sum up on local state management, I will answer the question during the Q&A because maybe there is some questions since I'm going a bit fast on that. GraphQL nowadays is no longer just like a hipster, like kind of flaky, fun example of doing state management. It's really reliable as Mobx because, for example, state is managed by Apollo Cache that we have been using for more than 4 years now. That is like highly reliable, super performant. You can have computed value, like in Mobx, using type policy, because type policy are here to update on the fly data that you read from the cache. You can have action in the Mobx way, because you can have reactive variable that's going to update the type policy, but you can also write directly in the cache. And you can react to any update on the cache because all Apollo query are observable query, and also reactive variable update the observable query when updated. And all this is benefiting of the Apollo client dev tool. So you can actually inspect both your remote data and local data using Apollo client dev tool. So I went pretty fast on that. Sorry for people that never used Apollo. I will be able to answer the question during the Q&A. I'm moving to another example that is way more simpler and already super well known, but I think it's super important that if you want really to have a very modern and solid, consistent, reliable front-end stack, you should definitely use this feature of that GraphQL is bringing through the community. So GraphQL full stack type safety. So my always regret since 4 years, almost 5 now, is that GraphQL introspection is an awesome feature that was really underrated and underused by the community. So what is GraphQL introspection? GraphQL introspection is the ability to send a specific query that starts with __ schema that allows you, so you send this query to GraphQL API and you get as an answer a description of your schema. So while most of the time you do query to get data, and here you can do query to GraphQL API to the GraphQL API to get like the shape of your data dynamically when it's enabled. So this is very powerful. And since GraphQL and TypeScript has been rising in popularity almost at the same time, a lot of solutions arrived, combining GraphQL and TypeScript and providing full stack type safety. One of the most well-known and more stable is GraphQL Code Generator. So GraphQL Code Generator is a library that from a GraphQL API, a GraphQL schema, generate for you the TypeScript type definition, which is already what Apollo was doing with Apollo CodeGen, but it's way easier to configure, and there is way more feature and plugin with GraphQL Code Generator. It generates for you also the React Apollo hooks code definition, and also it's compatible with other clients like URQL, and generate also types for Flow, Java, Kotlin, and Swift. So let's see an example. Here I'm on my production project, my current company. We have this mutation to create a project. So I'm running Apollo CodeGen, which is gonna create for me a big file. So as you can see, like 7,000, because we have a lot of mutation and query everywhere. Generate for me the code, also the TypeScript type, and it supports fragments. And on the left, you're gonna see that I'm gonna use directly this hook generated by GraphQL CodeGen, and I'm gonna have like a, okay, so I can do pause here. So I'm gonna have like a typed hook directly using the GraphQL introspection of my query. And every time my API is gonna change, it's gonna update also all the hooks of my application, type definition, break everything, but at least I will never, or I will have way fewer error on the client side about like API change or data compliance, if I can say. So this is great, but as you can see, it can generate a lot of different hooks, and maybe you don't want to end up with 200 or maybe like, yeah, maybe 100, 200 hooks, custom hooks in your application just to fetch data. So a new feature that just has been released by GraphQL CodeGen is the type document node, which is super interesting. So I have this query that gives me the rates for a currency. I'm going to run GraphQL CodeGen, which is just an npm script. So this is the configuration. As you can see, it's very easy. You provide the schema if you have like a local schema for local state. You provide the document. So you're going to list all the query you want to do in your application. And it generates for you a file that's going to contain like the TypeScript definition, TypeScript definition. There's also the type document node. So very straightforward, very easy to. Okay, there is issue with the code. I'm sorry. This is the last example with code. Okay. Oh yeah, I can zoom. Okay. Sorry. So here, for example, you're gonna see that I'm gonna import the generated documents. So this is a GraphQL document in a variable from the generated file. I'm gonna be able to use it. And I'm gonna use it with use query. And the thing that here you can see, I don't have to provide like a generic type to use query like you can maybe do with Apollo CodeGen. I'm just providing the document and I have like automatic type for me, type checking. Yeah, so there is autocomplete, etc. So in terms of developer experience, this new feature, I found it like very smart, very easy to maintain, and avoid of having like hundred of hooks in your application, which is, I think that in all production application right now at Double, we maybe have like, I mean, we have 7,000 line of generated code just for GraphQL hooks. So that's a lot of hooks. So the good thing with GraphQL is that now we have a cheap to maintain, best-in-class TypeScript type linked to our hook in our frontend. And I do think that it's a very good thing to have. It was very hard to do or to maintain with Apollo like 2 years ago, but right now we have like tools that generate everything for us with different versions. You can either choose to generate only TypeScript types, you can choose the naming convention, you can generate hooks, or you can now generate typed GraphQL documents. So yeah, I found it pretty amazing. Okay, so now let's take a look. We saw some, what I think being like the essential thing to use nowadays in frontend on React application on top of using just Apollo or any other client for doing GraphQL. Let's now see a bit like what are the things that are being evolving this year, especially this year, very fast on the server side. So GraphQL is definitely bridging the gaps on server side. What does it mean? In the last, if I can say 3 years, there was 3 main solutions when it comes to develop GraphQL API. You could either use Apollo with Apollo Server, Apollo Schema Stitching, and Federation even, but you had to write everything by yourself, which can be sometimes a bit cumbersome because you are doing a lot of mapping, performance issues, super hard to solve, etc., etc. Or you could use either Prisma, that is more like GraphQL as a service, that recently pivoted to something different that also allows you to use Prisma in your GraphQL API. But initially, Prisma was really like a GraphQL as a service. You want to build like in a no-code experience your GraphQL API, and it works. But it was still a very, very simple use case. Very like having almost like CRUD GraphQL, which is a bit like not what you want to do with GraphQL, which is meant to be used to not having CRUD operation on frontend. And then you have the big and awesome AWS AppSync, which even today you can do almost anything with it. It's very powerful. It's like leveraging the AWS ecosystem by using GraphQL. But the issue, and I won't talk about AWS in the next slide, because for me, like AWS is AWS. You sometimes need like just a PhD to start using it. There is a lot of things, a lot of concepts, but it's for me definitely the more complete solution right now, but not the best solution for the JavaScript ecosystem in terms of simplicity and getting started. So we're going to ask yourself 2 questions regarding GraphQL on the server side right now. So between Apollo and Prisma, what about building more complex API without having to write everything by yourself? So actually, a team answered this question and arrived with a very, very good solution. And this team is Ashura. So Ashura is a service, is a tool, and also like kind of a database, if I can say, is doing arrived like maybe a bit more than a year ago with a very, very interesting concept of translating GraphQL query into SQL query. So taking your GraphQL and changing it into the SQL equivalent, removing the need to write the resolver by hand when you have like simple use case, and also providing like super fast execution and immediate like support for subscription. So this is great. Now we have like very fast GraphQL database that you can use with existing Postgres database. So no more migration cost for GraphQL. But in terms of going to production and solving this, choosing between Apollo and Prisma thing, you have to have something that helps you to deal with custom logic, more advanced logic than just getting data from a database. And this is where comes like this new feature from Ashura that is called Action. And basically, you can have your custom logic on specific fields or specific queries of your GraphQL graph being linked to Action. And Action is just like calling an external service to resolve custom business logic. So maybe like compute a token. The token is not going to be in your Postgres database. You need like to generate it from a external API. So you're going to have Action either before calling the database or after getting the data from the database. So you can do custom business logic, you can do data validation, and data arrangement and transformation. Of course, by doing Action, you are losing a bit of the performance of the being directly plugged to Postgres, but still, I find it pretty awesome to have this kind of thing nowadays, thanks to GraphQL and the typed schema. So if we take a look at Ashura also brings ACL support. So you can control which field of your schema is accessible for certain type of user very easily. You can even do it without any coding. You have authentication authorization using GWT, which is like super well known and widely used nowadays. You can have remote schema. So you can also say, oh, my Ashura database is calling is using my Postgres, but I want also to use on the same Ashura endpoint my existing GraphQL API and plug it on it using schema teaching from Apollo. So it supports that. You have subscription on Postgres. When you use it on Postgres, so they make an article when they talk about the fact they have like supporting like 1 million row update per second, which is like awesome. You can have action, you can trigger webhooks on database event. And a bonus, you can use Ashura Cloud on most cloud provider. And now you have also one-click install on Heroku and AWS. So yeah, Ashura is not a database, it's more like doing GraphQL over existing database. It's more like a GraphQL to SQL. It's a very simplistic explanation. It's way more powerful than that, as you can see, but it's not a database. Last question we want to answer is like, okay, GraphQL is great, but one of the issues that also how to do GraphQL when you have all the REST API, you cannot migrate, and you want to do GraphQL with external services. You cannot like change because they are external services. So the answer to that is GraphQL Mesh. So GraphQL Mesh is leveraging the fact that most API can have like a Swagger or Open API definition. So it's a file that describes what your REST API is doing. And there is a lot of tools that can help you to generate a Swagger file. So it's kind of a schema of your REST API. And then GraphQL Mesh is using those definitions. So gRPC, Swagger, Open API to generate on the fly GraphQL API from existing non-GraphQL API. So even like directly database, gRPC API, Open API, REST API. So earlier I was talking about the Spotify GraphQL project I had. This is exactly the thing I wish I had GraphQL Mesh like 4 years ago, because it took me a very long time to rewrite everything, to rewrite the schema, to get all from the doc from Spotify, to get it running, to host it, etc., etc., etc. So with GraphQL Mesh, I've been able this week to redo like this Spotify GraphQL API in 5 minutes. For that, I just found a Swagger definition of the Spotify API. I created a mesh configuration file where just providing the URL of the Swagger definition. And in 5 minutes, I had a GraphQL running, allowing me to do GraphQL query over the production available GraphQL API. Spotify REST API. So GraphQL allows you to proxy, to use GraphQL Mesh is allowing you to GraphQL over existing API that does not support GraphQL. You can also do schema transformation. You can update the schema that has been generated. You can do resolver composition. So you can also update the data and change the data, a bit like Apollo type policy. You can do caching, and you can generate an SDK from that. So one thing here, GraphQL Mesh is not aimed to create like production public API because it does not provide authorization, authentication, etc. I will have to skip some slides in the end because I'm late. So let's sum up on GraphQL in 2020. So the great thing, I think, is that GraphQL in 2020 is not only anymore a Facebook and Apollo technology. There is also other actors, big actors like the Guild that is maintaining GraphQL Mesh, GraphQL code generator. There is Ashura, there is the dgraph GraphQL database, and so many more individual contributors. And GraphQL in 2020 is beyond fetching data from the client side because it provides better front-end experience, like the full stack type safety. You can have easier way to build complex GraphQL API with Ashura. You have fast GraphQL database for simple use case like Ashura or over Postgres, and also dgraph. And you can use GraphQL as a universal data language over existing API with GraphQL Mesh, but also to manage data on your state with Apollo. We'll have to skip this one because I'm super late.
1 minute left.
Okay, 1 minute left. So let's talk on this one. So let's talk a bit about like the future of GraphQL. Of course, I have no clue about what is really going to happen because I'm not working at Apollo or either Facebook. But for me, what I would love to see is a better support of subscription. I think one of the biggest weakness of GraphQL nowadays is the lack of having more advanced real-time capability because Apollo Federation is breaking subscription, and also the defer and live directive that has been on discussion for years are still not working in production. Also, I think there is room for improvement for a better caching, and we are lacking of more stable and more powerful client, mobile client for Swift and Android. So there was a lot of information. We maybe have a lot of questions during the QA. You can find the slide already now on my notice profile. Don't hesitate to follow me on Twitter because I'm going to write small articles to deep dive into all those technology and how to use them and some use case, etc. So I'm going to post that on Twitter. And you can also find, so I saw a lot of people talking about like what could be good resources to start with GraphQL. I've wrote some articles for LogRocket recently on the LogRocket blog. And I have also a lot of resources for people that start in TypeScript on my Medium. But if you have any question, don't hesitate to ask me on Twitter and during the QA. Thank you very much. Charlie? Yeah, you're here. Okay. You're muted. You're muted, Charlie.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, thank you for your speech. It was really interesting. I can see a lot of warm feedbacks right here at the YouTube channel. So, and also there's plenty of questions. Meanwhile, Manjula and Harsh are joining also our conversation. And once they are back online, enable their cameras and microphones, we're gonna add them to the channel. So guys, welcome, Manjula. How's it going?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Right. Once Harsh joining, you. Okay, welcome, Harsh.
Hey, hi.
Nice, you're here now. Okay, perfect. All right, guys. So you all had nice conversations. You actually introduced the world of React from a few different points of view, from the front end itself, from the usability, microinteractions, and the GraphQL, which is an API interface. So what we're gonna need now is to start asking a few questions. Camera. So start asking a few questions. Okay. One of them is I can see here questions that actually started from the very beginning. So one of the questions sounds like, why not using both area disabled and disabled attributes? Who's going to answer this question?
Okay, I'll take that. So basically, I think the answer to this is when you use disabled attribute on buttons, especially when you submit the forms, it gets removed from the accessibility tree. In that case, when the screen reader is trying to, read through your button, the screen reader might not even find the button. So that is why there is a workaround which not lot companies use. So what you should do is you should make your buttons look disabled and apply some css to it, for example, pointer events none, and so that you can prevent the click, but actually apply area disabled so that the screen readers know that the button is disabled. I hope that answers the question.
I think we lost Charlie for a few minutes. No, it's okay.
I'm back here. Thank you. I've got the next question. So is there any limitations or parts of React you feel could be improved or built on to make developing on it easier? I think that's a good question for the beginners. So who's gonna pick that question?
Like
Okay, let's move straight to the next one. Perfect. Next question is, I believe, for Harsh. When do you suggest to start work on microinteraction? So there's two options. First option, just before the end of all pages in functionality development, or second option, during the development itself.
So my suggestion is like during the development, because In development, you work with like your UI UX developer uh, or designing team, and they gonna better understanding how UX or UI behave when user gonna come to your app. And after like creating UI UX, you can like add your micro interaction and try to like run some beta testing in your team. And after getting feedback, it's then you gonna apply into like production. So my suggestion is like second option. When you are developing application, at that time decide which micro interaction you want to implement.
Okay, thank you. That's a good answer. I've got the next question I believe that's addressed to Charly. Okay, you talked about migration to GraphQL. When it comes to REST, would you recommend to wrap a REST API in GraphQL, or should it be replaced instead? And there's a little bit of story. So is it possible or recommended, not recommended, to use GraphQL without Apollo client? Does it make any sense to do so? And maybe there is an example that you can show. Could go on.
Yeah. So for the two questions, the thing is like a lot of thing in front end development. I think like there is a lot of, it depends of the context, it depends of the team that you have, it depends of the money you have to invest, it depends of the experience you want to bring. So if you have like a very, very fast REST API, of course you can wrap it because the performance you're going to lose are going to be not that noticeable on the front end side. But I would say that, yeah, like as a long-term solution, the best thing to do is to migrate the code. It's not like a sustainable solution to just wrap something, but it can be also a very good solution if you need to really move forward very, very fast, which is like sometimes the case with startup. And for the, can you remind me the second question? It's for like Apollo. Okay, yeah. So of course, I was talking about Apollo because they're making a lot of very great feature. I'm not that knowledgeable on the other client because I really need, in my experiences, to have like big client like Apollo, but there is also lightweight client like URQL, and I know there is plenty of others. And it really depends of your usage. I mean, if you don't need to do like a subscription, you don't need to do like an optimistic UI or local state or very complex things with GraphQL. You just need to get data very fast and use like the basic features of it. You should definitely go for more lightweight solution, and also lightweight in terms of feature, so learning curve, but also lightweight in terms of impact of your bundle in the end.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I've got a quite interesting question. So that is, we have the interaction between the front end and the back end, and I would like you guys to try to transform it into a little bit of discussion while I'll be bringing more questions about it. So the thing is, when we come to the micro interactions and actually to making the interactions and the user journey smoother and more human readable, clearly understood, and so on. So I would like Harsh to start describing the best approach to a simple user journey, and then maybe you can transform it into a little bit of discussion of how to involve actually these interactions with GraphQL. And let's keep going this discussion forward.
Okay.
Does it sound clear?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. So yeah, so I think we can imagine we are building some product for like food company. Okay, and or we are like building a simple chat application, and we want to like give some micro interaction to users, like Facebook or like any other chat application. So we are giving like swipe options for like they can move to like story to chat to like other facilities, other settings option or other option. These are the small micro interaction we can implement, or we can also implement on click button. Like if he or she send text, it's gonna like create some bouncy effect when he click to the like send button. This kind of micro interaction we can implement in our app. Yeah, and like after like implementing this, we can like get feedback from them and how it's going to work, if you're going to like or not like. And yeah,
Hmm.
and yeah, I think for like front end back end, we need to think like how we get a response from like GraphQL, or if I'm doing GraphQL REST APIs
Yeah.
beside to that. Yeah.
Actually, I would like to address the second question now to Charlie, and I also see a few questions now going forward in the comments. So, what's
Okay.
your opinion on using GraphQL with micro frontends with multiple microservices? And in this case, I would say how to handle uh, all of these different micro interactions from, let's say, different interfaces of the same service.
I mean, I think for that there is a very obvious, I would say, answer, which is Apollo Federation. Apollo Federation is aiming to solving this kind of having microservices architecture.
Okay.
Now you can even do it like with, I mean, everybody's starting to support schema stitching, everything like Ashura is supporting like combining multiple API. So, and also GraphQL mesh. So regarding micro frontend, I don't really see why micro frontend will be different for standard SPA when it comes to use GraphQL.
Okay.
So, but I don't have like a lot of experience with micro frontend architecture. So I don't know if it answers the question.
Yeah, I think yes. And just to continue this conversation till the end, I would like also to ask maybe Manjula about what is your recommended approach of keeping the states actually, right? As I understand, React is working with the states a lot. So what would you recommend to keep that updated?
I think, I mean, a lot of us before working with Apollo started with
Mhm.
Redux. And, Redux is good, very straightforward, although it has a lot of boilerplate. I mean, when a developer is trying to learn, he or she really has to, dig inside and know what are file types, like action types, actions, reducers, and then dispatch it. I think that was a traditional approach, but now the companies are moving away from this approach and rather, bringing in Apollo client and using context APIs, for example, which
Okay.
React already has. But I still feel, using Apollo client is good, but then you don't know what's happening under the hood, right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's like, okay, it's working, but what is happening? Like debugging is one of the issues, which I really
Right.
find still not very good when I use Apollo client. Whereas in Redux, it was super easy for me to just use Redux DevTools and see what's happening and what's going wrong. I mean, it has pros and cons, but yes, as the companies are moving away from the traditional Redux way of managing your project, I think Apollo is, also coming up with new ways. For example, subscriptions. You could do subscriptions. So that there are a lot of things coming in the community. So I think I don't have any preference. It's more like what suits your company or use case.
Okay, thank you. There's actually a few more interesting questions, so I'll try to split them between you guys. Okay, so I can see one of the question is loading GraphQL data into Power BI. Any ideas about that?
Over what? Power BI?
Yeah, that's a question, and I think it's
Yeah.
not really that much connected, right?
Yeah, I have no idea what is Power BI. I can very take a look very fast, but yeah, it's Microsoft Power BI. I don't know. I guess it's in the documentation of Power BI to know if they support GraphQL. I have no idea. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. I've got actually a little bit better question. So it sounds like it's from Ricardo Rodriguez. So thanks, Charlie, about the GraphQL util in the live update now working. That means that after we get the first data, we need to refresh the page, or the mutation will update.
So actually, I replied to this one in the chat. So you can configure like Apollo.auto client to refetch manually a request. So this is what we do in our application. For example, we don't support subscription because we use Apollo Federation. So we have a custom push server sent event like a WebSocket thing. And every time we receive a push, we are going to refetch manually the request that needs to be refetched or refreshed. But what we can do is also having a pooling. I won't recommend having a pooling because it's making a lot of issue with local optimistic UI thing. But yeah, in the meantime, yeah, this is what refetch or pooling on your GraphQL queries.
Okay, thank you. Now, next question is for Manjula. Okay, could you just share or maybe describe some good resources for accessibility? So that's from Matei. I know there is a lot online, but if there is some good overview place or something similar, I think mostly guys are asking for maybe an article that can represent the pros and cons. You're muted by the moment.
Sorry, okay, cool. So I think if somebody wants to really start with web accessibility, I think w3.org is one place where you can start. For example, and if you can wait a bit, I'm also launching a book in second week of October, which will be live soon. And mostly I wanted to write this book because I think I worked in India for a few years, but I didn't see any company valuing accessibility so much. And when I moved here, I'm working for a bank. It is really important for me to make sure that everything that I build on the web app is accessible. For example, we also do a lot of testing with voiceovers on Mac. So I think it's really important because, and I really want to share all my learnings that I've done for past 2 to 3 years, because I think a lot of people think that accessibility is just a tool that you can install it in your project and everything will be fine. But that's not the case. You should be writing semantic HTML right from the start. So yeah, I think W3.org is one of the good resources to start with, and that's where you can find all the resources.
All right. Okay. Now, there is unfortunately no that easy way to bring the questions really to the screen and so on. So let's move forward. I'm gonna still read them. Okay, I can see a really good question. So, is atomic design the best approach to front-end components design, or maybe other options? And here I think it's actually a good question to all of you to start a little bit of discussion from the 3 points of view. What would you say? Who would like to start with this part? It can be Harsh or Charlie. You can go.
I have no strong opinion on this one. I don't know, Harsh, if you have Manjula, if you have one.
I can take up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think atomic design more or less relates to how you want to create your design systems. For example, this question is more related to how how your collaboration is with the designers and the developers, how you design your style guides, for example, font sizes, primary colors, and how you can break each things into smaller chunks. So and this totally depends on the company. Trust me, we are trying to do the design systems from past 1 year, but still it requires a lot of collaboration with the designers, because it is just not a developer who decides, but it is also a style guide that you need to create in collaboration with the designers to see how the whole web app or how the whole project will be structured.
All right, that's actually brilliant. It brings me to the very next question. So, suppose that I'm a project manager, and I would like to plan a feature, right? Let's say, I want an interactive, an interactive web page that is accessible from both mobile and just a desktop. And I want it to be really exciting for people. Let's say they're navigating a social app and they can have different moves and reactions to. All right, so what we have, let's imagine that I'm a good project manager and I still have enough time for planning. And which people should I bring to the room and how to organize the discussion? So I know designers definitely will bring their input into that, how they want it to look like. And now we need developers' recommendations in order how to better implement it and find a balance between both nice usability and a good approach to the development and architecture in it, right? So I would definitely bring here a React developer that understands the microinteractions and so on. But I also understand that I would need a powerful API design right at this moment. And also I need to keep in consideration the recommendations, especially the accessibility recommendations, because the interface is planned to be quite, let's say, complicated in terms of elements. So let's go and try to imagine this.
Yeah,
What would you
sure.
recommend? Let's go.
I think firstly, getting accessibility into a company is really, if you don't even think about it, is really a step that should be taken, because I think I've started advocating it a lot since past 2 years. And if you talk about the scenario that you gave me, product managers often don't always think in terms of
All right.
accessibility. Like, it's just a feature for them, and they really want to make it work. And even designers, definitely they think in terms of contrast ratio, because the designs always comes from them. But you as a developer should always make sure that the contrast ratio satisfies AA compliance, because that's the minimum thing that you should be doing. Also, I think to start with, there are, like, in our company we have some test cases. So any
Yes.
developer who writes a new component in the design system, he or she should, so during the build cycle, it fails if it doesn't satisfies the compliance level, or if anything is wrong.
Yeah.
For example, we've also added storybook add-ons that I also mentioned in my talk. So while you're building this component, it will console saying all the
Okay.
mistakes that you're doing. For example, any audits that is required. For example, there's one feature which I always say. Uh, let's say you're finding something and dynamically something is changing in the view. Now this
Okay.
thing would not be known to a non-sighted user, right? So in this case you should be using area live. So now all of these things are very little things, but once you start digging in and once you start knowing more about web accessibility, I think that's where you can start documenting. So once you start documenting, any newcomer who is joining your team, or maybe
Okay.
new to the team, I think he or she can go to the set of documentation, what is required, what is not required. So
Okay.
there is no in general rule book, but once you start adopting, I think it's a developer's responsibility to get accessibility, because
That's true.
you also need to fight with the designers
Okay.
sometimes.
Okay,
uh,
thank you. Let's move a little bit forward with the discussion. So, all right, we understand there is a really a huge need of keeping the documentation decent. Now let's bring just a few recommendations, of that you would like to give to your both designers and the project manager.
Mhm.
And let's go from the API point of view, and then from the
Okay. I didn't understand it was the end of the question. So I'll move forward on the API. I would say I have so many questions. If you want like to have a real role play of like a real estimation of what would be the best recommendation, but I would say it depends. It depends if for the company performance is a feature. It's not always the case. It depends if the product is like public facing. It depends if design is very important. For me, I'm very sensible to, just as a small parenthesis, I'm very sensible to accessibility, and it's such a shame that we never address this issue in startups, because in startup we are making money, profit, which is not like the target in terms of accessibility. But I think it's a very, very interesting subject that needs more love, like we say in our discipline. And micro interaction are more close to this subject because we are building like a product that has a very high end, very nice design with a lot of micro interaction, performance, etc. So if, to answer the question, because I'm digressing, if performance is let's imagine like you have only like you have a very small team and you want to have a very performant API, I would say go for Ashura, because now it's stable. They just raised like 25 million Series B. They have a very, very robust solution. Go for Ashura. If you have one engineer that's like super good at DevOps, go for AWS. You're gonna have a super how to say that, reliable and cheaper solution and more scalable solution for the backend. But so there is so much things to say. So if you have more follow-up question on that, we can move to the rest.
I understand. Thank you so much. Because you're right. There is plenty of things that we would like to get clarified. But anyway, what our goal now is to just give a few breadcrumbs, maybe, or instructions or recommendations to the young developers that definitely have to ask the questions, because it's the best thing expected from any junior developer is actually asking questions, right? So we would like now to point attention to those questions that must be asked or are expected to be asked from a junior developer. So first, would you recommend a few of them?
So yeah, like we are like six people into our team, and most of like three of us are juniors. So then more common question from coming from there to me is like, what is the best part to learn anything new? Okay, and every time I tell them like, read more, like create small projects. What juniors are missing is like they don't create projects. They mostly go to GitHub or any other blog and try to copy paste everything, and they think that they're gonna understand this concept and they are ready to roll, like rock in any like development or any project. They come to them and they're gonna rock this project, but that's not happened to them. They only like copy paste that code and they not gonna understand basics. And every time I tell them like, please understand the basic concepts. If you are like writing like uh, simple hooks and using like use state or something, why we are using use state, what is array, what is array of objects, the
Right.
basic concepts. Yeah, and they are not try to like understand. They only want to finish the like targets, like day task they want to finish, and they're stuck at the one point and they're not gonna move like forward to that point, and they take like 2 3 days to debug everything. So my best advice to like juniors or who want to start in like programming or something, try to learn basics. Try to stuck to the basic is like help you to learn each and every language to master it. Yeah, and more is like data structure. Data structure is
Right.
also very important. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a good answer. And from the Scrum Master point of view, I would like to add a few things. First of
Yes.
all, actually, you're right. First of all, define why you are doing that. Okay,
Yeah.
please ensure that you guys always understand what is the need of that particular element. Sometimes some design things are made just to be beautiful there, but they are completely useless, and
Yes.
sometimes they can even become an obstacle, right? So that's why asking the question why is so important. The second thing, and I think guys will agree here, is that Quite often, the senior developers don't ask the question why because they think that they already know it. And in most cases, that's true. You guys really understand very well
Yes,
what's
yes,
going on.
yes,
But sometimes you might forget about something, about some simple things, just because you already expect the answer. Because you already expect that answer to have it right from
yes.
your experience. And that's why these why questions coming from junior developers sometimes may transform your project into something better, into something more useful, just because there's a fresh eye. Okay, next question is, how do you organize the data fetching? Is it done from one centralized file or from, let's say, different small modules? Which way is better? Who would like to pick that question?
I can start very fast. Again, I think like everything in software development, there is no one way of doing something.
Oh
The
yeah.
best thing to do, like especially as when you lead or as a software engineer, instead of like imposing like your way of seeing things and what is the best thing, is to build like what is the best thing to have a great like nice and a great velocity way of working in your team. So if you have a team of people that love to work like in the C++ way, you have like three JavaScript file with 10,000 line, and this is their way of working, and it's easier this way. Let's work this way. So yeah, the most like the real answer that I think everybody wants to know her here is like the smallest files the better, and the separation of concern and making sure that you keep all the things that belongs together at the same place is the solution that's going to be like the easiest for most teams. But there is no one solution. I don't know. What do you think, guys?
Okay. Yeah, I actually think that that's a good answer to this question. I would like to bring in one more discussion, and I think that really can be interesting to junior developers, especially assuming like the average sense of the questions. So I would say, let's imagine a few use cases that you would like to recommend, and let's have really a rounded board in order to discuss. So let's imagine that um, you can give now recommendations to two different groups of junior developers. Let's say one of them is building their own project that will be like a portfolio project that they just need to show up and to train themselves to some functionality. And another one is a recommendation to, let's say, a junior developer that is just starting to work in a big company and we're gonna have like mentors and so on in the future. But right now, these junior developers have no idea what to do and how to join this technology. So, do you understand the overall case? Okay, we can start with the recommendation with how to make your own personal project that you can show as a showcase. Let's go and give some tips. Who would like to start?
I if any junior developer or like who gonna start the programming and the programmer want to display that like showcase that ability uh,
Hmm.
and build his portfolio, the my best recommendation to like any guy to build their own like portfolio website first. Like it's not beautiful, but it's like you can understand basic HTML, CSS structure and JavaScript
Hmm.
structure when you build your own website. Because don't copy paste the code from your directly from internet. Try
Okay.
to imagine what 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 your dream website look like, and try to build it. It's okay if you not build it like perfectly, but
Hmm.
if you build by yourself, this is your first project, and you will be proud like you completed your project by yourself. Yeah, this is my first advice to any junior or any programmer who want to start, like build your own website first, and then like start contributing to open source. That's my major recommendation to any programmer or any student,
Okay.
uh, like try to like contribute in any open source. Like by myself, I started contributing in my 12th standard to open source community.
Okay.
And yeah, and then how I can get good connections in the organization of Wikimedia KD, and then I know that these things I'm doing wrong and I need to improve my programming. So for that, I need to learn this, and this thing work like that. So open
Okay.
source for contribution and like creating your own website is mostly help to any beginner.
Brilliant. Okay, let's move then forward, and I can see, yeah, Charlie is raising the hand quite a lot. Okay, what would you
Yeah,
like to?
just want to share something real quick on that. I think that my personal feedback on like for junior developer that start between like work and like side project, I totally agree with you. Is that if you do like side project, let's not use create React app. Let's take time to do like
Yeah.
everything by hand and use like I would say like as a balance, but it's very personal. Use side project to widen your skill and to learn new
Yes.
things, and use work to strengthen them. And
Yeah.
also like I'm a bit like uh, taking on the second question, but basically as a junior, this is very important to join company when you're gonna have like great leaders and people that's gonna mentor you and you're gonna learn things. Of course, like through the year, it's most likely you're gonna join company when you don't learn that much thing because you're gonna be like senior and you're gonna have to do like all the hard things. And it is very important that in the first year you join like a very that you focus on the human and the technology more than the salary and all the thing. This is very personal, but yeah.
Yes, I totally agree with Charlie. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Manjula? What would be your recommendation in that case?
I think all of us go through this journey. We are also junior developers sometime, and all of us go through this. So sometimes we find right mentors and sometimes not. But I think everything is freely available on web. Like if you Google how to learn C++, the links will pop up. So somewhere you have to start. I think more or less, one thing I would say that junior developers should
Oh
never
yeah.
stop asking questions. Like ask as many questions as, even if it is the dumbest question, I don't mind answering it. Like as a senior dev, I don't mind answering them 100 times. And I personally feel like even we copy paste code sometimes from somewhere like Stack
That's
Overflow to
true.
quickly find the solution. So it's not that copy pasting is bad, but always understand somebody else's code as well. So even if you're copy pasting, try and understand what the other person has done and what creative you can do to to alter that code. So it's not because if we are not provided with something, we will not learn, right? We all copy paste from each other. Like I think I started speaking when I saw somebody else. Somebody else who was my inspiration started speaking. So I think it's always, we are humans, so we want to learn from each other. And I also feel it's never the case that you cannot, as a senior, you cannot learn from junior devs. I think it's the whole process is like,
Oh yeah. We all
sometimes
learn
you
everywhere.
you 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 also learn from a junior dev, because now if you see, React has come from 2 years, right? And if a
Yeah.
person is junior dev already adopted and he or she is working on React, a person with 5 or 6 years experience, the React was not even there that time, so it doesn't matter, right? So I think it's all about learning from each other, and
Mhm.
don't stop asking questions. Ask as
Interesting.
many questions as you want.
Perfect.
Can,
Charlie?
can I just say this? Yeah, something for 30 seconds? I would say for me, the most important, like from junior to then when you progress in your career, is to find your way of learning
Mhm.
because
Yes.
we all have different way of learning. For me, I love books. I love like being like straight to the code directly. I don't like videos, etc. I need to go fast on things, and we
Mhm.
have a strong like basics in algorithmic, this kind of thing. So this is one thing. So find your way, experiment. It may take like a long time, but when you have a good way of learning, this is great because anyway, technology are changing all the time, especially on front end. And last thing about speaking, start speaking as soon as you can, because anyway you will never feel like you're ready or you know enough to start speaking in front of people. So
Fair enough.
anyway, just start, and yeah, it feels better after.
Make mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Make
Yeah.
Okay, make mistakes. That's perfect. Actually, I can see more questions now regarding the like how to start and so on, and that's perfect. We actually have 4 more minutes to run, and I would like to ask you the very last question. I hope it's gonna be very interesting for the community. Could you just very quickly, just 1 minute, present a mistake that you made as a junior developer and you learned from it, like the mistake that actually brought you to a good knowledge? Maybe an epic fail. Okay,
I have
raise your
one if you I have one if you want to have time to remind it. For me, when I started
Okay.
working like professionally, so I've been self-taught, so I've been like doing programming for more than 15 years, but I've been working for like 9 years. And even that, when I started working, I was called like when I was a junior, I was called like the infinite loop engineer, because I was always finding new creative way without wanting it to make infinite loop. So the lesson from that, like infinite loop of like specific condition on data parsing of asynchronous JavaScript race condition, this kind of thing. And I would say the best learning for that is test your code manually, QA your code manually, and write tests. This is one of the thing I've learned.
Okay, thank you. That's really good lesson, a good example. Harsh, ready?
Yeah. So, like my early stage of learning, so what I do, I started a small startup for like we are publishing blogs and like e-magazine,
Hmm.
and so I am in just learning phase. And one day I would do some changes in theme, and what happened is like whole site is gone like blank, and like all goes are panicking, all the like developers are panicking, what did you do and why site is not working.
All right.
So I did like simply did like small mistakes. I write some bad code, and then I learned like don't push your code into the production directly.
Oh Lord. Oh yeah.
And at that time I understand like why the development environment is very important, and stacking is very important before like pushing your code to production.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, Manjula, uh, would you like to
Yeah,
share
I
your?
think, yeah, sure. I think one thing that I did while I
Mhm.
was like in my journey as a junior dev, I used to not ask questions. Like and just because I thought that, what the other person might think, that I don't know such silly thing. We always have this in our mind that should I ask what the person would think? He's senior, he's my senior. No, no,
Yeah.
no, let me do it. I think you shouldn't be afraid of that. Like, just ask questions. Like, just ask it, and it's more when the thing gets clear when you start learning from each other, and you don't have that hierarchy in your company, and you think about your colleague as your normal colleague, and it's not like, oh, he's my senior, he's my junior, he's my lead.
Right.
I think you should be very very much open and be in a friendly environment, and only then you can learn from each other.
Okay, that's very true. Thank you. And okay, as a Scrum Master, I'm gonna raise my personal mistake as well. So we've been talking about the importance of asking questions, right, and bringing everything down to the communication. So one of my very first mistakes when I just started at this position was that, well, it sometimes, it's quite complicated to raise and create such a safe space where everyone can share their opinions, and they can also ask quite delicate and sometimes non-comfortable questions, right? This is important in order to get this down. So my first mistake was that I didn't ask such questions. I didn't create such a space for my clients. I had it for the team, because like it's everywhere in every book. First of all, you can see that go to your team and talk to your team. Okay, so I didn't ask stupid questions to my clients while and didn't organize this process. So in the end, when we've got a feature set and we started to work on it, we realized that a part of those features is just wasting of time and budget. However, we already started to go that way, and it was an architectural mistake. So right now, I already know this lesson. So first of all, ask all the stupid questions, bring the entire team there and let them ask all the questions. Sometimes it's even important to have this direct communication between the team and the client in order just to ask, why do you need that element? What is your business purpose? What you want to achieve from the end users? Because we as experts, sometimes we can bring you better technical solution how to do it. That was my lesson. Okay, guys, our time is over. Now we need to switch to the next speakers. And I would like to thank you, first of all, for all your attitude, for your interesting approaches, and for all of this commitment that you bring to the React community. Would you like to share a few last words?
Thanks, Fabian.
Thanks.
It was very fun. Very inspiring.
Brilliant.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have
Thank
a
you.
nice day, and see you soon. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Have a good day.
Bye, everyone.
Right, we're back to the React Global Online Summit powered by Geekle. And as you know, this is a huge event that takes 24 hours all over the globe. We just started and we had our first block with 3 speakers talking and discussing their different approaches to building the React applications for juniors. Right now, we are starting our next section, and the next topic that I would like to share with you is actually about one of my favorite things ever, especially in managing the things. So I would say you can never manage a thing without having a knowledge about it, right? The knowledge base is an essential thing that requires your attention. And the more you invest into your knowledge base, the better it will be a little bit afterwards. So let's see the story. Writing down what you know helps you learn and retain language. That's true. So building your own model of a domain can generate new meaning and new understanding, yielding insights that you may not have had otherwise. So React enables digital gardening by removing friction, giving us tools for interactivity and much more. So let's talk about defining features of a digital garden and how React plays a role in our writing and knowledge building. This topic is called Hypertext Thinking, building personal knowledge bases in public. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Ryan Warner. Hi,
Hey,
Ryan.
Charly. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for that introduction.
Very well, thanks. So tell us a few words just about yourself. Where are you from and why this topic? What inspired you?
Yeah, sure. I'm from New Jersey on the East Coast of the US. I'm working at a company called which I'll go into a bit in my talk.
Sounds nice.
Yeah. This topic is very inspiring for me because I often find myself forgetting things that I've learned and having to relearn them. And I found this practice of writing down what I know in a low friction, low commitment way helps me move faster in the long run.
All right, that's amazing. In that case, go ahead. You have the time. 5 minutes before the session is gonna end, I'm gonna join the studio and I will say 5 minutes left, then 2 minutes left, and then 1 minute left. That's it. In case if there's any request from the spectators, from the audience, in order to, I don't know, adjust your sound or something on the screen, I'm gonna join as well. Otherwise, I'm not gonna bother you. So have a nice time, and that's
Thanks, Charly.
React Global Online Summit. And Ryan Warner, go ahead.
Thank you, Charly. Thank you for the awesome intro. Good morning, everyone, or whatever time of day it is for you. It's 9 a.m. here, so I'm still kind of waking up, sipping on some coffee. But today I want to talk to you about communication, or communicate about communication, specifically writing or thinking in public. Articulating what you know helps you learn and retain knowledge. By externalizing what's in your mind, what's in here, you can think about things in a different perspective and solidify what you know. So how do we do this in a way that fits into our lives seamlessly? How can we maintain or increase our velocity while also building our own personal wiki? And that's what I want to talk about today. Hypertext thinking, building personal knowledge bases in public, also known as the practice of digital gardening. So we're going to do a brief interlude to talk about myself. Hi, I'm Ryan Warner. On the internet, I go by Ryan Warner Codes. I'm the lead web developer at which is what I'm actually using right now to float on top of my slides or turn myself green or even bounce around the screen. We are hiring. So if you're interested in working together, definitely reach out on Twitter. We're also in a closed beta. I have a few invites to give out if anyone is interested. I also live stream code and design on Twitch at twitch.tv/Ryan Warner Codes. So if you want to connect more, talk more, chat more after this, definitely follow me on Twitch and tune in there. I have a cat named Zora. If you go to my GitHub page, you'll see a picture of her and myself together. I'm also a retro gamer, play N64 and some modern games like Fortnite. So enough about me. What is a digital garden? So I did not make this term up. It's been around for a few years. So what better way to learn about this term than to look at some of the people who came before me and how they defined it or thought about it. The garden is web as topology, the web as space. It's the integrative web, the iterative web, the web as an arrangement and rearrangement of things to one another. This quote is by Mike Caulfield. He gave a keynote and later wrote an essay on this topic. It was really informative to me while constructing this talk, and also informed the way I think about digital gardens today. It's a bit long-winded, but I definitely encourage you to take the time to listen to that, maybe put it on the background while you're working or something. The links to this will be available. I'll make my slides available after this talk, so you can check that out. The next definition here is by Joel Hooks. The phrase digital garden is a metaphor for thinking about writing and creating that focuses less on the resulting showpiece and more on the process, care, and craft that it takes to get there. Joel is a co-founder of Egghead, where I am actually a rookie instructor. But more importantly, he has a great post, which you can see the link for there, on digital gardening and how he thinks about it. It is very concise and to the point, and there's a lot of great takeaways. So definitely check that blog post out. So Tom writes, a blog without a publish button, a space for connecting the dots. And I really like this phrasing, especially a blog without a publish button. It kind of illuminates how I want you to think about digital gardening, which is that it's low friction, low commitment. It's not like a published and refined and edited blog piece. It's more just, I had a thought or I learned a thing, and I'm going to put it in my garden or my personal wiki and make it public. And that's it. I don't need to worry too much about, editing grammar or making sure there's a cohesive storyline throughout. So these are all really great quotes. And here's my rendition. The digital garden is public thinking in hypertext. It's an organized collection of knowledge that grows over time and lives on the web. So that's my take on how I would define a digital garden. So we've had a lot of words here. I've given you a lot of words, but let's take a walk through some digital gardens and put some visuals behind what I've been talking about here. So here we are in Maggie Appleton's garden. Maggie has been an influential person in this space, especially recently. Definitely check out her site, maggieappleton.com. But there's a few key things here that I'd like to point out. So first of all, notice that these plants in her garden are not sorted chronologically. You can't even see a date here. I think that's an important defining feature of the garden. Another cool thing that she's got going is the emoji key that's kind of denoting how grown each of her plants are, which is a cool feature. So here is Tom's garden. He calls it a wiki folder or experiment in hypertext thinking. This is a bit of a different look compared to Maggie's. But again, note that it's not sorted chronologically. Tom's is actually sorted alphabetically. There's no date attached to these. There's no glorious header image. This is just a group of knowledge, a group of topics that Tom cares about. So to recap, a digital garden is a collection of knowledge on topics. It's different than a blog in that pages are not sorted chronologically by date. Garden pages don't have a point to make or position to take. They are in various stages of completion. They don't know what they think yet. Out of this garden, however, we can grow blog posts that make a point or tutorials to talk about how to implement the new React technology that just came out. So speaking of React, we are at a React conference, right? So where does React come in here? I think this quote by Maggie kind of leads us right into what role React plays in digital gardening. Maggie writes, "Digital gardening is low friction. Tending it shouldn't take more effort than a tweet. Just like a real garden, watering and clipping it is part of a daily ritual." So how can we be low friction in our gardening? Well, tools like Next and Gatsby, as well as MDX, enable us to write effortlessly. With some upfront planning and building, we can create tiny seedlings and grow them into fruitful trees, and then pick that fruit off and publish it as an essay, blog post, a screencast. We can grow interactive personal knowledge bases using powerful tools that we already know or are learning, specifically React and Markdown. We can learn in public. So here are some critical technical features that are my opinion. The digital garden is not limited to React by any means. Everyone has a slightly different interpretation. But these are some tools and features that I would want any garden of mine to have. So first of all, I'd want it to be statically generated. And this gives us a number of benefits. We have great search engine optimization. It's fast and performant, and also gives us social sharing features. I also really love Markdown, and specifically the MDX version of Markdown, which enables us to have React components sit right next to our H1s, paragraph tags, etc. Familiar Markdown syntax with interactive superpowers. This kind of brings our garden posts or blog posts to life. So some other features that are maybe less critical, search and filter, theming, bi-directional links, web mentions, syntax highlighting. the growth stage, like the emoji key that we saw Maggie had on her garden. Front matter, and get creative. There's no limit or set way that every garden has to be. It's kind of, up to your imagination. What other features would you like to have? So we're going to take a look at a few of these with the remaining time, just at a high level. So I've been enjoying Next.js a lot recently. So we're going to start there. Next.js supports statically generated pages. And here's just a peek inside on how it does that. If you export an async function called getStaticProps from a page, Next.js will pre-render this page at build time. So simply by exporting getStaticProps, Next.js knows that this should be a statically generated page. And these props could come from anywhere. So we can grab our Markdown or MDX files and pass them into our component to render however we'd like. So Next.js also supports dynamic static routes, and we kind of have to do both of these things in order to have a dynamic route. So like a slug for each garden post or each blog post. So if a page has dynamic routes, for example, documentation, and uses getStaticProps, it needs to define a list of paths that have to be rendered to HTML at build time. And that's straight from the Next.js documentation. But on the left there is a bit of a code snippet on how I do this in my personal Next garden. So you can see I'm grabbing from the file system all of my MDX files in the content directory, and then mapping over them and returning a slug. And that's how my Next app knows what routes are statically generated. So I'm excited about Next, but there's other options too. Next MDX Remote kind of automates some of the examples I just gave, but there's also Gatsby with the MDX plugin, which I've used in the past with varying degrees of success. Also, there's Toast, an up-and-comer that is based around ES modules and is very performant. So you're not limited to any one technology. You can kind of pick and choose what feels right for you, what you're familiar with, based on your goals and your needs. So digging into a couple other features here, some of the less important ones, or less critical, I should say, more minor. In Next.js, we have to parse out the front matter ourselves. And there's a great little library called Gray Matter that lets us do this. So it takes an MDX file and returns an object containing the MDX content as a string with the front matter removed. And it also returns data as an object containing your front matter as key value pairs. So from here, we can pass this data to our page component and render it however we want. We might pass a title or maybe some tags in front matter to our component and then render that appropriately. Search is a feature that I find very important. As your garden grows, it's going to be increasingly difficult to find what you're looking for, both for you and your readers. So fuzzy search solved this issue. And I've really enjoyed working with Fuse.js, fusejs.io. And you can see I pulled out some of the two critical lines here in creating a Fuse search. So given some data and some options, the data being your posts, your garden plants, MDX or Markdown, and some options like which fields should be searchable, as well as like a threshold for how fuzzy you want the search to be. We can then pass in a search value and get back some results. And I've also included a screenshot there from my personal site on me using this in practice in the real world. So as developers, we're probably often writing about code, and that usually includes code snippets. if you've used Markdown before, you're probably familiar with the backtick or triple backtick syntax. But with MDX, we can kind of take this to the next level by overriding the default code component, which MDX renders out, the semantic HTML pre and code tags. So by overriding this with our own components, we can create featureful code blocks. And we can take this however far we'd like. We can use syntax highlighting based on the language. Line highlighting, like you can see here in Prince's example. This example is taken from a tutorial by Prince on how to achieve line highlighting, which I find very important when writing tutorials and the code blocks are being built up over time. So what will you grow in your digital garden? I'd love to take a walk through your garden. So please feel free to tweet me with a link to your site. And lastly, I think I'm probably a little bit ahead of schedule here, but I do want to give thanks to Colby Faya for inviting me to give this talk. This was my very first conference talk. So thank you, Colby. Geekle and the mods for making this possible. Maggie for her research on digital gardens, and the Party Corgi Network for community, inspiration, and accountability. So thank you for your attention the past 20 or so minutes. You can find these slides online at digitalgarden.dev. And that is it for me, Charlie. I don't know if Charlie's there. Well, I'm going to take a look at chat and see if we have any questions, because I think I'm a little early. Hey, Matthew Oladell, I see you're interested in working together. Definitely DM me on Twitter. DMs are open. Robert Tables, I see you. Thank you. Any questions? Looking for questions. Corey says, really interesting topic. Oh, there we go. Hey, Charlie. I think you're muted.
That's right. Thank you. Okay, so we don't have the questions right now because actually the Q&A session is going to be a little bit later. It's going to start at 15 UTC. So right now I'm going to just switch to a different speaker, but then I'm going to wait for you at 1450 UTC, as well as the other speakers here for the panel. Yeah, and I'm going to collect all the questions just for that.
Sounds good.
Okay, now I have just a few questions for you beforehand, before you're going, and also you kind of finished your presentation a little bit faster. So
yeah, I did.
Yeah. Okay, you didn't have to, but anyway. So as I told you before, knowledge base and creating a knowledge base, as for me, is quite important. I've been working as a support engineer and then as a project manager, so I know the importance of that very well. I cannot even live without such a knowledge base. And I saw your recommendations for that. So in general, just to talk a little bit more about this, could you please bring here your very first knowledge base, so how you came to that and why?
This is pretty new for me, actually, maybe in the past 6 months or so. So my very first knowledge base was built in Gatsby.js. And that's still alive today on my personal site, rw.codes. And I built that using the tools that we talked about here.
Okay.
So it's MDX and Fuse.js for search, and it's the design has kind of evolved over time. But yeah, that was my very first true digital garden. I was blogging before that, but as I mentioned in the talk, digital gardening is significantly different than a traditional blog. So this way of thinking is pretty recent for me.
Okay, that's even better. Let's then point the real, let's say the real actions. For example, for me, the first time that the knowledge base really surged was when I was been working with a huge platform. It was it was an HPC platform, and there was a plenty of errors that I had to classify somehow. Errors, issues, signals, alerts that I had to somehow classify, as well as to define how to deal with them and then analyze that. So it really helped me when I realized that I'm actually investigating the same issue again and again. And I realized that, well, okay, it could be really easier for me just to keep at least the story of how it was solved by different people, and then just to find out the best and fastest solution. So how it worked for you first time?
Yeah, that's interesting. So where did you keep that information? Was that on a private space on your personal computer, or where did that kind of knowledge base live?
Okay, it was a corporate Confluence by Atlassian.
Cool. Cool. And to repeat your question, how did it work for me? Like, where did I first store that information? I think I started with Notion, just kind of jotting things down. I've since migrated to Obsidian as like my personal private garden or private wiki. But in terms of digital garden, which is, in my opinion, specifically public, so it's not just your company, it's not just you. It's anyone who has access to the internet. My very first one, kind of like I said before, was Gatsby.js and a Git repo, which, like I said, you can still see. I think I'm on the third iteration now, which you can check out at rw.codes.
All right, it sounds quite interesting. Cool. There's one question that can actually be asked just right now. Why not?
Awesome.
Perfect. So Jack from YouTube is asking a question. Says that I'm currently using Gatsby to create dynamic MDX pages. I was wondering if you could talk more about the issues you faced with Gatsby and why you like Next.
Yeah, good question. Issues I faced with Gatsby were around some of its limitations in that it really excels as a static site generator. And Next offers some more options in that, like server-side rendering, that I thought I might want to take advantage of.
Yeah.
Gatsby has a great plugin ecosystem, which Next has some plugins, but it's not quite as well developed. So Gatsby has, I think, an advantage there. There's with Next, I'm doing more by hand, but at the same time, I feel like I have more control because I'm not using 10 different plugins. I'm doing a lot of it from scratch. And the code that I'm writing is not necessarily super complex. So I'm not losing all that much time, and I am having to maintain this code. But like I said, I do have more control over exactly where my MDX files are coming from, how I might want to organize them in the local file system, and how those get represented in the URL.
Okay, sounds good to me. Brilliant. Then as a last question, okay, I will ask the one. It will be interesting to explore an Obsidian Markdown files to Digital Garden, publish in Flow, and add a specific front matter to publish.
Yeah, absolutely. My Obsidian Markdown knowledge base is currently just me. It's my private garden. But then from there, I kind of pick and choose which topics I want to make public. And and then do so in a separate step. But I do think there is a world where you're publishing right from your Obsidian Markdown files, because the nice thing about Obsidian is that it's all files on your local file system, which is different than Notion, where it's all in the cloud, right? So you can you can back up your Obsidian Markdown files with a Git repo, or use it as a CMS to publish
Even
your
that.
garden from.
All right, sounds really good. Cool. In that case, we're now gonna have a 10 minutes break for everyone to get their coffees and so on. This will be actually the first break that we have here. Nice, you've got a cup. I actually
I'm
just
ready.
got this, but it has a nice squirrel. Okay, thank you, Ryan. We are
Thanks,
waiting
Charly.
for you back. And guys, so we are having now 10 minutes break. Go take your coffees, drinks, and so on. And we are just waiting you back to the React Global Online Summit powered by Geekle. Hey guys, welcome back. This is React Global Online Summit powered by Geekle. We right now are running one more session. This is our fourth session already, and we have much more. Please visit our communities and website to see our schedule. It's quite tight this autumn. We're going to cover a lot of conversations on different technologies and stacks. So today is the event of React, and this is a junior track. We're talking about different approaches. We've been talking about knowledge bases, about microservices and interactions, GraphQL, and different approaches. And now our very next topic is about tightening the full stack development loop with Nexus and Prisma. And well, the story is, so developing a real-world full-stack app often involves tediously threading data across multiple layers of the stack. This is particularly undesirable during prototyping phases, where the main goal may be just to demonstrate an idea of the design. And it's also risky when going to production, as data inconsistencies between the layers can lead to bugs. Oh, hell yeah, that's true. That's true. So using Prisma and Nexus together can help with the velocity and tape safety dilemma, that also providing an awesome development experience. Right. So we would like to welcome Ryan Chenkie. Hi, Ryan.
Hello. How's it going?
Okay, I can hear you very well. I can see you. Perfect.
Okay, great. Good.
Brilliant. Tell us a few words. What exactly inspired you for this particular topic? I'm asking it because I can see a lot of people. Every next session, every next event, the speakers on junior tracks highlight more and more interesting approaches to the vision. It's like they're talking to themselves in the past. So what inspired you?
Sure. Yeah. So, this talk today is going to be about how you can make your application more robust, and how you can move faster with development, and kind of take the prototyping stage of your application development all the way into something that's production ready. And the impetus for me to talk about that is really because, like, I've created a lot of applications in the past where I've moved quickly at the beginning and maybe forgotten to do certain things that are good for production, and those things can sometimes tend to end up in production and cause problems, cause errors once the application is out in the real world. So the more that we can prevent that at the very early stages, I think the better. And that's why I love these technologies that I'll talk to you about today.
Okay, thank you. That's a good answer. And the thing is, I also wanted to point your attention that probably your web camera is stuck.
My which is stuck, sorry?
Your camera.
My camera is stuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so my end seems to be coming through okay.
Okay, now it's back. It was freeze for a moment.
Okay, so hopefully, so I'm wired in to the internet here. I'm not on Wi-Fi, so hopefully this works out okay. But maybe ping me in the chat if things start to go sideways.
Sure.
Here.
I'll ping you there, and then also 5 minutes before the speech end, I'm gonna raise a hand and I'll say 5 minutes left.
Okay.
2 minutes left. 1 minute left, and that's it. And in case if there's any urgent requests from the audience, I'll also interrupt a little bit, but
No
that's
problem.
it.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Ryan Chenkie. This is the tightening the full stack development loop with Nexus and Prisma. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. So yes, my name is Ryan. I'm a developer advocate at Prisma, and Prisma is all about making databases a lot easier to work with. If you're familiar with Prisma from the past, you might be familiar with how the company kind of started around GraphQL as a focus technology. And we still place a good amount of focus on GraphQL. We're very involved with the GraphQL community and all that's going on there. But the product itself now is not centrally GraphQL focused. It's really like if you've got a relational database, like a Postgres database or MySQL, we give you a set of tools to make it really easy to work with your database. So today I want to talk about how you can move really quickly in development, get your React application plus a backend, so an API with GraphQL, and a database, get all these layers put together in a way that is going to be future-proof for yourself, and also a really nice development experience to go along with it. So yeah, there's me on Twitter. If you want to find me on Twitter, at Ryan Chenkie there. And I guess maybe a way that we can start to conceptualize the problems that I'm talking about would be to talk about type safety. So this is a hot topic these days. TypeScript is becoming very popular. Lots of people are migrating to TypeScript. Some people aren't convinced of its benefits yet, but I am one of those people that is very convinced about what it has to offer. And if you're not familiar with TypeScript and the type safety you get from it, you could take a look at maybe this example here, where we've got this function. It's supposed to take two numbers, add them together, and give you a result, which is hopefully going to be a number. But as it stands with JavaScript, you can put any kind of types that you want into those two variable spots. So you might try to add 1 plus a string, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And you're going to get a runtime error from that. So you're going to get issues in production. You're going to get nan values, not a number. Hopefully those don't end up in your database and cause all sorts of corruption and problems. We can catch these kinds of issues early on if we think about moving to TypeScript. So with TypeScript, you would write your function something like this. In the spot there where we're taking number 1 and number 2, we are type hinting those to say that they should be numbers. So those two arguments, if we try to put anything else aside from a number in those two spots, when we call that function, we're going to get issues. We're going to get a type error. It's not going to compile for us. So that gives us a layer of safety that is early on in the development process. You are going to see these problems before you actually move your code to any kind of production environment. And this isn't a trivial matter to kind of just brush over, I don't think, because type safety has like real world costs. I think it has real world costs. If you're not doing it, the bugs that can result from it have real world costs, both in terms of like dollars and also like time spent debugging things that otherwise could have been caught by a type checker. And so these have author time issues, like you could lose time if you're not running type safety. You could lose time when you're authoring your code. Runtime issues can be there as well. You could you could run into problems where you're getting bad values, and in a runtime in a production environment, you're going to get a lot of problems. And I really like this talk. This is by Jamin Ferguson. He gave this talk called "Building Scalable and Dependable Node.js Applications." And so there's a link there. I'll link out to the slides after, where you can find this link, or you can just Google for this. It was a really good talk he gave. So working at PayPal, they had all sorts of problems that arose one day. They were getting pings about issues that were so errors that were showing up on the back end. And a pretty scary quote he says in his talk is, "We had no idea where the apps were failing. They were getting pinged constantly that there were problems, but they really didn't know what was going on." So he goes into how those problems were coming about, and effectively it came down to they had a function that was an important one that had been refactored recently, and instead of returning, I think how it went is instead of returning just like some kind of scalar value, it was returning a promise. And so the handling code when that function was called wasn't doing the async stuff that it needed to do to await that promise, and it caused all sorts of cascading issues. So that is something that can be caught early on in the development cycle if you are using a type checker. And these problems arise in a number of different ways, I think. It's not just like people, are lazy or anything. It's that you need to move quickly, right? So you prototype and you say, okay, well, we're going to make this more robust. We're going to make this better later on. And quite often that later on just doesn't really come. Requirements change over time, right? So people will set out building an application under a certain set of assumptions, and then later on those things are going to change. You're going to run into the case that you will have like new features that are required that behave differently, right? Also, as team size grows, the complexity and all of the stuff that goes into your developing your application stack, it's going to change. The surface area for invalid code is going to grow, right? So as team size gets bigger, so do potential issues that arise just from like people having disparate responsibility around the application. So when we're prototyping, we want to move quickly, and that causes a couple issues. So there's lack of documentation. This is another one of those areas where we say, okay, I'll go and add some docs later. And again, that later point often never does show up. We have a lack of good abstractions because we don't fully understand the complexities of the system. We don't understand how our code should be used in the future, or how it might be used. And this is something that I think is not so bad, because we don't want to have these hasty abstractions where we start writing convoluted code that handles every single case we can think of. But because we don't have the full picture when we're prototyping, it does lead to a spot where we don't have great abstractions over our code. And also we have the kind of this lack of a solid knowledge base of our own code. There are changes in requirements that come along quite often, right? This is something that I've experienced many, many times. Things need to change with the code, how it's written initially. This leads to the issue of those bad abstractions starting to come to the surface. We see those abstractions starting to break down when we have to change things later on. Brittle code is an issue here. So code that really kind of easily breaks under the pressure of making our applications do more things than we initially set out to do. And this is a big one, is data models. Brittle data models can lead to the need for a rethinking of the way that our database operates, the way our API layer operates, and the way that our data is shaped. So on the team growth issue, this leads to the possibility, I think, for code misuse quite often. And what I mean by that is you'll have a developer that comes along and takes a look at the code base and says, okay, there's a function that looks like it does what I need it to do. So let me go and use it for that thing. Whereas maybe there's a subtle thing within that function. Maybe it's a large function because we didn't really break it out into small pieces like perhaps we should have early on. And that code can be misused, and perhaps it does something that it shouldn't do, leading to issues downstream, which can be tricky to deal with. We see things where we've got repeated code across the code base. Developers will write the same kind of code, maybe a little bit different, but the same kind of code in multiple places. And also we get this problem of like silos of knowledge. So certain developers know how part of the system operates, other developers don't really know, and we get this like diffusion of the domain knowledge of the organization, of the applications that are being worked on. So all of these are problems that exist kind of regardless. This is, part of the game, I think. But we can get a lot of benefits through type safety. And type safety, as I've already talked about, it's this way that you can set aside a whole class of issues, really, at development time that will make it easier for your developers to be confident about the code that they're writing. It'll give you confidence about what you're putting into production. And even though it incurs a little bit of a cost in terms of like time to ramp up when you're starting out with something like TypeScript, it really does help downstream quite a bit. So type safety, where is it applied? We've got these typical cases where you would have it applied to your front end, so your React application, becoming quite a popular thing to see React applications using TypeScript. Back-end code, so if you're thinking about a Node API, for example, you might be wanting to spin that up on TypeScript these days, and there's a lot of support for that nowadays. And then you've got the API access layer. So I'm thinking this is a bit different than type safety, how we might think about it in code, but the API access layer being the layer that is going to protect your API from receiving bad values, bad payloads, and invalid values. So this prevents people from kind of snooping around your API endpoints, trying to put in invalid parameters. And it also helps to just make your API more robust. The less typical spots where we would see this, though, would be database access. So typically when we think about database access, what do we think about? Maybe we've got some kind of ORM that helps us to access our database. Maybe it generates SQL queries for us. Maybe we're using raw SQL to access our database. And less typically, we see type safety around this. But this is an interesting area where newer libraries and also Prisma really come in handy, because we can get a lot of database type safety with very little effort. So where do we apply this? Front-end type safety might look like this. If you've got a React application and you've got some user component, you might want to set types for your props. So instead of just taking props in as an argument or destructuring them out when you are going to use them in your components, you can say that you want to tell at author time, you want to tell your components which kinds of props they can receive. So in this example for a user, that's name, which is a string, and email, which is a string. Anything else that we try to pass to this component is not going to be valid. So this is very helpful, because now you can be more confident that your React components are being used in the way that you intend them to be used. We're not trying to pass invalid values. So there's a note here that TypeScript interfaces, TypeScript types, if you're going to use those in your React components, that is different than using prop types. So maybe you're familiar with React prop types. Prop types are going to kind of check against what is passed to your React component at runtime. Whereas with type safety through TypeScript, and we're using interfaces in this case for that, that's something that's going to happen at author time. So when you are writing your application, that's where you're going to see issues show up via TypeScript. So two kind of different purposes there between TypeScript and typical React prop types. Backend type safety might look like this. Same kind of thing. We've got this interface called user. It's got a name and an email. Those are the only two properties that should be on a user type. And then we might type hint the return type of a function. So, some utility function here called getUser. This code now anticipates that the only thing that can be returned is an object with those two keys. And so that comes in handy when you are developing your backend, because you can be sure that the code that you're going to use to return data, for example, is going to be valid. So then database type safety. Again, this is something that we see less often. And one way to think about it is that, like, we can have this type safety layer at the API where, like you see on the screen here, we've got some GraphQL going. We've got a type of user. It's got those two keys, name and email. We know those are supposed to be strings. The query type that we've got here says we can return a list of users. So that's API access. But when it comes to database, which often maps together, what we typically don't have is type safety around that. But with tools like Prisma, we get that, and we get it very easily. So this is what it boils down to when you want to have database type safety with Prisma, is you would give yourself a model, maybe it's called user, and it's got name and email, which are both strings in this case. So we're going to take a look at how all of this kind of ties together and how these things are threaded through the whole stack in just a second. But all this to say that, like, managing all of these type safety problems, it can be a pain if you're doing things kind of piecemeal. So if you're just bringing in TypeScript to a project and you're trying to apply types to various parts of your application, that can be a bit painful. It can be time consuming, and maybe you don't really know exactly where to go with it. So if you're dealing with an API layer and you're dealing with a database, I would recommend trying this out. This is Nexus and Prisma. And we'll take a look at the demo here in a sec to see how it all works out. But if you've got needs for type safety, and I recommend that you consider type safety, and you've got a need for an API layer and a database layer, Nexus and Prisma go really well together because they do a lot of work for you, which we'll take a look at. And with that, we can take a look at the demo here. So what we'll do, I've got this application here that is basically just a little API that is going to return data about posts. So let's consider this an API that is going to give us blog post information. And the use case for this, could be for any kind of React application that we might have. This is a Node application here. It's using TypeScript, and we're going to see how we can use Nexus and Prisma together. And so maybe it's useful to kind of give the give the introduction to what Nexus is, for example. And Nexus, if you're familiar with GraphQL, you might be familiar with how you write your GraphQL API, if you're familiar with building GraphQL APIs. And you would typically do so by writing schema definition language code. You would say that maybe you've got like, so it could look like this, where you've got a query. I'm going to do this in strings because you typically do this. If you're using the schema definition language, you might give yourself a type, and that might be a type of post, and it has, you know, an ID, and it's got also a title, a string, and it's got a body, right? So we might be familiar with how to do this with the schema definition language. Nexus, and so when you do this, you also need to wire up a set of resolvers to tell your backend how to resolve your data out. Nexus takes a different approach. It's still going to give you a GraphQL API, but instead of writing schema definition language, you write in what we call a code first fashion. So we can take a look at what that looks like. I'm going to give myself a constant of post, and that's going to be equal to an object type. And I'm going to say that the name of this type is called post. And then down here below name, I'm going to give it some definition. I'm going to say that it should have an ID field. We're going to call it ID. I'm going to say it needs a string field called title. String field called body. So those are the things that are necessary to go into a post. So now we need a query type to resolve this data out. We'll give ourselves a constant of query. That's going to be object type as well. Query, and we're going to have some definition here for it as well. We'll have a t.list.fields. This is going to be, this says give us back a list of a certain field, and we're going to call it posts. The type that we want to resolve out here is going to point to post, which we have defined up here. So this is going to say, give us this query type where we return a list of type post. And then we can resolve some data out. If you're familiar with resolvers on your GraphQL backend, resolvers are kind of what you can consider the handler for your queries. You are going to, in your resolver, perhaps go out to your database, get some data. Maybe you need to shape it in a certain way, and then you can return it to the client. So when we resolve here, we can, for now, let's return, maybe we'll have like ID is going to be 1, and title can be my first post, and body can say first post body. All right, so let's see if we're going to get anything good here. Start my TS server, just make sure we're good on this. And then if I'm over here in GraphQL, I need to add, so the thing that I forgot to do here is I need to add those things to my types here. So types here, I want post and I want query. Back over here in my GraphQL playground, I can go query for my posts. And so I've got my data and I've got my posts here. So this is cool, but this is just giving us static data right now. And what we want to do is get a database wired up, and we can do that with Prisma, and we'll see how to do that very easily. What I'd like to show you here is, because I've got this all running through Nexus schema, I'm getting these generated files. So I've got something that's being generated called schema.graphql and nexus.ts. And if I go to the generated folder here, here's schema.graphql. So this looks like what we've seen before. This looks like that schema definition language. And so what Nexus does is it takes your code first GraphQL API definition, and it'll spit out a schema for you. And this becomes useful because now you can pass this schema definition language file to different places where it can be used. For example, your React frontend. If you're using VS Code or other editors that support this, you can use certain plugins for GraphQL to take in this schema definition language and say, okay, based on what I have here, give me type hints about how I can make calls to my GraphQL API. So if you're on your React frontend, you'll be able to know what your backend is shaped like through your editor, which is quite a nice way to go here. The other thing we've got is our nexus.ts file, which is going to give us our types. If we take a look for post here, we have got information about our post. So there we go, body, ID, title. All right, so there's our generated types. We get that at low cost with Nexus, and that makes for quite a nice development experience. Let's go now, and we are going to wire up Prisma. So if I go over into a new terminal window and I do Prisma init, what I've got over here now is this folder called Prisma. It gives me two things, an environment file and a schema.prisma. And schema.prisma, this is the Prisma schema language, as we call it, is the place where you are going to define your database. I've got a Postgres database wired up in the background, so I'm just going to flip over to the credentials that I should be using. And my database is called blog posts. Save that and come back over to schema.prisma. And the way that you can sort of think about this is you can start defining your tables right here in this file. And really all that it takes to do so is something like this. Give ourselves a model called post. The first field that I want here is going to be an ID. I want that to be a string, and I want to use this decorator called @ID to say that this is the primary key for this table. And I also want to give it a default value. I want it to default to a collision-free universal ID, so kind of a short string for an ID. This could be an int, though, if you want to auto-increment your IDs. It could be a UUID for universal unique ID. But those are some of the options for ID. The other thing that we would have here would be title. That's going to be a string, and we also want body, which will be a string as well. All right, so we've got our schema.prisma file there. I'm just going to make sure that I save my environment file. And the next step here is to get our database migrated. So what we can do for that is say Prisma migrate, and we'll want to save what we've got. And we're using the experimental flag here because this is a feature that is under experiment. You can think of it as used with caution. Still, like, you can use it. It works well, but it's, used with caution and subject to change, that sort of thing. We'll say that this is the initial migration. When I run that, we get this migrations folder here, which gives us a bunch of stuff. It gives us a README with the steps that we need to take to execute that Prisma model. And the first step we need to do here is to create that table. What we can do now is say Prisma migrate up, which is what we need to do to actually get that table to go into our database. Prisma migrate up, we'll run that. And now if we take a look over at our database, this will probably be a little tricky to see because I can't zoom in this table plus client, but I've got post here. So this is my post table. It's got the ID, title, and body up top. I've also got this migrations table, which is generated by Prisma and talks to it about the migrations that have already been run. All right, so the last step that I want to do here is say Prisma generate. And when I do Prisma generate, what's really cool here is that I go into my node modules, and in the .prisma directory, if I take a look at index.d.ts, I get a whole bunch of generated code that is going to give me things like information about how to use posts. So let's look for example. We'll look for type post. Here we go. We've got a type called post, and it gives us those items that we already talked about for how our post information should be typed. And now I've got this really type-safe way of using my database. And we can take a look at how we would do that if we come down and we say const mutation. I want a mutation now to actually create some data. So mutation is going to have a type of mutation. And we are going to want a few things on our mutation here. It looks a little bit different than how we would do queries. We give a definition as we typically do. And we want to say t.field, call it create post. That's the task here, is to create a post. The return type, what we'll get back after, is going to be a post. And in this case, we need some arguments. We need some data that gets passed to this mutation to actually operate on. We'll want title. That's going to be a string arg. And we'll say here that nullable. So actually, we won't say nullable true. In this case, we'll want this to not be a nullable item. And we'll do string arg for body as well. So there's our arguments that can be passed in. We still need a resolver to tell our mutation how to operate. And if you're familiar with resolvers, if you've done stuff with Apollo, for example, it looks the same way. We've got the 4 arguments. We've got parent, args, context, and info. Those are the 4 arguments on our resolvers. And in the argument spot, I'm actually just going to destructure out title and body, just like that. And then these, like info, for example, doesn't get used in this case, so I'm going to take that off. And I could, in here, start to use Prisma directly. First, I've got to pull it in, though. And so what I want to do is say import Prisma client from @prisma.client. And then I need to new up a Prisma instance, which I'll do by saying const Prisma equals a new Prisma client. And so with that Prisma client, I could just come in here and say Prisma and use it directly, but I'm actually going to put it onto context so it can then be passed around throughout my API. To do that, I'm using Apollo server down here, and I can operate on the context down here, and I'll just say I want to include Prisma on my context there. So if I'm over here in my resolver, I can say return context.prisma.post. So we get our post type that's type hinted on Prisma. And then we've got this method called create. And what we'll see here is if I want to create something, I've got to be very specific here to give it exactly what it wants. So I can pass in title and body, but if I tried to pass in something like author, and I tried to say that's me, you'll see here that I'm getting the red squigglies, and that's because the types that are associated with this post model do not allow author to go in there. So I can only give this create operation exactly the data that it should have.
Left.
Okay, thank you. And so it becomes very tricky, becomes very difficult for me to write queries that are invalid, which is a great help when you're going to production because you can be more confident that your database calls are doing what you want. Okay, so context.prisma.post create, give it some data, which is title and body. Let's save this. I'm going to add mutation here to my types. And let's see here. Does that give us anything good? Oops, I should say name is mutation, not type. All right, so in theory, if we come over here now, we should be able to do a mutation. So we'll say we want a mutation. We want the create post mutation. I want title to be my first post. I want the body to be my first post body. All right. And then we want to return something. We'll return the ID, we'll return the title and the body once we're done. If I hit play, there we go. We have a post created. It got an ID that was generated for us by Prisma. And now just really quickly to wrap things up, we can go and see how to get those posts out. So when we're querying for our posts, instead of returning this hard-coded information here, let's do this. We'll get our context. And we'll say return context.prisma.post. And we've got this find many method here. So these types that are associated with post will give you exactly the database operations that you want to do. All right, so let's save this and we'll head back over. And now if we ask for posts and we go for ID, title, and body, I'll clean that up here. There we go. We've got our posts, and we've got that one that we just created. So this, gives us a way to be type safe at our API level, at our database level, and we get things that are generated for us, which are going to be helpful in our React applications. We get the schema.graphql. This is useful in your editor to tell your React app what it can query for and the mutations you can do. And then we also got these types generated by Nexus. This gives us information that's useful in our React app as well. And then when it comes down to it, this Prisma, these Prisma types that we get generated for us here, are going to be super useful. You can import these as well and apply type safety across your whole application stack. And as you probably are picking up on, it's really easy to wire up a database with Prisma. And once you get going here, you define your tables, you define your relations, and you've got your whole database wired up in a type safe way that is going to be great for the whole application development cycle. So that's about it. I am here on Twitter at Ryan Chenkie. You can get these slides at this link. It's bit.ly/nexus-prisma. That is all I've got for you today. So I think I'll probably hand it back over to Charly now.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, no problem.
That was just amazing. Okay, so I've heard I've heard your topics, and I liked the way how you expressed it. Tell me, please, is that your first online conference, or you look actually quite experienced in that?
Is this my first online conference? No, I've done a few of these now. I think the first one that I did was kind of when the pandemic rolled around. I don't think I had done an online conference prior to that.
Yeah.
But now that we are in this pandemic world, I've definitely done a fair share of these online events.
Thank you. That's yeah, me too. Actually, I've never had any online conferences like this before. Maybe just only the online meetings, with my teams.
Yep.
Now, tell me, please, how do you feel about like the whole presentation, and what's the biggest difference between talking to the live audience and to the virtual one?
Yeah, so the biggest thing, and it's taken me a while to get used to, I think I'm doing a better job with it now, is there's no feedback. There's no live feedback from the audience in terms of body language and people maybe yawning or looking bored or being happy. So it feels like I'm talking to my computer, which I suppose I am doing, but it is also being transmitted through the interwebs as well. And so it's different because you don't have the same kind of ability to respond to people's reactions in the same way, right? That's the biggest difference. I think, it's the thing that I miss about going to in-person conferences, of course, too, is the hallway track, as we call it, the ability to just chat with people outside of the actual presentations and really start to be part of a community in that way and have these in-person interactions and relationships. I miss that for sure.
Thank you. That's that's true. It's the overall pain of it. However, there's a few ways coming up these days how to resolve this. One of them is actually to simulate. If you are alone, you can simulate all the reactions of the audience by this. So usually there are three different main groups, let's say, that represent any audience. That's the conformists. It means the people that already like what you say, and that's cool. That's okay. They support you, and that's important. Then there are rebels that are always against whatever you say. They will criticize that, and there are opinion leaders that they can be one or a few of them that shows the reaction, and they actually attract them, both the rebels and the rest of the audience. So if you talk to the rebel and to the opinion leaders, in most cases you will get the appropriate path through the people's opinion. So the technique is to simulate it is just to have a few different stickers of different sticky notes of different colors, let's say, and put any reactions there. Let's say a surprise reaction or something like, "Oh, what you're talking about," or whatever. So just have a few stickers of each kind with different reactions, and then you can set a timer, and each time up to 3 minutes, sometimes even faster, you can randomly drag one of the stickers out of the table and react to that emotion. In most cases, you can really predict like the most popular reactions, so you can simulate them really very well. Well, the second approach is much easier. Just ask someone of your friends to support you and to sit along with you on the background, or even the opposite to your camera, and just sometimes react to what you're talking. So it's going into a dialogue.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's maybe I'll give that a shot. I'll see how that works out. That's I hadn't thought about an approach like that, giving yourself a simulated audience reaction set. You know?
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Give it a try, and let's see where it goes.
Awesome, thank you.
Cool. Look, we have more speakers now. However, there is a Q&A panel session starting at 15 UTC time, which is actually right after the next speaker. We'll be waiting for you here, and we collect the questions from everywhere. So guys, people, please feel free to ask your questions in the comments. Thank you, Ryan. See you soon.
All right, bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Okay, so now we have our next speaker with quite an interesting topic, which is called Advanced Data Visualization in React. And to me personally, that's again interesting because working as a project manager, I have to deal a lot with the data and with the data analytics in order to understand how my teams are performing, are we well on track, and so on. That's what I can see from the user point of view. So now we would like to focus on the discussion itself. And here's what our speaker says, is that D3 is the most popular library for creating interactive data visualizations. And React is one of the most popular frameworks for web development. Duh, that's why we are here. That's true. But anyone who has tried to use them together has realized they don't always play nice. In this talk, I will share how I learned the hard way, as well as tips and case studies for building data visualizations in React, and want to give the power to D3. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Danielle Carrick, Senior Data Visualization Engineer from Condé Nast. Hi, Danielle.
Hi.
How are you doing?
How are you? How's it going?
Oh, it's amazing now. We have a nice session here. And yeah, we all feel the vibe listening to interesting people and their opinions.
Very cool. Very cool. So you can hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you well. And tell us, please, just a few words. Why data visualization? What inspired you? What was the goal of it?
Yeah, so I actually started my career focusing on data visualization, primarily in print or in presentations, infographics, that sort of thing. So
nice.
Really, I didn't start with programming and then incorporate data visualization. I sort of went the opposite direction. I started with data visualization and realized how much cooler it can be if it's online and interactive, and all the new possibilities that come from that.
Just amazing. Yeah, I'm a big fan of infographics just because it's really a better way of presenting the data, visualizing it, but also by processing. Just because the visual core in our brain seems to be the most powerful part of the entire brain at all. Is just exactly the same way as GPU is the most powerful and performant part of the modern computers. So yeah, in fact, working with this directly is actually our future. So yeah, I'm very excited with that. Go ahead and have a nice session. Okay.
Okay.
Here you are.
We can see my screen. Everything's good. All right. Hopefully, let's all cross our fingers that the internet holds out. But if not, we'll just come back. No big deal. Okay. So yeah, my name is Danielle Carrick. I am the manager of data visualization at Condé Nast. And in my talk today, I'm going to go through how is the best way to use React, which is one of the most popular front-end frameworks, along with D3, which is one of the most popular data visualization frameworks. And there are definitely a few tips and tricks that I've picked up along the way to make sure that you are using the most powerful parts of React along with the most powerful parts of D3 to really make the most awesome performant visualizations, whether it be for dashboards or for some other sort of purpose. But first, a little bit about myself and Condé Nast. For those who might be joining internationally or aren't so familiar, Condé Nast is a huge publishing company. In the US, they have a little over 20 different brands, including The New Yorker, Pitchfork, Vogue, Teen Vogue, GQ, Wired, all sorts of those. Abroad, you'll also see a lot of international versions of Vogue, some international versions of other ones as well. So my team works across all of these different brands to look at the data that they have and help visualize and communicate it in the best way possible to our business stakeholders. Another interesting fact as well is that Condé Nast gets almost internationally over 400 million visits to their websites and close to 1 billion video views across all of these brands. So we're definitely getting a huge audience and a lot of traffic. And most of the work that I do at Condé Nast, I've been there for, I think, a little over 3 years now, is with JavaScript, D3, and React. And I'll go into a few examples of different projects that have been using these tools. So first of all, I mean, why React? Why D3? React, as you can see, I mean, this is kind of an old screenshot. I think the numbers on this are much higher now. Super popular front-end framework. D3 also super popular data visualization library. So chances are, whether you want to or not, you're definitely going to be coming across these two, and you're going to want to know what is the best way to combine them together. So for those that maybe are less familiar with D3, I think it's good for me to give a little bit of a background and some context of why it would be a challenge to combine these two. D3 works by accessing the DOM. For those that are familiar, you'll probably remember you see a lot of things in D3 like D3.select, D3.selectAll, D3.append. This is doing something similar to like what jQuery will do, where it grabs onto a DOM element and is adding things or attaching things to the DOM. But of course, React, its power is also working with the DOM, where React creates a virtual DOM. So if you have D3 that's trying to access the DOM through D3.select or D3.append, and you have React over here trying to set up its virtual DOM, they can come into conflict and create unexpected, undesirable results. So that's why part of what we're going to look at here is which parts of D3 to use versus which parts of React to use. All right, but first let me start off by just showing some examples of the different kind of work that I've done over time at Condé. So this is actually one of the first pieces that I did, and this actually was totally just in D3. So I have it open over here. So this piece was done for Wired, and the cool thing about this is that for a long time, Wired has had a section in the back of their magazine called Info Porn, and it features really cool, interesting data visualizations. So my team wanted to come in and make that really awesome print piece into a really awesome web-based piece. So we started off with this one. So what it's showing is different data leaks and data breaches that have been happening over time, whether it's hacking, skimming, phishing one, insider theft one, all the different types. And the print piece used this chart type. It's called a horizon chart. It's really cool, but like not necessarily well known. So one thing that we thought would be really awesome to do is to help people who are less familiar with this chart type understand exactly what they're looking at by adding the web component and that interaction. So if you're looking at this and you're like, I don't know what a horizon chart is. Really, a horizon chart is just an area chart, which I think most people are very familiar with. And it's, if you can imagine, you took a scissor and you sliced across these area charts and made them into 6 sections and then stacked them on top of each other. So you can kind of see what that looks like. So pretty much the darker the color, that's the higher the density and the higher the value. So that way we were able to take a chart that was less familiar to people and make it clear and understandable through interactive data visualization. And if you looked at this code, it's like 10 feet long because kind of the way that D3 tends to structure things, which is one reason also why moving to using React and D3 has been a really awesome choice. So that's one piece that was exciting. Another piece that we did a while back, it was for Teen Vogue, and this was at the 1-year mark of Donald Trump's presidency. So he, as many people probably noticed, uses Twitter a lot. So we wanted to look at what sorts of things he is tweeting about. So we can go check that out here. Yeah, there we go.
Danielle, just a quick request from what I can see from the audience. People are asking if you can just adjust the central part of the screen so that it takes like just a bigger image to fit the screen size. And
like this?
I'm sure it can, yeah, it can do the trick. Thank you.
Hopefully, there we go. Okay, no problem. So you might be wondering, you know, how often does he talk about, let's say, like the media, and you can filter and zoom in that way and kind of explore all these different kinds of tweets. Again, this one was done in just D3. But that brings us to kind of the piece that sort of made me realize the importance of working with React and D3 together. This one was a project for The New Yorker to create a live midterm election map. It was a pretty exciting project, partially because the project started maybe like a week and a half before the actual election. It was the first time that any brand at Condé Nast was using a live API. So it was a really tight deadline, new technology. A lot can happen for sure. You learn a lot in a really short amount of time. So pretty much we had a group of developers. My role was to create the map. And so I was creating it in D3, which was my, the area that I was most familiar with. But when it came time to combine the different parts of the project together, the React piece of the project with the D3 piece of the project kind of came across. That's when I sort of realized that they don't play so nicely. So let's see. So as you can see, the project did get finished, thankfully. It all worked out. But the way that we had to solve it is something that you guys can do if you find yourself in a similar situation. If you have a fully fledged working D3 map and you're like, all right, I just need to put it into my React project, you can sort of mimic the D3.select. So rather than what also For those who are familiar with D3, this kind of line of code should look super familiar to you. Like you create your SVG inside some div in your HTML tree, which is what we're trying to avoid now if we want to kind of separate concerns. But if you were like, all right, deadline's in an hour, I have to do it, then you could wrap it up in the React fashion by doing it this way. So it can definitely solve your problem, but hopefully you'll see, if you have some more time, I can show you ways to set it up that I think you'll appreciate much more. So first of all, I want to share this tweet from Amelia Wattenberger, who, if you're kind of looking to learn more about React in D3 or Angular in D3, anything in D3, she has an amazing book about it. Definitely a great resource. But one reason to also kind of keep React for rendering, which it's great at, and keep D3 for sort of the math, which it's great at, is it's also faster. So in this test that she did, using D3 for rendering took 4 times as long as separating the two. All right, so I feel like I told you a little bit already about why React in D3, but we're going to dive into it even a little bit more. So one major reason here is a GIF of a project that we've done at Condé Nast. So this is a dashboard that has all sorts of information about the brands and the topics that people are reading. And one major reason why I would say use React and D3 together is because creating something like this was just so much faster, so much easier when you are using the React's ability to render really quickly, really smoothly, and also with D3's ability to do some really cool calculations for you. So to kind of summarize it, I would say React, keep that all, that's all the DOM manipulation goes to React. Anything that has to do with data manipulation, doing any kind of math, formula, that can be with D3. And I'll show you some examples. So we can start off with a bar chart. I think I'll start with a bar chart, because it's one of the most common chart types. It's also one of the most robust chart types. There's almost any scenario, a bar chart is a good option for you. So since a lot of people will probably be using this, coming across this, a great place to start. So here's a screenshot from what I had, that GIF that I had shared previously. So this is a bar chart created with React and D3. I'll go actually through a few more examples and then get into sort of the pieces of it. So there's obviously, like I was saying before, tons of kinds of bar charts that you can use in the world. And they all boil down to kind of the same base code. So if you wanted to create a bar chart, the only thing that you really probably need from D3 is its scale function. So for those that are familiar with D3, you know that when you are setting up a project, a bar chart, a line chart, anything, you need to create a scale. So that's what is determining the x-axis and the y-axis and where to plot those points along that axis or scale. In this case, for a bar chart, you'll be using a linear scale. And with D3, you tell it what is the domain of possible values to expect. So in the case of the bar chart, I'm saying that the values I might give you are going to be anywhere between 0 and whatever this max value that we can calculate from our data. And then you also give it a range. So you say, all right, given this domain of values, I want you to plot it in between a specific range. So between a pixel value of 0 and the full width available to the chart. And so that way D3 comes in, if you give it the value of 55, it can convert that value of 55 to the correct pixel position, which is obviously super duper handy when you're creating any kind of bar chart or visualization. So all you really have to do in D3 is set up the scale. And then in React, because of the way it's set up, you can come in here, and a bar chart is really just a rectangle, an SVG rectangle. And you are telling it to be a certain height or width depending on the data. So I come in here and I just say, hey, take the scale that I created in D3, and given whatever data point I am rendering, make the rectangle that width. And that's pretty much only thing that's happening behind the scenes. So compared to bar chart code that's D3 only, this is much simpler, much more concise, and I think also makes a lot more sense with, if you're used to React, makes a lot more sense with kind of the thought process and the way that you build things. So that's a bar chart, or many bar charts. So the next, probably most common popular visualization type would be a line chart. There's also a really cool way to combine D3 and React in this case. So here's an example of a line chart that we use in our work at Condé Nast, and this is this is built with the method that I mentioned by combining React and D3. So what that looks like in the code is pretty much all you need React to do, or sorry, D3 to do. Of course, you would set up a scale similar to the bar chart, so I won't repeat that here. But the tricky part is, how do you draw a line given a set of data? So luckily for us, D3 has a function for that. They have this D3.line, which is a line generator. And you set up this function, and you give it a property for the curve. So this just means like make it a nice kind of nice fitting curve. And you tell it where it can find the X values in your data. So in this case, we're plotting over time. So we're pointing to the date field, and where to find the Y values in your data. So in this case, kind of a generic value key. And it takes all the information and it does all the cool math behind the scenes, which I'll skip ahead just real quick. This is basically what it's calculating. So imagine trying to do that yourself, programmatically telling the path, where to start, where the next point should be, where the next point should be, where the next point should be. It's very, very handy to have D3 do that calculation for us. So then all we have to do is pass the output of that function to the D value in the path, and voila, we have a line. So that's, again, I think at one point I had if you just go and Google kind of like D3 line chart and you see what it looks like if it's just D3, you'll see a lot of D3.select, .append, like a lot of chaining of things. And it's just, it works. And if you're familiar with that syntax, that can work for you too. But I just think this is like so much more straightforward and so much easier. Okay, and here's our cool line. All right, so kind of the project that had started me on this journey of understanding how best to use React and D3 together was that map that we had looked at earlier. So let's look at another kind of map. This one is that same map that we saw before, except instead of using the actual state outlines, each state is represented as a hexagon. And this also, really all we had to do here was, this is the full set of code. So all we were doing, the only piece that is relying on D3 for is to set up that color scale. So given if the value is GOP or Democrat or independent, we determine the color. And the rest is all React. All right, so those are line chart, bar chart, map. I think these are ones that you'll, if you're kind of new in this space, you'll come across a lot. And those are the first ones that I had been using most for a long time as well. So now I kind of want to get into more advanced versions and visualizations, including node layouts. So I think in this shows even more the power of D3's math functions to do all that tricky calculation for you. So here's one. Okay. This was a piece that my team had done around Thanksgiving for Epicurious, which is one of our food recipe brands. So the cool part about this, if you've seen D3's force layouts, pretty much like a force layout is if you have a collection of nodes, you can determine how much they're going to attract or repel each other based off of different factors. And it's basically just physics. And you don't want to have to write your own physics functions. It's just so much nicer that someone did it for you. So the final product of this is I can come to this page, and maybe Thanksgiving is actually kind of coming up in the US now. So maybe I know that I want a vegetarian Thanksgiving, and I actually just really like cauliflower. So these are two ingredients that I definitely want on my menu. And then I can scroll down and see a bunch of vegetarian recipes that include cauliflower that I can go check out and maybe decide to make. So there's a lot going behind the scenes here. What we have obviously the nodes and also these links that connect the nodes. So where we use D3 for these is okay. So for starters, D3 has a lot of really handy functions just to help format your data in the best way possible. So I think a lot of people data transformations. It's something you do all the time. It's also something that can be kind of tricky. So D3 has some function or some methods that I use very often. One is the nest function. Basically, this is nesting all of the recipes according to the recipe name. And then we can map over them and organize it the way that we would like. So that was the first area. And the really important area also was using it to actually calculate the different positions, not of the nodes in this case. In this case, since we wanted to force a grid, we did that calculation ourselves and assigned it an FY and FX value, which in D3 land, if an X and a Y value could change, but an FX and an FY, it stands for fixed Y, fixed X. So it knows we're gonna stay in that location. But what would be more challenging to figure out is the relationships between all of those links in the node. So by setting up a force simulation and passing those nodes to it, D3 creates another object for us that has all of the link connections. So it says, the cauliflower is connected to the vegetarian link and the Brussels sprouts link and the other link, and it has the exact coordinates for all of those, which makes it really easy for us to draw a line between those. So figuring out all of those connections and all of those coordinates ourselves, I think would be very challenging, but with 3 lines of code, D3 takes care of that for us. So that's a huge help. So then all we have to do once those links and node objects are created is each of those links, so that connection between that you saw between the vegetarian node and the cauliflower node, all we're really doing is just passing in the x coordinate and y coordinate to build all of those. And for the circle itself, we also can just pass in that fx or fy position. And ta-da, easy breezy. So that was a really cool project, because I think it's just like a super fun, and it was cool to try to combine D3 and React in a less traditional bar chart, line chart kind of way. So this also led to this project that I'm going to share now, this B-swarm plot, which is also using the node, or sorry, the force-directed layouts from D3. So this is something that's still actually in progress. It hasn't been launched yet. So here I can show, you can come here and search for a different artist. In this case, I searched Taylor Swift. Let me see. Oh, the API expired. Okay, so I searched for Taylor Swift. And here I can see all the different artists that are similar to Taylor Swift that have been reviewed by this site. And so if I was like, I've been listening to Taylor Swift and I kind of want to find something that's like similar to her that I might also like. So I come here and I can see that each of these albums are plotted on this B-swarm plot. So a B-swarm plot is similar to a scatter plot, but instead of having a y-axis, all of the nodes cluster together kind of on a center point, which creates this sort of shape that sort of looks like a swarm of bees. So I'm like coming here and I'm saying, oh, like I can see this red dot, which means it's been highly well reviewed. So that's actually another Taylor Swift album. And then maybe I see this like blue dot, and this was an Ed Sheeran album that got a really low rating. So that actually, maybe I want to look at it by the rating. So I can do that as well and see, okay, like maybe Lord, maybe I feel like going to listen to some of her stuff. And I can also go and explore, click and read some of these reviews as well. So this visualization allows a user to start with an artist they like and hopefully discover other artists that they might also be enjoying, which I think in Corona times could be a great use of your extra time. So a little bit about the, let's see, where did my, there it is, okay. So a little bit about the behind the scenes code that went into this. This is another simulation, however, a little bit different than the simulation that we used for the Epicurious piece, because we weren't giving them fixed values. We do need, in this case, D3 to calculate the value for us based off of the data that we give it. So here we're setting up another for simulation. We give it our data, and there's a few different things we need D3 to generate for us. So one is the X position of that each node. So the way we do that is telling it to set up a force based off of the value that we give it. And then the Y position, so we're not actually, the actual Y value doesn't matter to us because we want it all to cluster in on that center axis. So basically this is saying the Y force is going to attract towards dimensions.height divided by 2, which basically is the center of the visualization. So we want the force to go towards that center. And this force collide has to do, it's just like, again, one of the options, sort of physics related. So we set up that simulation, and D3 can take care of all the calculations and figuring out where they belong in the plot. One thing that is important to note, and I learned while setting this up, is that if you just did this piece up here, you wouldn't get the final visualization, because also the way the simulation works is it's not just calculating it and then it's done. It is iterative. So the same way, maybe if you, again, thinking of physics, if there was something that was bouncing, it kind of would calculate the points over time. It's also calculating the points over time. So you need to force it to go through that calculation loop. Otherwise, your points are just gonna they're gonna be permanently stuck in their starting position. But once you have that calculation, then in terms of React, it's very simple and very straightforward to just pass the values that you want. So our circles are going to be at at the X and Y position. And in this case, you also notice that our colors, are the nodes themselves are colored on a scale. So of course, we use D3 to set up that color scale. All right, so just to summarize, when you are setting out to make an interactive data visualization using D3 and React, it's best to leave all the DOM manipulation to React, its specialty. And as you can see, D3 has so many powerful utilities for data manipulation and for determining, calculating positions of nodes, of lines, of all of that kind of stuff. And used together, they can make really awesome tools. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, we are back. Perfect. Yeah, I enjoyed your conversation. First of all, because again, I'm a big fan of data visualization in general. So, yeah, I've heard a lot of interesting things in the way like how to implement them and so on. I can also see actually a lot of communication now starting in the comments. Just for you to know, there's almost 600 people who looking at us just right now on YouTube, which is quite a lot. Yeah, people are just cheering you, and there's a few questions that are going up with that. And before we're moving to the Q&A panel with the two previous speakers as well, I would like to ask you just a few quick questions. So first of all, I can see people are sharing the d3graphgallery.com website. I opened it on the background as well. I can see quite a lot of different examples of how it works in descriptions. Would you like to share a few words about it?
The d3.js example gallery?
-graph.gallery.com. But not only like this, the question is a little bit wider. Could you just recommend a few maybe main sources of getting such galleries and getting more familiar with different charts?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think when I'm, say, starting on a project and I want some inspiration, I'm trying to think of something maybe more interesting or more unique than just a bar chart or a line chart. One great place is to go to d3js.org and then look at all of the examples that they have. Most of those will be D3 only for the most part. I have found that it's a little bit difficult, especially like, for example, the B-swarm plot. I wasn't able, just searching, to find anyone who had done it with React and D3 separating those two. I'd only found people that had created a D3 only B-swarm plot and then wrapped it and inserted it that way into their React project. So a lot of times, if you want to do the D3 React approach, it might take some additional effort on your part in setting and separating those. But if you just want inspiration or ideas, d3js.org's examples for sure has a lot. I would say also, like the New York Times has really innovative graphics. Flowing Data has a lot of really cool examples, and it's a blog by Nathan Yao that's updated once a week or so.
Okay, thank you. One more question, and we're opening the panel as the time is coming. So, did you try any other data visualization libraries which are easier to operate and depend on Canvas instead of SVG? Quite a good question, I think.
Yeah, I haven't really explored any of those. I know there's a lot of different libraries out there for sure. There's some that are made just for React. There's HiCharts, which people might be familiar with as well. I think the reason I've stuck with D3 for so long is because while there might be a steeper learning curve, it gives you all of the building blocks, and then you can create just about anything. I mean, there might be a new something in a week, in a month, and I would be happy to check it out. But so far, D3 and React has been a successful toolkit for me.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's really good answer. Cool. Now let's start the Q&A session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now having the Q&A panel discussion. Some of the developers that were able to join it have actually joined. So we have now Ryan Warner and Danielle Carrick. And we can now start asking the questions and all the discussions that we want about that. We have like more than 40 minutes just to talk and discuss different questions. So let's start with very basic questions. Let's say just to catch up one more time. What is your main subject, and what you would like, the things that you would like to point why the topic that you've been discussing today is so important nowadays. Just a few words about it to warm up the audience and to encourage them to ask questions. Who would like to start? Just raise a finger.
I can go. So I mean, I think the reason, like, why data visualization and using it with React is so pertinent to the moment, I think especially because of the recent pandemic. I think in the beginning, maybe a lot of you might have noticed that in order to help people understand and explain what was happening, a lot of news outlets were using data visualization to do that. Most notably, one was by the Washington Post. That was a coronavirus simulation, and that helped really understand and explain why it was so contagious. So that's something, if you guys haven't seen, I would highly recommend Googling it. It's been translated into like a ton of different languages as well. So I think being able to create these visualizations is so important and necessary, especially in this day and age. And even if you're not kind of like in a news area, if you are working on like a business project, that they're always interested in data visualization in terms of like bars and charts and understanding their data. So I just can't really think of a scenario where you wouldn't need it.
Okay, that's true. Yeah. Thank you. Now, Ryan, how about you?
Yeah, my talk was called Hypertext Thinking, Building Personal Knowledge Bases in Public. And why do I find that so important? I think writing has a lot of benefits. People often think that writing is for other people, but if you write for yourself, I think you'll reap a lot of benefits. And you like write to learn, not to teach. That is not my quote. That was by Naval. But I think digital gardening kind of creates the right metaphor to enable that in a frictionless way.
Cool, thank you. Good answer. And yeah, as you can see, both your topics are actually about data retention and, let's say, data usage from different purposes, right? That's true, but still it's all about information, about keeping the information, working with the information, and how it can be useful for you. Okay. The very first question that I already have here, quite active, is how much, good question, how much statistical knowledge do you need to work as a data visualization engineer? And I'm opening this question as a little bit of discussion, because actually it is important in both cases for both of you. There is a period of data accumulation before you can actually start using it in a full power, right? Both for creating charts or for having a consistent knowledge base. So let's go ahead and share a few words about how much data you need to accumulate and maybe how before it can become really useful. Who wants to go ahead?
Danielle, do you want to start? I feel like that question's a little bit more in your area.
Yeah, I can start with that for sure. So you definitely don't need to be like a data scientist or a statistician in order to create data visualizations, for sure. I mean, I think all of us in our schooling have, had math class and created bars and charts and that kind of thing. You do need to have an understanding of your data for sure, because not every data set's unique, and the what you're trying to show with it, you need to understand what you're trying to show with the data, so you don't show like a line chart only really makes sense if you're showing trend data. So, or like a bar chart is really good if you're showing categorical data, for example. But those aren't very difficult to acquire if you're not used to it yet. So yeah, I don't think you need like a ton of statistics, or really almost any.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Let's pass this question forward. So in order to have a consistent and really useful knowledge base, how much data would you need to collect and analyze? I would say so.
Yeah, I'll try and adapt this question for the knowledge base area. I think the whole point behind digital gardening is that there is no minimum. A blog post would be different, I think. I think a blog post, you'd want to make sure you research the topic and have a point to present and back that up with sources. But with digital gardening, any amount of knowledge, I think, is enough to, plant a new seed on any topic.
Okay. I would even a little bit expand that. Well, in my life, I've been creating a lot of different knowledge bases, and I still do that as well as for myself or for the companies. And what I realized, the best approach is when I really understand the goal of that data, right? We always need to have the goal in any case. Why would you collect that data, and why? What is the reason of using it? Would it be a good knowledge or a set of errors that the most common errors, for example, that I would like to handle, or this could be different solutions and challenges that have been resolved in different ways in order to make to find out which one is efficient, if we are talking in terms of knowledge base. And if we are going to any data to visualize, for example, if I need to collect data about the performance of my teams, and I would like to understand how big is the gap between, let's say, committing to the repository and passing the code review, or what is the life cycle, and so on. I also need some data in order just to make some comparison, right? So in most cases, you have to answer the question why you need that data, what's the goal, what is the question that you're trying to answer. But even if you don't have a clear vision, starting collecting data just for the future is already a good point. Thank you. We have now Ryan Chenkie live. Hi, Ryan.
Hello, how's it going?
Very well. We started already the discussion, so you're just right in time. And we've got a question immediately for you. So, and again, it's related to the keeping the information and working with it. So what would be, sorry, just one more time. I saw a question about what is actually the benefit Or what is the difference between Nexus and Prisma? What is the functionality that one is offering on top of the other one?
Right. So Prisma is a toolkit. We call it a database toolkit. Some people think of it as an ORM that allows you to operate on your database regardless of what you might be using to create an API. Maybe you don't even need to create an API, but you want to have like a type-safe way of accessing your database. That's where Prisma comes in. And so we saw this in my talk today, where you can create tables using this Prisma schema language thing that we've got, and it gives you this easy way to manage your tables. You get into being able to manage your relationships between tables with that notation as well. And then the generated code that you get from that is this. It gives you this type-safe client layer to access your database, so that you are never going to write SQL to access your database. So that all works out very nicely. Nexus is a tool for writing GraphQL APIs in a very particular way. So with Prisma, you might choose to have a REST API, and you would just call Prisma in the handlers of your REST endpoints, for example, to get your data. Or you might use it in some like automated job run in Node or something like that. Or maybe you're using a different server. Like there's a in development, there is a client for Go. You can have a Prisma you can have a Prisma model, have your database, and then access your data using Go instead of Node. So yeah, Prisma is for your data. Nexus is a very kind of opinionated way of writing GraphQL APIs, but Prisma can be used anywhere.
Okay, thank you. That's a good answer. And the next question may sound a little bit similar to this one. So the question sounds like D3.js versus chart.js. What's the difference again? And what are the benefits and so on? So who would like to pick that question?
I mean, I'll tell you what, I honestly don't use chart.js very often, so I can't really comment on what the differences are.
Okay,
thanks. Sounds good. Anyone else would like to?
To that a little bit based on my limited knowledge of it. I think D3.js is going to give you something that operates at a lower level than Chart.js. Chart.js, I think, gives you the utilities you would want to create bar graphs and line charts and pie charts and all these things. And I think you can arrive at that place by using the utilities you get out of D3. But D3 is lower level. You have to assemble those things yourself. At least this is how I conceptualize it. I've used Chart.js a fair bit, and I haven't used D3 as much. But that's how I kind of think about it. Yeah, Chart.js is going to give you your charting library give you a way to get to your charts more easily than D3 would, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably actually true for a lot of different D3 versus other chart library type things. Like D3 tends to be at the lower level, like probably a little bit more of a learning curve. So while something like high charts or any of those other ones could get you to a bar chart really quickly, one advantage that I found with D3 is just like, because you have control over the tiny pieces, if you want to do something like totally new, totally custom, D3 has that ability for you.
Okay, thank you guys. So I can summarize that probably the biggest difference is that chart.js brings you, like, you can maybe raise your charts faster and maybe a little bit easier. However, if you want to go a little bit deeper into configurations and have some more specific or custom elements, then definitely have to use the D3. Am I right?
It's generally true,
All
yeah.
right. Okay, thanks. I actually have one question for Ryan Warner. So the question sounds like this, and this is a very good question from the junior developers. What would be the best way to start a personal digital garden?
I think that really depends on how much upfront work you're looking to do. My choice was to use React and Gatsby/Next because I wanted that control, and because I'm a developer and enjoy the coding process. And being able to create interactive blog posts that are, clickable and have state, etc. But that might not be what you're looking for. Maybe you want to start your garden right now, today, and you can do that with services like TiddlyWiki. You could use Notion and make your Notion space public. So yeah, there's a lot of options, and I think it kind of depends on what you're looking for and what you're looking to get out of it in the near term.
All right. Thanks. Cool. Next question. It's actually, again, it's probably an extension to the same question. So let's bring it together while we didn't switch the context. It sounds like, I would like to create a digital garden, but I think I need a lot of self-confidence to create it. But I also think that the best way to learn is to teach others. So it's kind of a nice concept. So I realized, I think the sense of this question is, what is the best, not only what is the best way to create a personal digital garden, but would it be in that case maybe useful to start immediately by preparing this information for the other people, or maybe even by coaching someone? What would you say about it?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. The best way to learn is to teach others. I've definitely felt that in my personal life, and I learned a lot about topics that I'm interested in, things I didn't know I would learn by teaching other people. But back to the self-confidence point, I think that digital gardening has kind of given me some self-confidence and broken down some barriers that I have between making things visible to the world. Digital gardening has helped me not care so much that there is a final polished product. A blog post, for example, I would want someone to peer review it and maybe edit it, help me with grammar. But with digital gardening, if I learned about a new topic, for example, today I learned about D3, which is something I haven't really used in the past. I might just start my seed on D3 or charting libraries with a link to Danielle's talk, and that's it. Maybe a couple of thoughts that I had. So yeah, I think the whole metaphor of digital gardening is kind of built around the idea that it's a work in progress. It's about the path to getting there, not about the final product itself.
All right, that actually sounds quite reasonable. And it actually brings us to the next question. And this is a question that, again, I would like to share among all of you guys. We will start from Danielle. It's a question for her, but actually it's a wide question. It sounds like this. What's the biggest challenge you or your colleagues have faced with D3? In this case, I would point it personally to you, and then I'll extend this question to the other guys in order to describe your biggest challenge in what you're doing. This is mostly important for juniors who are just joining any technology and they are actually trying to catch it.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great question. I would say the biggest challenge would be trying to use D3 with a more, I think the challenge is also the greatest strength, because using it for some of the more complicated visualization types, the forced layouts, those sorts of things, definitely took a little bit of time to go through the API, the documentation, understanding what the different methods you can use to try and achieve whatever visualization you were looking for. So, D3 can be very powerful, but it also can be can take some time to understand and get familiar with. So yeah, if you are ever kind of unsure or confused about something, just know that everyone will have struggles with it.
Thank you. That sounds really encourageable, because yeah, that's right. Everyone was junior in something at some point in time. right? No one gets born with all the knowledge immediately. Okay, let's move forward then to Ryan Warner.
I don't really have experience with D3, so I'm not sure I have much to add here.
Yeah, but it's I mean, each question is personal to yourself, to your own stack, and mostly to the topic that you're discussing. So in your case, that will be the digital gardening, and what was your biggest, let's say, challenge or struggle, or maybe the very first and the most interesting that you started with, and that I would say ignited your interest the more.
Sure. The biggest challenge, I think, was kind of touched on in the last question, which is getting over that hurdle of putting work in progress out in public for people to see, and just being okay with that, being okay with it being unpolished and rough around the edges and not fully thought through. But that kind of became easier with time and practice.
Okay, thanks. That's really fair enough. Okay, Ryan, Chenkie.
Yeah. So biggest challenge with the stuff that I work on, I guess I could say that like when I was early on, I didn't really have a good conceptualization of how all of these pieces of the stack fit together. And, you know, I found myself getting frustrated because there are all of these technologies that we hear being talked about all the time, and all these concepts and all of these layers that there's so many of these things that it makes it difficult to have a conceptualization of how they all fit together, or what does what is for what. And I think the lesson that I took there is that it really does kind of just take some time and and it also takes a willingness to like explore different kinds of technologies that do the same thing. So, you know, after a while playing with things like this is, you know, back in the Angular JS days, playing with Angular JS and then playing with React and playing with Vue, for example, after a while, it became apparent that like, oh, these things actually aim to solve the same kind of problem in a different way for each of them. But I can see now where they all come into play. They're, you know, aimed at making single page applications, or, you know, for React, it's like making parts of your user interface more reactive, or however you want to conceptualize it. And then figuring out that like, oh, if I want to be talking about Node.js, well, maybe I'm quite often talking about having some kind of API layer that might do some work on server environments and save data to a database. So it took time and a willingness to like just pay attention to the different stuff that's out there to figure out how all of these things kind of fit together. So my recommendation there is, if you find yourself frustrated because there's just this massive amount of stuff out there, just be patient with it and kind of try to tread through it, and sooner or later it will all make sense in time. In time, it will all make sense.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. That's a good advice. And before we're moving to the next questions from the audience, there will be actually a good, let's imagine a situation that you now have a possibility to send a short message to yourself in the past, well, where you actually have been a junior developer, just joining your first job, maybe, or maybe just starting even learning this. So just a quick advice, let's say up to a minute, maybe, a quick advice to yourself, a quick message that you would like to send to yourself in that moment. Raise a hand if you're ready to go.
There you go.
Okay, Ryan Warner, welcome. Go ahead.
So my advice to my past self as a junior would be to write more and don't stop writing. Make friends with other writers and read their writing, and be consistent. Write every day. I have started blogs and fallen off of them more times than I can count. In the past 8 or so months, I've been pretty consistent with it, and it pays off. And I wish I'd been doing that for the past 8 years.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I felt that vibe. Who's the next one? If you're, yeah, you can actually skip this. It's like not mandatory, but that's a good just.
Okay. Yeah, I can go. I feel like my advice to like my junior dev or my past self, whatever it would be, is not so different from my current advice that I like to think about. Is whenever I'm struggling on a problem, or if I can remember a problem that I really struggled on, and then coming to it again a week later, a month later, however long, and being able to solve it much more quickly or understanding it much better. And I always remember those moments so that the next time I struggle with a problem, I always think that, I know I'll figure it out. And the next time I come to it, it'll be that much easier. So just sort of always being encouraged, like knowing that you're always learning and you're never going to stop learning.
Okay. That's quite fair.
I can go as well. The advice that I often give to junior developers, especially those who are very new to web development, for example, is to find or come up with an idea for something that you would like to see exist and figure out what needs to be done to make it happen. It's always easier to be motivated, I think, to learn things if you have something that you're aiming at in terms of like a project idea, rather than, kind of following tutorials and doing hello world examples all the time. I think even if your idea for what you want to build is ambitious, and I think it should be ambitious, you will be better off that way, having like a quick learning journey rather than piecing things together over time with basic examples. The need to figure out how to make something happen to solve like each individual problem you come up with along the way is very helpful for reinforcing learning. I think that's been my experience, and I would definitely recommend that to those who are newer to web development.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Now let's summarize a little bit these advices, and I'll probably add a little bit of personal input as well. So, okay, the advice. We started with writing, write everything. Imagine actually you're starting your career in your job, in your maybe dream job. Somewhere soon, in a few years, everything that you are suffering now will be just probably a joke. And in most cases, it will be just a good memory. However, if you start logging everything that you feel right now and you think now, it's your own way to analyze your behavior, the way your evolution as well, because quite often we ignore the way we grow up. Sometimes we don't accept our own achievements because we don't see them, or we measure them in a different way, where we measure them against some huge expectations. And you're right, it's fair and it's good to set ambitious goals, but we also need to keep the balance between being realistic and ambitious. And in that case, writing down what you feel just right now and reminding from time to time that in the future, this problem will become smaller. I think it's a good way. Cool. Thank you, guys. Next question, I think, would be, I don't know who's gonna answer it. The question sounds like, are there things that can be done in React but not in Vue? In other words, is React better than Vue, and why? Maybe it makes sense to add here one or two more popular frameworks like Angular or, I don't know, Backbone. So just compare as you would like. So who would like to go?
I think at a technical level, I think you will find things that each framework / library is going to do that another doesn't or can't do, or maybe it's not that they can't do it, it's just that it hasn't been implemented in the other framework or library. I think at the end of the day, they are all aiming to provide the same kind of thing, which is, if I were to boil it down, I would say it's a way to build user interfaces. That's how I see it. But you will find that like Angular, for example, is aimed at being a full-fledged framework that's going to be very opinionated about how things are done, and give a prescriptive path, whereas React, for example, is going to be less prescriptive, and it's going to be necessary for you to bring other pieces to the table if you want to build a full single-page application, for example. But yeah, the way that I think about it is that they are all trying to allow developers to create user interfaces in JavaScript more easily. And on a technical level, that might look different, like in how the DOM is operated on, for example. But I don't think that those kinds of differences would be reason enough, in my opinion, to choose one over the other, unless you have some super strict technical requirements. For me, I think it's more so like, which of those frameworks do you resonate with the best? Because they do give you a different style of authoring applications. So the code that you write is going to look and feel different. But I think that's, yeah, I think that's the reason you would want to select one over the other. And maybe there's others. Maybe there's like, if you are in an enterprise organization and you want to have commonality between different teams and the way that they write code, Angular is a decent choice in that regard. But yeah, I think the underlying technical things they do maybe aren't the best reason to decide on one. That's what I've found anyway.
Okay, thank you. My next question is addressed to Danielle. So the question is, how to make the charts really responsible? And there was one more question that could probably be an adjustment to this one. Is there any way to make live and responsible charts while streaming data? Let's go ahead with this one.
So in terms of making responsive charts, I'm assuming they mean when you resize the browser, the chart also resizes. The way that we've achieved that is we have a div, and our SVG for the chart is inside of that div. And whenever the browser resizes, the React will re-render the page, and it'll re-render it based off of those new dimensions that it sees. So that gets taken care of pretty easily. In terms of, I think, the live streaming charts, if I understand that question correctly, I think they're referring to like feeding live data into a visualization. And I think the challenge there isn't necessarily like with React per se, and more just like with streaming APIs in general. Like for the map that we used, in order to test all of the different possibilities of like what could potentially go wrong, one of the developers created a mock API that we tested against in the days leading up to it. And then it turned out that there was a change in the API that happened like mid-election that we had that had to be addressed. So the challenges there, I think, are more with understanding the intricacies of the API rather than anything you necessarily be doing in D3.
Okay, thanks. I hope that answered the question from the audience. Now I'd like to involve Ryan Warner. So the question is, again, getting back to your own knowledge base and so on. So the question is, how, or I would say, can you remember a case, probably like the best case or the most interesting case, when your knowledge base paid you off, like really well, very well?
Yeah, for sure. I think it pays off constantly every day.
Oh, yeah.
I can't recall a specific case that stands out among others, but there's a lot of times when I'm asked the same question over and over again, and it's great to just have a link to give a person about a specific topic. For example, I've been asked about next generation image formats like WebP, and a few months ago, I wrote a note in my digital garden about WebP and how I use it at work. And so now I just have that to link back to. And cases like that pop up more often than you think. If you're being asked questions from your peers or friends or coworkers over and over again, I think it's time for you to start making a knowledge base.
Fair enough. Actually, yeah, that's the best answer to this question. The best moment, well, the things that happen the most and they are used the most, these are actually daily routines. Quite often we think that if we pick a huge challenge and we solve it, it will solve everything. But the things that bother us the most or take the most energy and time and resources, these are the things, it's just your daily routine. And if there is something, let's say even a question that you have to answer to the other people or even to yourself, and this question is addressed almost every day, just imagine that saving 10-15 minutes every day can transform into a huge amount over a month or even over a year. And I'm sure if Danielle builds us a nice chart, we're gonna see that the trend is always on top for the regular things. Regarding paying off, however, for example, in my practice, I realized that in most cases, in addition to frequently asked questions, is actually the way of investigating some complex things that look quite familiar. For example, if your application throws an exception and you already spent some time, like an hour or 2 hours or I don't know, even a half day just to investigate the root cause, most likely in a few months, when this situation happens again, you're gonna spend almost the same time to investigate it. Okay. Oh, I can see quite a lot of new questions here. So let's. The good question is about learning curve, actually. And the question, there are different options of this. One of it sounds like, do you think it's better for a React beginner to start learning Gatsby, or it is better at first to have a deeper understanding of React? What would be the learning curve for Gatsby? And I think we can extend a little bit this question and ask in general about the learning curve and maybe some alternative steps that you would like to recommend to junior developers how to get deeper involved into React itself. Who's gonna start it?
I can go. I think that the best way to get into anything JavaScript-wise, front-end-wise, is probably to, I mean, how to frame this? The success that I've had, I suppose, in learning new frameworks and that sort of thing has been when there's like a desire to use it for something that it gives you. So for example, with Gatsby, that's a way to write React, a React-based like content site generally is what that's used for. So if that's like what you're going for, then that's a good reason, excuse me, to use it to learn React. There's a lot of people that would argue like you should really learn JavaScript before you learn a framework. So before you even touch React at all, you should be well versed in JavaScript. And I don't think that's necessarily, I don't think that's a necessity. I think that you will be, if there are certain like constructs with JavaScript that you have at least a decent grasp on, then you will not have such a difficult time when you go to learn React. But I don't think you need to be a JavaScript expert to go to learn React. I think you can start with React and sort of backfill and work your way backwards. That's what I recommend. But I do recommend that people have like at least somewhat of an understanding about like arrays and objects and that kind of thing. So in the same way, I think that if you want to get to a product, which is maybe a blog or something like that, where Gatsby really shines, and you want to learn React along the way, there's no reason that you can't do that. You're going to be writing React anyway in a Gatsby Gatsby website. So why not go right to Gatsby instead of starting with basic React? But you'll get different opinions on this depending on who you talk to. I'm kind of the opinion that you can go straight to the thing you want to do, as opposed to starting with the super low level building blocks.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else would give some advices for the new journers?
Yeah, I agree with Ryan on that 100%. I think you don't need to be a master of JavaScript to start learning with React. There are some things that, some complications that Gatsby will introduce, like GraphQL for some of the data layer. But you can kind of avoid that your first go around. And I think it also is important to understand the difference between static generation and client-side rendering versus server-side rendering, so you kind of know what you're getting into with Gatsby and why you might choose it. But other than that, I think going right for Gatsby is totally fine if that meets your needs.
Okay, thanks. Danielle, would you like to share a few advices with the new generation?
I mean, I can't speak about Gatsby in particular, but I will echo what Ryan and Ryan both said. That go, just like if you want to start learning React, just start learning it. Certain things for sure are helpful, like JavaScript concepts are helpful to understand, and I think you'll pick them up along the way, just like mapping functions and those sorts of things, but might as well just get into it.
Thank you, Danielle. Okay, our time is over now. We've got 10 minutes window before the next section starts. And just to finish it, and especially enjoying this conversation, I would like to share the few last words from each one of you. So today you've been representing a really interesting combination of your speeches. It's so the thing is that we've been talking about representation of the data in one side. Then we've been talking about the building personal knowledge base in public, which is a little bit different from the personal database. And then we've been talking about actually the full stack development loop with Nexus and Prisma and some deep chunks into that. We've been given a lot of advices to the new generation, which is why I think most of people are here attending this session and asking their questions. So I would like to ask you to say just one last empowering word to the junior developers in your specific domain. Why so? Raise your hand to book, one or two fingers to book a place in the queue. And let's go. Okay, Ryan Chenkie has booked the second place. Perfect. Who's gonna go the first? Third place.
I'll go first.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my advice to junior devs or people just starting out is to start writing today. Don't worry about where your writing is going. Don't worry about how good it is or what point you're trying to make. Don't worry about if someone else has already written about it 10 times before you. Just start putting stuff out there, and the rest will kind of fall into place with time and consistency.
That's just brilliant. Thank you. Second place in the queue, Ryan Chenkie.
So I will refer back to the advice that I was talking about earlier, where if you are wanting to understand how all of these pieces of web development fit together, then build something that you want to see exist. Come up with some idea for like a product that you think would be awesome if it existed, and figure out what you need to do to make that happen. Stumble along the way, use Google liberally, and figure out the pieces as you go. I think that's the best way, rather than reading all the books in the world and then applying that knowledge. I think if you get in the mud, as it were, along the way, that's going to be the best way to give yourself a good education to becoming a beyond a junior developer. That's my advice.
Thank you. Very nice advice. Daniele?
Yeah, I'd say my advice would be just do it. If you are interested in learning something and building something, just open up the code editor and start going right now. Googling for pretty much all of your questions can be answered somewhere on the internet. Again, the best way is to try and see what parts you can figure out, what parts are more difficult, but the difficult parts are gonna get easier.
Mm-hmm. Right, thanks. So guys, just to summarize this, for all the junior developers, get an ambitious goal, write down the path that you're passing through it, and never be afraid, because you can see there are good examples of people who had, let's say, completely different domain or knowledge, and then they switched up. And also, if you collect enough data, then you can just use free or any other library and build a nice chart and a nice visual story about it. Okay, guys, I enjoyed this session a lot. Thank you for participating in our Geekle React Online Summit. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
This was awesome.
See you soon. Bye-bye. So, as you can see, we have 5 more minutes before our next session starts. Our next speakers will be there. So you have 5 minutes. Go take your drinks, take your breaks, and so on. We still have almost 600 people watching us online, and we are now closing our Facebook session as there's no one longer visiting it. It was our good experiment, and now everything is available on YouTube. See you in 5 minutes. Hey everyone, welcome back. This is React Global Online Summit powered by Geekle. As you know, we have 24 hours of amazing talks about React technology, divided into two tracks, a junior and a senior track. This is actually the junior track, so you're gonna enjoy the conversation mostly tailored for the junior developers and the interest there. You already heard 6 amazing speakers, and now we are moving to the third block that also consists of 3 speakers before we start the Q&A session. And now let me introduce our speaker and the topic. That's quite interesting one. So the topic itself sounds like integrating React into legacy projects. This topic will gonna be covered by the speaker, the software architect Martin Chaov from DraftKings. And this guy says, I'm a guy who suffers from software poisoning. I know some stuff about software, mainly where it can hurt you the most. And as to me, as a project manager, it sounds just amazing. So, welcome, Martin. How are you?
Hello, everyone. I hope my mic is on. Is it?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'm fine. I'm kind of excited because I have not done this kind of conferences a lot. I'm not speaking online, so it's a new experience for me. It's especially, it's a strange feeling when you don't have any interaction with the people you're talking to. It's
That's the biggest challenge. That's a big challenge. So what we can do is actually 2 things. One of them is that you can simulate the audience. You can imagine like there is someone who is criticizing you and someone who is accepting, and every time when you would like to point your attention to some elements, you can imagine or simulate the reaction of the audience. And the second part, if you have more than one screens, the monitors, and you can see StreamYard, from time to time I can just interact to you and help just for you to see that there is a dialogue. That's probably the best approach. And before you start, just quickly, I would like to ask you why this topic? Because as for me, I know how painful it is even to plan a project, and especially to run it when we need to introduce something new into the legacy code. All the developers, they would prefer to just wipe it down and write a completely new code. So what brought you to this topic?
So first of all, experience, because I did it. So that's the thing. So I'll be talking from experience. And the second thing is that I'm actually addressing this, your exact point inside of the slides. So I will refrain from answering because I've already made, the nice animation. It will appear, text.
Perfect.
And so on. So I will answer this in the presentation itself. But what I'm going to share here is actually a real project. It's something that we did at SBTech. So this project is...
Okay, I've heard about this company, by the way.
Yeah, it's a nice company, but it merged with another one. So now we are DraftKings. The point is that this project is very interesting because even though very smart people work in that company, right? And we did mistakes that in hindsight, they're obvious, but when you're starting to actually doing this stuff, it doesn't look so obvious at all. So I'm going to share where we failed, and we failed in a lot of respects in the beginning, and how our journey changed, and how we had to redefine our goals actually in order to be able to move to a new technology stack.
Okay, and then there's a quick instruction to you. So at the closer to the end of the presentation, I'm gonna join the session. I will say 5 minutes left, then 2 minutes left, and then there's 1 minute left, just to remind you about the time. And my last question is, where are you from? Today we had people from all over the world. We had people from France and India and so on. So where are you from?
So I'm from Bulgaria, currently living in Sofia. It's the capital city of Bulgaria. It's a very, very nice place in Eastern Europe. I can talk a lot about the country, but I think I'm going to be eating from my time. So
Yeah, that's true.
if you
Okay,
want a specific question, let's move on.
sure. No more bothering. Join in the conversation. So this is Martin Chaov, and this is the topic of integrating React into legacy projects. Go ahead.
All right, so here are my slides. Nice. Well, we've already presented the topic, which is something that I was going to do on these slides. So I will just start with trying to give like an overview of the project. So the nice building on the left is our monolith, and the nice and shiny new age architecture on the right is what we want to achieve. So we want to put React on top of our legacy. There's something very strange when we are discussing legacy software in the software development community. When we're talking about legacy, generally we are discussing it as something bad. You know, it's like if you ask somebody to give you a definition of legacy, generally they'll say it's a gift from the past that helps create a better future. You know, your parents left you a house, your grandmother left you some cash, but developers don't believe that, and that's really strange. And I want to give you a quote from Björn Strautstrup. So legacy code often differs from its suggested alternative by actually working and scaling. And that's very, very interesting thing to think about, right? So if you want to rewrite a project, you first need to understand the whole scope of the project. And generally, from my experience, I can say that I've never seen developers that fully understand the whole scope of the project. Also, legacy, you know, legacy is currently something that you have running, that's currently something that makes you money. So you need to respect it a bit more, right? Let's try to define what is a legacy project. So legacy project is any project that has customers, right? Until this project is making you money, you'll be maintaining it. So that's your project. With software, it's quite easy for us to call something legacy. But what you see here on the screenshots, this is actually screenshots of our software at that time, and this is what we wanted to port to React. Now let me give you some historical context. This effort started at around 2016. At that point in time, we already had like 10 years on production, right? Just think about it. In 2016, we had 10 years on prod, which means that this project was actually created with technology from 2006, 2005, 2004. State of the art at that time, by the way, right? Think about that. So this project was using technology stack that, if I tell you, some people will probably laugh. We had back then even Visual Basic running some key features on our backend, and we had XSLT, and we had XML and technologies and languages that people are not using anymore. They're just laughing at them right now. But this was like state of the art at the time. So if you think about it, this has been developed, put on production, and then for almost 10 years, we've been putting software on top, more and more and more software. Eventually, around 2016, we've been serving something like 20,000 live events per month. So the project is about sports betting, and it's serving sports events, right? So we've been serving something like 20,000 live events per month. So if you just try to think of it, that's like 660 live events per day, right? Like, can you imagine 600 events per day? Probably you can't, because that's not your business niche. But in reality, the events were like moved to the weekend, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So our biggest traffic we needed to handle at that time. So we had the infrastructure that can handle this amount of live events per day, per hour, and so on. And all of this, of course, we are serving 2 million of users into hundreds of locations, if not thousands. Now, we obviously had a monolithic architecture, because every project starts with a monolithic architecture. And this monolithic architecture had a huge backend and a huge frontend. I'm not going to talk about the backend today. The backend was, in short, moved to microservices and APIs for the frontend to consume. What is important, however, is that the frontend had custom package manager. Why? Because if you think about it, 2006, 2005, what was the de facto JavaScript package manager? I'll tell you, nothing. So that's it. We had our own because we needed one. And we had ongoing feature development constant. So we are starting at 2016 with the plans to migrate. But if you think about it, we are not stopping our development. We are not stopping anything. Actually, we are working on regulated markets. And what that means is that we need to fulfill regulatory requirements, which are changing over time. We need to maintain our solution on production environment, and so on and so on and so on. So this is one constant ongoing thing. And if you think about it, like, you cannot just stop the business, rewrite everything, right? At that point in time, it took us 10 years. So for any foreseeable, reasonable estimation, to do this project again would be 10 years. We cannot just stop doing business for 10 years. We also had something that's called CMS. Many of you probably know what this is. The point is that it's a custom CMS. Why? Because at the time of making this software, there were no open source solutions that can help us. What this means is that we are taking some things for granted which are not obvious. Some things the CMS is doing for us that are not obvious. Now, first, before I move to other points, I would like to discuss why 2016. Okay, so 2016 means that it looks like we are late, right? It looks like we are not the early adopters of the technology. Why? Because Node.js appeared in 2009, a somewhat stable version we had at around 2011. NPM became the package manager for JS around 2011 as well. Webpack we already had in 2012 in the spring. TypeScript also appeared in the autumn of 2012. So what were we waiting for? Why didn't we do that earlier? Now, the biggest problem that we've been having with JavaScript generally was code reuse, was bundle size management, dependency management. And those things were not solved by NPM, they were not solved by TypeScript, they were not solved up to that point. And in something magical happened in the summer of 2015. This is when the ECMA 262 spec for 2015 happened. It was finalized, and now we had standard modules in the language. Now, I have to say that before that, there were some solutions that nobody remembers, like System.js and so on. And these are things that, if you consider a system that is already n numbers of years in production, porting this system from custom package manager to required JS or to common JS or to whatever JS is currently interesting is going to cost you a lot of money and a lot of time. And we didn't want to go to something that is not standard anymore. So we waited for the ECMAScript standard to evolve to give us good dependency and package management. Now, as a business, you obviously need to invest into technology, but you also don't need to invent technology that is not part of your core business. So I'm talking about this package management thing because this is a big thing. We still have remnants somewhere around the code base of the legacy package manager. Still, there is some code living using it. And the thing is that if we tried to make this migration earlier, you can imagine that we would have had like custom package manager, required JS, and standard package manager. So we would have ended up with a couple of different package managements. Something else, as I said, if this software is not part of your core business, probably you should not be developing it yourself. Probably you can outsource it or you can buy it if you have the resources, which is always the better option. And you always, of course, need to consider time, cost, and quality. And we developers like to say sometimes that you can either have time and cost but not quality, or cost and quality but not time, and yada, yada, yada. However, this is not how the world works, right? I cannot give you the cheapest possible solution that doesn't work for you. So in reality, we're always doing some compromise, something that could be delivered quickly, but with some quality which is lacking. And when we're saying lacking quality, we're not talking about software defects, right? We are talking about lacking quality in different areas like maintainability, scalability, and so on. So if I need to serve, as I gave the example earlier, if I need to serve 20,000 live events per month, yes, eventually I will need a system that can handle 25 or 30,000 live events. But I can make a compromise and I can release a system that can handle 21,000 live events. So this is also something to consider, right? There are so many different aspects of software that you need to consider when you're making such decisions. And now I'm going to share where we failed before we got to version 1.0. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time here because I want to make I want to spend more time on the successes that we had afterwards. But these mistakes are very important, and they're very important to be understood. We gained a lot of experience from our failures here. So it's tempting when we ask what went wrong for me to just say, well, everything went wrong the first couple of times. But the first major mistake we did is that we continued with our existing mindset. Okay, so we took React and we just added the JavaScript bundle to our existing .NET project. Like the same way you have jQuery, you just add React.js. And we started doing React without JSX. And this was not a good idea. But if you think about it, why did we do that? Well, we didn't want to add yet another build tool. Why? Because I already have a complicated monolith that builds on .NET that takes a lot of time. So I didn't want to add another build tool. If you think about it, like, it all makes sense, but it doesn't. Right? In hindsight, we should have went with Webpack, for example. But we did that mistake. We've put React inside of the monolith. So then we tried to solve that by adding additional build steps, which made everything so much more unnecessary. So in order for you to rebuild the React and to commit, you had to also do some of the .NET build, and then check out, you want to change some small thing about React, but you need to check out the monolith, merge conflicts. Our existing pipelines could not build JavaScript, which means that we had to push at the bundled code, which meant constant merge conflicts, and so on and so on and so on. So embedding the new development directly into the old solution added just multiple layers of complexity, and to the build, to the deploy process, to the testing, with zero benefit, right? So we were unable to keep proper track of the new code in this way, and we had problems with interoperability with our custom package manager. So we had to make the new files understand and work together with the legacy package manager, which was not a good idea. So we eventually scrapped that. We tried to apply existing workflow on a new technology stack, right? Existing understanding of how we do software, we tried to apply to a new technology stack, which was not working well. Something else that we did, we said, okay, let's scrap that. We will not do anything inside of the monolith. Let's design the perfect solution. And we designed the perfect solution. Actually, the solution was so perfect that we could not integrate it into any existing system that we had. We could not release it to production because there was no way to release it to production. But it was perfect. It was designed very well with maintainability, scalability, with everything that we wanted. So eventually, we could not release it, so we scrapped it. Some key takeaways that we got during our experience with React, and because not everything is bad, not everything that happened that went wrong actually, everything that went wrong actually taught us a lesson. So some key takeaways: React is fast, and that's a problem. You need to think about that. React being very, very fast library is a very, very big problem. When you are starting with React, it's very easy to get it wrong, but it will still work okay. And at the point where it starts breaking and it starts showing, you actually need to refactor and rewrite a lot of code to actually make it work properly. So this is something that you need to take into account from a very, very early stage to actually test what is rendering, what is re-rendering, why is it re-rendering, should it have been re-rendered at all or not. So and these are things that at the point in time where we realized we had a problem with that, we already had hundreds of kilobytes of code written. And only then we started experiencing performance issues that were almost impossible to fix. Now, keys are a must. And React documentation, I believe, does not spend enough time in teaching, or at least it didn't at that time, in teaching developers how to use keys properly. But if I have to summarize it now, same key means same element. That's it. Same key meaning different element is a problem. So if your element did not change, the key should not change. That's a very, very nice rule of thumb. Something else, probably when you see package JSON, sometimes you see this nice symbol here. Just delete it and forget that it exists. This is something that we learned the hard way, but it actually taught us a very, very valuable lesson that I'm going to talk about a bit later. Probably all of you know cases where you just go to work or you start your project on a new machine, or for some whatever reason, you formatted your hard drive, whatever. You clone your project, you do npm install, and it doesn't build. Some dependency of a dependency of a dependency of a dependency changed, or it's not available, or the newer version is not backward compatible for whatever reason, your project is no longer building, right? So just forget this. Commit your package lock, and if somebody changes the package lock, try talking to him nicely first, or her, ask why, understand why this file was changed, and if there was no reason, just revert it, and explain to that person that they should not be changing packages. Something else, separation of bundles. Now, it's a very nice thing when we started, like, we had one bundle, and it was small bundle, and suddenly it became big bundle. And we needed to think about bundle separation at a much earlier stage. Yeah, today we have chunking in Webpack. We have other projects, libraries that are giving you chunks, synchronous loading of chunks, and so on. But the problem with separating the bundles is actually a project management problem. If you have everything built together, you have a monolith. Separating the bundle, separate build process, separate life cycle is very, very important. This is the only thing that can give you scale in terms of development. And we are a big company, and we were a big company back then. We had many teams developing software. We couldn't leave them all developing on the same code base, because even if you have some automated way of chunking the code, you'll be in a situation where one change actually rebuilds many chunks, and you re-release all the chunks. This is not okay. It's not an okay approach if you're not releasing everything at the same time. Also, be very, very careful with imports. Something that we found out is that some libraries, it's not the fault of the language or the package manager, it's fault of the developer, basically. They are not very well suited for tree shaking, which means that importing one function from that library imports 200 kilobytes of code from that library. So with some libraries, top-level imports are doing that. With other libraries, nested imports, with the slashes from folder structure are doing that. So you need to be very, very careful when you are evaluating what's going into the actual bundle. There are also more takeaways, but I did not list them here because I'm going to make clear points about them at some later slides. But observables, super cool. Process, super important. People are the make it or break it part of this type of transition, and shared language. And I'm not talking about English here. I'm going to address those at later slides. And the key thing that we understood from our initial tryout was that we need to define clear goals on what we want to do, what we want to change. So we wanted to transition to React. Okay, why? Because React is fast. Okay, React is fast. Good. So how do we transition to React that is fast? Well, actually, we didn't want to just transition to React. We wanted to split the monolith, and React was one of the tools that can help us deliver better performing frontend, but it was actually not the means to get to the better performing frontend. So we needed to define clear goals, and we needed to redefine them and keep them in mind. And we did that. So we defined clear goals for our development. So we don't want to build second monolith. So we want to make everything, every feature a separate project with its own versioning and its own lifecycle. Good. That makes sense, right? This is what we are doing with the microservices. So why not micro frontends? Also, we didn't want to add more technology to the existing technology stack of the monolith. So we did not want to touch the monolith at all. This is something important. We did not want new development to interfere with existing development and existing patches. Let's say we had a bug or something, so we fix the monolith, but we don't touch the new code. We didn't want backend, and what I mean by this is that we did not want bundled frontend and backend into the same repository. We split everything to microservices and APIs. Good, it stays there. Frontend, separate bundles, one language inside of a repository, or maybe excluding less or CSS. Now, we also made a couple of points that broke our perfect design. So if you remember earlier, I said, okay, so if we scrap the entire monolith, what's going to be the perfect design? How would it look? So we scrapped a couple of things and notions that actually killed the previous project. So we decided that our new features will not understand routing. They will not understand authentication. They will work and be tested with Mobx. And we will be using scaffolding to create new projects. And I'll talk about this a bit more later. And we will define new DSL. So we will define our own specific domain-specific language. And why are we doing that? Well, we're doing that because, first of all, we want to break the box. We want, when a developer moves from existing monolith to a new project, to use new domain language. And I can tell you this made a huge difference. When you're changing the language that you're using to refer to the code, to the structure, to the architecture of a feature, and so on, you're actually getting out of your old way of thinking. Why? Because you cannot express your ideas in the old way. So you're using new language to express the ideas, and people are using new language to discuss the ideas. And this way, we actually improved the code quality, and we improved the way our entire process works. Something else, I mentioned that NPM can break your projects. So we actually created our own NPM registry. I think we are using JFrog Artifactory for that, but that's not really important. It's important for you to have private repository, which is proxying the real one, which means that if a package breaks, you can actually republish working version of this package to your own registry, and you don't need to wait for pull request for developer, maintainer, and so on and so on. Open source community is very, very nice, but sometimes it takes time. And takes time means losing money in the business world. Now, since we're talking about NPM, let's talk about the artifacts. So we wanted small file size. And small file size, we want not too small, right? So when we're discussing small file size of around 14K is the minimum for a package. You should not have packages of 1K, 2K, 5K, whatever. Packages of around 14K are best. Why? Because they can be transferred as a one TCP packet, which is important thing to understand, like performance of the network. Having a package of 1 kilobyte means that you are sending 13 kilobytes worth of package with 1 kilobyte worth of payload. So we wanted to share common logic, which means we did not want to bundle everything. We wanted to be able to inject code from time. But we also wanted our artifacts to be static. Means that once an artifact is created, it's never changed. It's cached forever on the CDN, which means that we need to have good versioning. Which brings me to the next point, because right now I'm discussing what I want to do in terms of development and in terms of output, but not how to do it. So how to do it means that I need like something like a platform, something small. I need a way to have atomic UI and share it. I need a way to have helper function and classes and share them. I need a way to share package dependencies, and that's really, really important thing. When you have multiple separate repositories to take care of, you need to share a couple of things, and one of them is package dependencies. You don't want to have React, 5 different versions of React or Mobx or whatever. We also wanted our code to be asynchronously loaded. So we don't want to have to chug the rendering of the browser. We want to be able to load code asynchronously. So this eventually meant that we need to create some tools. And since we are creating tools, well, we should create some quality gates. I want my code to be verified, so it will have linting. I want when you open a file from another developer to look like you wrote it. I don't care if we're going to use like spaces or tabs, but everybody's going to use the same. That's it. The bracket is going to be on the same way. You're not going to put semicolons, yada, yada, yada. The rules are going to be the same for everyone. We are going to have testing and code coverage. And we're going to actually put NFRs. NFRs, for those that don't know, these are the so-called non-functional requirements. So those are quality requirements generally. I'll give you an example. Bundle size. If the bundle size becomes more than 50 kilobytes, the build will fail. So you need to have a reason to have bundle more than 50 kilobytes. That's just an example, but this is the type of quality requirements that you can have. So in order to get all of these, so platform, quality gates, to ensure this development, to have the artifacts, NPM, everything, this had to be managed somehow. And when a developer needs to create a new feature, they need to have a very, very easy way to create a new project. So we created scaffolding. We created a couple of packages, which are separate NPM packages with a version, obviously. And by the way, we've been using them to create themselves. So they're created in the same way that all the other packages are created. They have a version, so you can depend on a version of everything. What is everything? Well, install script, it has a version, it's an NPM package. Build, it has a version, it's an NPM package. Test, lint, and so on and so on. All of those packages, well, build, test, and lint we've put into one package, but technically all of those are packages which have version, and you depend on that specific version. How that might look? Now, if you get like this overview, if I have to give you this kind of overview, we split this into easy setup of new packages and easy dependency management, which is basically easy process management. Why? Because scaffolding creates new projects, scripts, test, lint, build, and so on. This is what the pipeline is executing, and these scripts are executed by the Jenkins or by your local machine. And in all cases, they are the same, and they have a version. So if I improve the speed of the build process, everybody will get it. If I improve the linting or change the linting rules, I don't need developers to do anything. I will go to Jenkins and I will rerun the projects, and I will see which projects fail the rules. Right? This is the kind of way we wanted to have in terms of management. And we actually did it. And all of those are actually software components. And we have the utilities that are compile time dependencies. And then we have the browser-facing bundles. How this looks? Well, if I have to do like a simple explanation for everything, approved dependencies are something that all packages are using, like Mobx, for example. And approved dependencies for UI, React, React DOM, adapter for Mobx for React. Services are obviously packages without presentation. But something else that we did, we took from the backend world. We have packages that are containing only contracts with TypeScript. Why did we choose TypeScript? Well, because it allows us to do types, compile time checks, but it also allows us to do packages that are containing purely interfaces, which means that you can npm install a package that gives you only types.
5 minutes left.
Oh, thank you. 5 minutes. I'll hurry up. So you can install a package that gives you only types, and then you basically depend on the types, the mobs, and everything that you're using is injected on time. Then we have components, which are visual presentation, and eventually they go to the front end. So what we have is scripts, creating dependency packages, creating services, creating components, compiling application. Everything is wrapped in a nice CI/CD process. So the only thing that is missing from everything that I've currently explained is interoperability. So we had those new projects created, and they somehow needed to communicate with the monolith. Why? Because we'll be plugging them into the monolith. So this is how we were able to actually start rewriting and eventually finish rewriting the monolith. So we needed to find an abstraction, to do a couple of abstractions, one layer here, one layer there. Eventually we got to the common interface, which allowed us to do inversion of control. I will go over high-level architectural feature. Earlier I said that we will be defining our DSL, meaning that domain-specific language. So we defined the entire architecture with 3 domains. We had the data domain, which is going to manage legacy data layer, API integrations, and dirty logic, Mobx, and so on. We created the parse domain, which is handling pure business logic, ETL, CRUD on top of the data. And we had UI, which is basically what? State store and React component. We had this integration file, which I'm going to show a simple implementation with. And basically, the data flow is legacy system, platform, through integration, data, and then from data, parse, state store, React component. And what you may notice here is that everything from this point of view, for parser and UI, they are pure. They are function of the data. So here we can do quite a lot of functional programming, quite nice stuff. Now, this is just an example of the integration class, and you might see that this is extension of an already existing class. So we abstracted away all the implementation that the legacy cares about into one class, and we've been extracting it into the integration file. Basically, the integration file gets configuration, setups data, renders upon activation. And the important thing is this thing into the constructor. Here we set up logic for development, for staging, for different environments, which what gives us dependency injection and inversion control. Something else that we are doing, and this is how we register new features with the application. It's asynchronous. We give it configuration from CMS, dictionary, inject services, inject router, because I said what? Our services do not have their own routing. They don't understand it. And require the files. So those files will be dynamically downloaded, and the code will be executed only after they are. So this gives us the asynchronous. Oh man, I can't say the word. This gives us the async approach to loading files in our application.
2 minutes left.
The point here is to actually download the code that the user needs. Obviously, there are some cons. New DSL, developers need to learn it. We need to build new pipeline. We need to build new tools. We need to train people. Of course, this is the price to pay to have a working solution. But the benefits, and the benefits are actually a lot. We have clear separation of concerns, meaning feature per team, separate life cycle. We are more or less technology agnostic. The architecture that I showed a little earlier does not say that my UI needs to be built with React or that my state management needs to be built with Mobx. It's relying on interfaces, so I can change them. It allows you for code reuse. Service packages can be injected or compiled together depending on the need. This is a more resilient architecture. Changing one component does not mean breaking other components, which means independent development and also independent deployability. And since I have 1 minute left, feel free to say hi, check my GitHub. So that's all from the presentation. in the last 1 minute. I don't know if we will have time for questions.
Okay, thank you for your time and the presentation. So the thing is that yes, actually there will be a Q&A section, so it's not directly right now. The Q&A session starts, just let me see the exact time. So the Q&A session starts at 17:50 UTC time.
Which is around 8:50 in Central.
Okay. Yeah.
East.
Central European time, it should be like something like 8:50. Okay. Yeah.
8:50.
That's
8:50 in Bulgaria. Okay. I'll tell you back then.
Okay, how was your feeling? Just very quickly, how was your experience right now? Before you've been talking that it's a little bit confusing when you don't have any feedback from real people, right? You don't see them.
Yeah, well, it's quite strange for me, at least. I feel like, when you're speaking to a live audience, you can get the feeling where things are clear, where things are not clear.
Yeah.
You can put more attention to different things. And now I've been putting attention where I believe I should, but not where the actual audience needs it, which is like this kind of strange disconnect between what I'm talking about and between the people who are listening.
Yeah, that's true. Nowadays, we need to really more practice our conversation before we go live. However, I can see a good reaction. So if you go now to our YouTube, and by the way, you can see that there is over 500 people watching us. You'll see a few feedbacks, like it was informative, it was great and useful. And from my side, I would like to add, first of all, yes, it is useful because every single developer, I'm pretty much sure every single developer had at least once in their life this need to inject something in a legacy code. Everyone knows about it. Everyone suffered. That's why it is so important to talk about it. So at least from this point of view, that was awesome. Thank you.
It's also important to know how to do it right. This is like
yes.
If you do it for the wrong reasons, you will fail.
That's true.
First, you need to know why you're doing it. Then what?
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. See you soon. Again, one more time. Great presentation, warm feedbacks, and see you soon. Okay. Now we have to move on, and our next presentation is about super React tools to boost developer productivity by Souvik Basu. And let's see the story. So Souvik is a JS enthusiast and a freelance developer who has been coding UI for the past, 17 years. He is so passionate about front-end technologies and conducts training and meetups on the subject. And he loves to code in React as well as in Angular, which is even better. So we can talk about the differences. Traveling, trekking, and exploring different cultures keeps him happy. He lives in Vancouver, Canada at the moment, and is an active member of the React meetups here. Oh, I can suppose it's morning there. So, good morning, Souvik. How is it pronouncing? Can you help me a little bit, please?
Hey, hi everybody. Yeah, you said it right. So it's Souvik Basu. Yeah.
Cool. Tell us, please. So I can see you have really a huge experience in building front end and the UI. I can imagine that probably you've been working even with the old style, like the Web 1.0 and so on. So you now have a good retrospective and of the overall evolution of UI, I would say so. What inspired for the current presentation?
Sure, yeah. So yeah, I have always been interested in the front end side of things. Like even in my earlier days of career, I was working as a there was no term as front end developer at that time, but I was always with the UI team on like thick clients as well as mobile applications, and then I moved to web programming. So yeah, and like just about I think 6 to 7 years back, there wasn't really much about JS frameworks as such. It was all jQuery that we used to use. And then we had Backbone was like a big boost to us to try to do something with some kind of data binding things. And then obviously all these JS frameworks, they have made it so easy nowadays for us to create applications. Not just that, even the overall UX has improved. Like the user demand, it keeps increasing all the time, and it always helps if you have the good right tools in hand to fix those. As a developer, I always struggled with using the right tool. Like, for debugging, I would always use console, like the browser console to debug. Although these things, they work, but they are not really the best tools in hand. Like, you would probably want something better that can help you do the same thing in a much better way, much faster and error-free. So I thought, this is probably a good opportunity to interact with, especially those who are new to front-end development, and give them a quick view of how many types of tools there are and how it can help them.
Perfect. Okay, so now I understand much better your topic. That's true. We all need some tools, and there's plenty of them on the market, right? Available for almost everything.
Yeah.
Which makes the choice at the very beginning, when you are just a junior developer, makes that choice just terrible, really terrible. So, ladies and gentlemen, now your choice probably becomes much easier with Souvik Basu.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Or you might get even more confused.
Okay.
Either ways.
I'm gonna add it to the live studio, and closer to the end of the presentation, when there's 5 minutes left, I will join the presentation. I'll say 5 minutes left. That's it.
Sure.
Then 2 minutes left. Then 1 minute. And in case if anything else is required from the audience, like to adjust your font size or maybe the voice, I'll also join it.
Sure.
So, okay, share your screen, please. I'm gonna put it live and leave it there. Okay. Meanwhile, I would like to remind everyone that this is React Global Online Summit, and we're now having Souvik Basu on junior track.
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie.
Good luck.
Okay. So, yeah. Hi, everybody. So, just a reminder, this is a session for mostly for the ones who are just starting development, and if you have already done React development, a lot of these tools you might already be aware about. So that's okay. Like, you can always, like out of 10 tools, you might already know 7, 8, and, there might be 2 or 3 tools that you would have never tried out or never heard about. So it might still be useful to you. So let's take a look at this. So what happened was when I interacted with a lot of front-end developers, so both who are just entering into the field of development, or even much experienced developers, I figured out that they don't, a lot of times they don't use the right tool for the purpose. So I thought, let's probably create a good list of tools that might be a good reference point for somebody. And also, when I talked to a lot of experienced developers, I got to know about few of the tools that I had never used before. So I thought, why not explore these kind of tools and see. And when I explored those, that really helped me quite a bit. So here is the list, and we'll take a look. If you can't really follow along, because the list is quite long and we are going to talk quickly about a few of those, I'm going to do a demo also of 2 of the tools. But let's say, just in case if you can't follow along, I'll share the PPT also in one of my tweets later. So yeah, My name is Souvik Basu. I am a JavaScript enthusiast. Like I love everything about JavaScript, and I am a freelance front-end developer. I've been coding since a while now, and especially on the React side, I've been working on for the last 5 years. In fact, like my day job is in Angular today, and most of my fun projects they are in React, which I work on in my free time at night. And there is a site that we developed called Frontend Social, which is a social platform for developers and designers. While we were creating those, we thought, let's do it using Vue.js, so that like I get to kind of work on all the three flavors of framework. So we are going to talk about tools mostly from the perspective of productivity. So just a minute. So, like for example, there will be a lot of tools which are used for improving the network performance or the UI rendering performance and all. We are not really interested in those kind of tools today. We are looking at the tools that can help you as a developer or a designer to do your work faster. So, what exactly is productivity? A productivity means you should be able to do things in much lesser time, so you get more time in your hand, you get more energy at your disposal, and you get to do more work done in by spending lesser resources. And how do you achieve productivity? There will be a lot of software tools, a lot of hardware tools, and there is a lot of holistic approach also that sometimes you have to take into consideration if you want to really improve your efficiency as a developer. Now, when we look at a development lifecycle, there are different stages of a development lifecycle, right? Like it starts with prototyping a product. So initially, you might have very rough idea about how you want to, what kind of product you want to have, what kind of pages it will have. So you just create a prototype. You don't really create detailed design. Generally, we just use pen and paper for prototyping, but there might be some good tools for prototyping as well. Then the next stage is about design, where you do a detailed design of your product. Then there is the actual code implementation. Then while you are doing your code implementation, you might need certain tools to debug your application, then certain tools to help you with testing your application, and certain ecosystem to build your application and deploy it. And when your release cycles are over, you would want to release the product to production. And it doesn't stop there. Like even after release, you might need to have some support for your customers, so that if they have any kind of issues, if they have any kind of feedback for your product, you should be able to receive those. So you need to have the right tools to receive feedbacks from them. And then with the feedback cycle, you probably again go to the next cycle of design code, build, and release again. So this is kind of a typical development life cycle that we have. So let's start looking at tools that can help us in each of these places. Now, for prototyping, this is probably the most obvious thing. Like, whenever we want to start developing any mobile application or web page or web application, the first thing we do is we just take a piece of paper and a pencil and we start drawing the pages and just try to brainstorm about, how do we want our application to look like. So that's probably the best tool, in fact, because that gets the job done really fast. So it's not really necessary that you always have to use some kind of a software tool to get your work done. In fact, when I create a lot of web pages, when I have to interact with some other developers, a lot of times I just create something in MS Paint, like some kind of a paint tool, to quickly create some kind of a prototype and give it to them. If you really want to create some serious designs and capture some ideas while you're prototyping, for React specifically, there is a tool called React Proto that you can take a look at. And there is another one which is even better called Mural. Like Mural even supports collaboration between team members. So you can actually design or do not really design, create a prototype of your application collaboratively online. Then is the design phase. So a lot of us, especially if we are a freelancer or if a lot of times you have a tendency of trying to do the design ourselves. I have myself got into this trap a lot of times. Even simple things like designing the logo of your product, we have a tendency to feel that okay, why spend money on creating logo? Let's do it ourselves. If you do that, you'll probably end up doing a logo like this. This has been one learning for me, where I figured out that it's probably not the right idea to do the design by yourselves and give it to somebody who's actually a professional designer, because they'll probably do the same thing in a much lesser cost and in a much lesser time. Because when you look at the time that you're spending yourself, they can actually do it in a much lesser time, and it will definitely have a professional look. So this is just a design tip that always go for a professional designer. Also, another decision to make here is that whenever we have to create any web page, let's say if I need any kind of a control, let's say if I need a date picker or if I need a customized list box, our tendency is always to see if we can make it by ourselves. Because as developers, it is always kind of our tendency that we want to be in control of the components or the libraries that we want to use. Like the thing that comes to our mind is that what if I want some kind of a customization tomorrow? If I just pick up something off the shelf, it may not really work. But that's not really the case. Like 95%, you can say probably, of the things that you would need in your application, people would have already thought about it, and it's quite possible that the libraries which already exist in the market, they cater to your needs. In fact, another good thing of using a well-tested industry product is that like first of all, there is a team of developers who are working on it, not an individual. And if it is open source, it is even better, because then it has gone through rigorous testing. The source is open, so there are lesser chances of any malicious code being in that. And it has stood the test of time. So it's always good to go for a library first, see if a component already exists that you want to use. If not, then go for creating your own. In fact, a good site for that would be bit.dev. So bit.dev, they have, let me see if I can open the site quickly. So they have like thousands of components, not just in React, but even in Vue, Angular, and all. And you can probably find the right component for yourselves. In fact, there is another site that we had actually developed as part of our open source initiative called Component Lib, which is also framework agnostic. So let's say if you are looking for a button in React, so I can probably just search for a button here, and it will show me the list of all the button components that exist as React components. So definitely go for these kind of libraries rather than trying to create your own. Then the list is actually quite long when you talk about libraries. So yeah, definitely we won't be able to go through all of these, but a lot of these are some things that I have used myself, or I have got a recommendation of these from a lot of my friends in the industry. So definitely take a look at this. A few of these that I can definitely suggest out is, especially if you're working on React Native, then Native Base is a very good library. Like that was probably the first library that I used when I started with React Native, and that proved very useful. Otherwise the ones which were provided as part of the basic React Native library, they were not really as good or as complete as the Native Base library was. Then there is a well-known semantic UI library which have a React flavor also, and the material kit. So as you all know, so there was a material designed by Google, and a lot of projects started in different frameworks to create components which added to those design guidelines. So in React, there is React Material Kit as well as React MD that you can try out. Then there are certain libraries designed especially for enterprise applications like Ant design. There are certain libraries which are designed for fast rendering like shards. So and then there is also React virtualized. React virtualized purpose is that, let's say if you have a long list of items to show, you don't really try to render all of them at the same time. You only render the ones which are in the visible area of your application, thereby reducing a lot of CPU cycles and browser memory. And similarly, there are a lot of tools here. There is also Onsen UI, which is quite popular. And there is a Prime React, which is basically again from the family of Prime libraries. So there is also Prime NG that we had used for Angular project in another project, and it was quite good. Kendo React is probably one of the oldest. Like the Kendo UI libraries have been there since the jQuery time, and they have always given very good, useful libraries to work on. There is one called Rebase library, which is in fact based on styled system. So if that's something that interests you, like if you have used style components and are interested in style system, then that is something that might be interesting to you. Now, there will be a lot of design tools that you can use while you are designing your product. So a lot of you might have already used a few of these. If not, this is a good list that you can look at. So Sketch is like a very basic and good tool for even prototyping as well as designing your application. Then there is Figma, which is very famous, actually, like very popular in our industry for collaborative design specifically. In fact, even Adobe XD supports collaborative design. So if you have like multiple designers sitting at different parts of the world, especially in this time when collaborative tools have become so much more useful, you can definitely take a look at this. Then there is Framer. So Framer, the main thing that they advertise about is being fast and supporting responsive designs. And then there is Zeppelin. So Zeppelin, it kind of got quite popular when one of the Vue core committers he actually talked about it, that that made handoff so much more easier between a designer and a developer. So it has a lot of bunch of tools for that. And so then after the design phase, the next thing is about coding. So now one thing that I have really learned in this is that initially I used to use Visual Studio for my purposes. Then I jumped to WebStorm by IntelliJ IDEA. Then when everybody started using VS Code, I also jumped my ship to VS Code, just so that I can be in tune with the other developers, like, the way they use or code their application. So one thing that I really saw was that it was probably not worth jumping IDs so much because, for example, I was so much used to working with all the refactoring options in WebStorm that my productivity was like really high when I used to code in WebStorm, like all the keyboard shortcuts and all that. But when I jumped to VS Code, all the VS Code is good. It's really a good IDE, but I don't think it is on par with WebStorm yet in terms of at least the refactoring options for JavaScript code. So with VS Code, I do definitely sometimes struggle a bit of times, like, when I want to extract a bit of code, like extract method or things like that. So it does take a bit of time for me, whereas it was quite fast for me in WebStorm. So this is not really about WebStorm versus VS Code, but it was about my comfort level with a particular IDE that I had set up. And then because I moved to some other IDE, that kind of, slowed me down. So in fact, there are other IDs like Atom and even Sublime Text if you're used to that. So I'll say, stick to the ID that you're used to, and that can definitely improve your productivity. Unless there is like a real big reason to jump, don't jump your IDs. Now, when we talk about IDs, there are a few specialized libraries like a lot of IDs today, they support design as well as coding. Like there is a tool called Builder X that allows you to design your entire page visually. You can drag and drop buttons and list boxes and things like that. And then it will auto-generate the code behind for you. And then you can add whatever logic you need to have for your event handlers and component initialization lifecycle methods and all. Similarly, there is React Studio, then there is React Tide, and there is Handoff. Again, all of these tools, they have a bit of pros and cons with each other. So I will not really go for one over the other over here, although I had used BuilderX and found it good. But what I will suggest is, as a developer, it definitely makes sense if you spend a bit of time in each of these tools. They all have, a few of them are paid versions also, so they might have some trial periods. So just download these tools, try it out and see how it works for you. What are the pros and cons that you see yourself, like, because being design tools, more than any feature, what really matters is how comfortable it is for you to use. So just try it out yourself and see which one works best for you. In fact, Handoff was something that even you had actually recommended this in his video channel to use. Like he found it very useful to do the handoff between the designers and developers. Another tip, especially for us React developers, that it's probably time to start using TypeScript. Earlier, it wasn't really supported that well, especially if you had Redux integrated into your application. Using TypeScript was not that easy. But now it's actually kind of recommended also. So if you just add the switch -- TypeScript to your npx create React app command, then it will actually create a project for you in TypeScript. A lot of us don't know about this, so probably this will be useful. So you can probably give it a try and see how it works for you, because this can actually save a lot of your time in the design time itself, like catch a lot of compile time errors or probable pitfalls earlier in time. And also, while you are coding, this is not really a tool, but some kind of a recommendation. Like, try to use most of the JavaScript features that comes out in the later versions of ECMAScript standard. Like, for example, recently, these two features were added as part of your browser standard, like optional chaining, wherein if, let's say, my data is null or my temperature is null, I don't have to really write long statements of response.data and response.data temperature and like that. It becomes, it makes the expression really long. So try to use this kind of shorthands. Even the null coalescing, like if, let's say, in this case, my settings.animation time is null, then it will take the default time. So we can achieve the same things using longer if-else expressions, but it's always good to have as crisp statements as possible, because it makes the code much more readable, provided it is readable. Like don't go for smaller code size just for the sake of it if it is not a readable code. Then another piece of suggestion would be, like, a lot of us, whenever we are starting off with a project, we always start with create React app, and then we keep adding onto it, right? It might be good to do some kind of an evaluation or proof of concept, or let's say if you really want to go that way, it's okay. But I will suggest that there are a lot of boilerplates available online, and a lot of these have a lot of contributors and big followers in the industry base. They have been time tested. So try to use these kind of boilerplates for your application rather than trying to make things by your own. For example, if you want to achieve server-side coding, instead of trying to do server-side coding by hand, by yourself, probably choose something like the Next.js. Similarly, if you want to create a static site, try out Gatsby. So I'm sure, again, a lot of you would have probably used a few of these tools already. If not, it's probably a good time to spend some time, maybe over the weekend, spend an hour or two and see how it feels like. Then there is another boilerplate code called React Slingshot, which is like React plus Redux. And then there is React Admin, which is especially for B2B application. And if you are still interested in figuring out other projects, then there is this React Starter projects. Then there are this bunch of ID extensions that you can use. So I will definitely recommend you try out these extensions because that makes things much easier for you. The best thing that I like is definitely Prettier and ESLint, because I don't want formatting of the code within my team to be different for everybody. So it's always good that if you have a good Prettier install for your application. Similarly, for styling, you can try out semi-standard. One thing that I really find useful is the Peacock application. That's like if you have multiple VS Code projects open, it's always difficult to figure out which project is for which, which ID is for which project. And if you can give some kind of a color indication for each of them, that really helps. And Peacock is one such ID. Then there is Git lens that can give you some kind of an indication about who changed what file at what point of time. React extension pack is good for quick shorthands. And also, there are a few things like, you can probably use some things like for changing the case of your variables. Like sometimes you want to change from kebab case to capital case. So it's always always useful to use some kind of an extension for that. In fact, also try to learn a lot of the tricks which are there in your ID. For example, if I have a list of items like this, which is line 2431, I can just go for a shorthand like Control Command Shift P, and I can say sort the lines ascending. And if I do that, it just sorts my lines properly. So these kind of things, you don't really have to do it manually. There are a lot of tools available. Again, for collaborative tools, definitely nowadays we are all aware of, about Zoom, Zoom, Teams, Slack, and all. And few of the tools like Code Sandbox has collaborative options today. There is also a tool called VisCode. Now, there are few offerings which allows us to test or see a component by itself. Like there is Storybooks or React Cosmos or Style Guidist. I will highly recommend you take a look at this, especially Storybook, wherein you can create a good list of components for your application and test each of them individually. Now, coming to debug, this is a good tweet that I saw once. Like, this is pretty much how we debug our application. We generally start with console logs, or we try out the debugger statement, or we use the browser debug tool, or sometimes we use a Chrome dev extension. And if nothing of this works, then we try to post our question in Twitter or even ask on Stack Overflow. So it's important to use the right tool for debugging. Definitely try out Chrome debug tool. One thing that I had tried out that has worked pretty well for me is the remotejs.com. To give you an idea how it works on. So this is the site. Let's see if I just say here, start debugging. It gives me a script here. I can just copy this script. And I have created one simple hello world application of React. And I just post this script over here and I say save. Now, if I take a look at this code, it is this one, right?
Five minutes left.
Okay. So here now, let's say whatever kind of events or anything that it generates, I can actually have those kind of events shown on the tool on the remote side. So probably let's just see if we have enough time to demo that. Okay, so I guess we'll not really spend much time here. I'll just move on to the next tools because otherwise we'll miss out on those. So please definitely try out this remote.js. And the good things about those is that, like, whenever I am trying to raise any kind of events from here, or if I want to send any kind of, logs to my application there, it can always help me debug those things remotely. Like, for example, as you see here, if I type in something like ASD, if I go here, you will see that it says that, okay, these kind of things were typed as ASD here. If I send something like alert, and if I say hi from here, then it actually shows this in alert box in my actual application. So this is very useful when you want to debug, let's say, your production application or debug some customer issues. This is very useful. Similarly, for debugging CSS, there are a lot of browser extensions, like especially if you want to get hold of what colors are there on the page, or if you want to measure the dimensions of your applications, there is a ruler. If you want to figure out the font, there is something called as what font that will give you all the details of the font that you hovered over. Then there are simple debug tools for CSS. And there is a good CSS scan tool. Like if you look at this, we always have been doing inspect element on browser dev tool and then trying to see the style statements. Instead of that, a tool like get CSS scan is something very intuitive and useful to use. Then there is also React site that can give you a good component hierarchy of your application. Now, coming to testing, we'll not spend much time over here, but one thing is no test is definitely not a good way to go. Like as a lot of times we have a tendency to not write tests, we think it's a waste of time. But in the long run, it definitely helps. And, it creates a good safety net around your application. So definitely go for it. You would have already tried out Cypress, I'm sure, if you're a React developer, and also the React testing library by Kenzie Dots. This is a very good library because it tests your components from or the application from the user's point of view. So definitely try it out. There is a good tool that I use called the Ghost Lab. I'll probably give a quick demo of that. So this is the Ghost Lab tool that can help me see how my application will look on actual devices. For example, let's see if I just say add, and if I add the same localhost application which is running. So I just click on this and I say play. And now you'll see that it gives me like I can see it on the browser, or I can get a QR code scanner. So I'm just trying to open this on my mobile. So what you will see is, let me try to do it quickly. So I just opened it on my mobile. I'm not sure if you are able to see this, but the same React application shows up on my mobile. And then I can see how the working is. So even though I'm developing my application on localhost, I can quickly try it on my mobile and see how it really looks like. Because a lot of times, just looking at the responsive view of your application in the browser, Chrome debug tool is not good enough. You want to see it in your actual mobile. So it sometimes helps.
1 minute left.
Sure. So this is, I think, pretty much of it. So also try out different tools for build, especially do some evaluation of rollup versus Webpack versus Parcel. And then there are some deploy tools, like whenever somebody raises a PR, it's always good to deploy it using Netlify or so. I tried it out in our application Frontend Social, and that really helps. Like you don't want to deploy something into production and then see if it's working or not. So especially in open source projects, it helps. And for release, there is Octopus and even Microsoft TFS. And for support, there are a lot of tools like, there is a Data Debug or LogRocket or even Splunk. Or if you have really big applications, then AppDynamics really helps. So please try out these things. And there are good places to learn coding. We'll probably skip this. One thing I'll definitely tell you is try out touch typing. That really helps if you can, start typing quickly without looking at the code. That improves your productivity. And try to go for ergonomics, keyboard and things like that. Go for a wider. So these are all the physical tools now we are talking about. Like, go for probably a wider monitor rather than multiple small monitors, because even if you have to move your head, that kind of takes away a bit of time. And that's it. So, and you definitely give a holistic view to your life, like take time off, take good relaxation, take good sleep cycles and food cycles. That definitely helps to improve your productivity as a developer as well, and helps you to lead a good life. So all these tools that we talked about, they are all available in this site called frontendsocial/tools. Please have a look at those. And yeah, stay safe in this challenging times. So this is my Twitter ID if you want to keep in touch. So that's about it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. How do you feel now when you finished your conversation? What is your experience overall about it?
Yeah, so it was quite good actually. So I've been doing a couple of these before. So yeah, definitely it feels a little different from the way we do like offline conference, wherein there is some kind of a feedback from the audience.
Yeah.
But you know that there are people who are listening to you and they keep posting questions on the chat. So this is kind of the new normal, and I think it's already been about more than 6 months, so we are kind of all used to it. And this is definitely the reach is much higher with online conferences. So I am totally excited about it. So yeah, it's good.
Thank you. I like the way that you organized your presentation and all this interactive stuff, sometimes funny stuff. People appreciate that. So we still have a good rate here. Now we are going forward with our third speaker, and then we will start the Q&A session in 40 minutes from now.
Sure.
So,
yeah. So thanks everybody for having me here. I will tweet about the presentation. I'll keep it in some Google Drive and share it with you so that you can take a look at all these tools at your leisure time. Yeah.
Thank you. See you soon. Okay, everyone. Thank you for listening to our speakers and to still keeping attention. It's already 7 hours and 15 minutes that we are live, that we're running our React Global Online Summit that runs 24 hours, takes all over the globe, and we have a lot of speakers from different countries, different companies, and different approaches. Now, this track is dedicated to junior developers, and the topics themselves are focused on different approaches and the things that might help you grow up your career. Our next speech is about manage your React app better with Mobx. This is the story. So Mobx, apart from other state management solution, particularly Redux, because it uses reactive programming. So the speaker would like to explain the advantages over Redux and the best practices of Mobx and Mobx State 3. Mobx uses actually observable data. This helps in automatically tracking changes through implicit subscriptions. It is more implicit and does not require a lot of special tooling. It comes with much less boilerplate code. And the speaker for this conversation today is Tarun Nagpal. Welcome. You're live now.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Very well. I can hear you as well, but if you can get a little bit closer to the microphone, that would be just perfect. Is it possible?
Yes. Is it better now?
Yeah, thank you. Sometimes, if there is anything related to the connection, for example, or to the microphone, I'm gonna need just to connect back. So now we need to wait for a while. Okay, Tarun is connecting back. Just in a minute. Welcome back.
Yes. Thank you so much. Actually, there is power issues coming in my area, so that the internet is not that stable. I mean, but I'll try to do as much as what I can deliver.
Good luck. Actually, the question is very your topic. To me, it sounds very well, because I realize that nowadays one of the biggest trends is actually the way we store the states and the way we work with them. So in our the faster we can transfer those states or react to them, actually that's why it is React, the better it is. So yeah, I would be interested in listening how it works. And would you like to share just a few words about yourself, your experience, and where are you from?
Sure, sure. I think I'm audible to the complete audience now.
Yeah.
Okay. So hi, my name is Tarun. I basically belong to Chandigarh. It's in India,
Hmm.
200 miles away from the capital of India. So I have total 10 years of experience into web development. My skill set ranges from PHP, Node, Angular, and from last 2 years, I'm working on React only. And
Hmm.
I'm actually running a community named DevTalks India, wherein we give sessions on various topics. Earlier, I was running a community named React Dev Chandigarh. It was registered on reactjs.org when you search communities in India. And this is my first talk, which is a global talk, and actually I'm very excited about it. So sorry about some technical glitches may occur, but I'll try to rejoin whenever possible.
Okay. Cool. Now, just a last word before joining the session. So there's a few rules. Once there's 5 minutes left, I'm gonna join the session and I'll say literally 5 minutes left. Then 2 minutes left, and then 1 minute is left. It's just to keep everyone in touch and the same. Okay, then in case if there's any question from the audience, like a query, for example, there is no sound or video freezing, I will also join the session. Otherwise, I'm not gonna bother you at all. So here's your time, Mr. Tarun Nagpal. Let's go. Share your screen, please.
Sure. Yeah. I hope screen is visible to everyone. Okay. First of all, about the talk, manage React application state with Mobx. First of all, hello. I'm Tarun Nagpal. I'm here because I love React, and this is a global summit, and I'm excited to be a part of this game, this summit. You can follow me on Twitter. I have shared my Twitter handle, Tarun_geek, and we do these kind of internal conferences within India, and we broadcast it online. In case you want to learn more about uh, our community, you can join on my Twitter handle so that I can give you updates. Okay, what you will learn today, that is the most important slide. So today, what I will try to explain is what is application state and what is state management, what is Mobx, and Mobx State 3. Why it came to the picture? What were the loopholes that I found in Redux that basically give a huge, like I wouldn't say competition, but huge, I would say, a weightage over the React. And I'll also, at the end of my talk, I will try to share a working example because talk is cheap until you get the working code with you. Okay. So without much time, I will first go to my slide. What is state? I mean, this is anyone who new to single page application. I mean, that behaves like this. So state, if I would say in a simple term, it is the actual core heart of your application. So state is a place where you put all the data of your application, and I would say it is an interface, or it's a connection between whenever your data has been changed from multiple sources and how you show them to the UI. So in between them there is a connection that connection or place we call that is state. Like for example, you have share market application or you have Twitter application. In Twitter, we have multiple users data, multiple tweets, likes, follows. All these Twitter may be handling in its own state. I mean, in a more concise way, I would say it's a single source of data that multiple components in any application can use. Like your data must be in a centralized and secure place. Whenever someone change the data, it must be logged. It must be tracked easily. So we do not have any kind of side effects, any outdated data. So let me try to explain in more simple words. Take an example, like this is a global state wherein I put one object. The object is user. User has three properties: name, email, and Twitter. So this particular section which handles my data, this is called the state. In this case, this object is called state. So you can consider state as a global object which carries your data in a very secure or very concise and centralized manner. By secure, what I mean is whenever any source change the data of the application, state knows who changed and what we need to re-render and what we need to showcase. So this is a place where what we call state. And why we need state? What is the use of state? Like if any new React developer came and he asked me, okay, Tarun, so why we need state management? I have components, I can pass state and props and things are working fine. But that's practically not the case. If you are working on React and you don't know Redux and you don't know state management, then there is something big you are missing in your application. Because without managing your state in a global and very confident and a very easy manner, if you're not managing your application state, then there is something wrong with your project. So it's very important to manage your state. Okay, now coming to the theory part. What is state management in theory? Yeah, any new we can look at state like this. What I would say is the state is a process of effectively handling the application state. By means effectively, let we know who's changing the data, what was the last state, what is the next state, and if single data has been changed by multiple sources and multiple times, we have all the track of all the data. So if I go by definition, it's a process of effectively handling the application state. State can be changed from multiple sources to manage, and to manage that multiple sources and logging, we need the state management. We get some of the benefits like if you manage your state better, you have structured your app better, like Redux. We have a couple of more libraries available. I'll take example of Redux. In Redux, we have a global state. By reducer, we basically store the state, and with the help of pure function or reducer, we basically change the state. And the second benefit is you can debug your app like a professional. Like whenever, so there are n number of tools available in Redux and Mobx and other libraries. Like if anything change, you can even track a single bit of your application. Like if any dot has been changed and if you are managing the state properly, it will be it can be debugged easily. Third, security. You know what are the various sources that can change your application state, so you manage that thing. Okay, now why Mobx and why not Redux? And if Redux is already a good library by Dan Abrinov and it's working perfectly fine within I'll say thousands of React apps, so why we should move to Mobx? It's a big question. I'll try to explain. So I would say by definition, I can say Mobx is a very simple and scalable state management solution. So like if you are already using Redux, the biggest pain in Redux is like you have to write a lot of boilerplate even for a small application. So what Mobx does is it simplifies your boilerplate. Like if you have to write something, it gives you a way by which you can quickly start rather than setting up your connect function as a high order component, uh, passing component state to props, mapping state to props, passing actions. And every time anything change in Redux, you basically have to dispatch an action to notify the component that this has been changed. So this kind of steps we avoid in Mobx. And also basically it's a standalone library, but most of the people are using it with React now. You can use Mobx with Angular as well. So it basically synchronizes the application state with your React components. Let's you have 100 or thousands of React components and you want to sync the data. Mobx can give you a very good platform. How it works, it creates a dependency state graph that is only updated when it is actually needed. I'll explain you in a couple of examples in this talk. So, but by definition, what I would say is Mobx is a single scalable library that can help manage our state better with less boilerplate and less number of steps to update the code. Okay. Now, as I already explained, so couple of advantages which I felt over Redux. In terms of boilerplate, Redux has huge lines of code, wherein Mobx we have minimal lines of code. And in Redux, after updating every action, we need a reducer to trigger that action. Let's say you hit an API, give me weather of Chicago. Whenever the weather of Chicago has been responded by the API, you have to trigger an action with the help of dispatcher, and that dispatcher will notify all your React components like, boss, this state has been changed. So based on that, you can change your different components and you can show your updated data. But in the case of Mobx, it drives the state automatically. How? It uses observable patterns. Like with using observable, there is one publisher and multiple subscriber. It's a pub sub or observable pattern, kind of same thing. Like whenever a new change detected in the state, it automatically derives it. It automatically all the components act as observable, and I mean, in a simpler term, I can say all the components are subscriber and one global state is a publisher. Anything change, it publish it, and all the subscriber or components, they get notified with this pattern. So we don't need an external reducer to trigger it. Now, if you come to learning curve, there are a couple of things that we need to learn in Redux, although it's simple, but it took time. But in Mobx, you have to first understand only one design pattern, observable pattern. If you understand that pattern, you are good to go. Okay. So this is the data flow of Mobx. What happens is, I'll first start with this HTML view. So we have this HTML view. Let's consider it as a counter example. Let's say counter function. You click on this, you get an action. An action modifies the state, and then state updates its value with compute values. So compute values is a place which actually changes your data. It can be an AJAX call. It can be internal function to calculate the square root. Any action that you need, that can be happened here. Action by action means any kind of manipulation or changes that we need. And whenever that changes happen, so this HTML, or I would say React JSX file, it automatically will be notified by these, like, okay boss, now this state has been changed due to this computed values, so you have the new values. So based on that, you can automatically change it. I mean, by means of automatically, I mean the pattern that it uses. Okay. So if you already have worked with the Redux, so you can compare it with Mobx here. So this is the flow of Redux. Like you have HTML, you trigger an action that goes to dispatcher, and then goes to store, and then store update the view layer. We have a provider, and provider is connected to your app, and all the I would say components are connected using a connect function, which acts as which is a high order component that connects your store with your HTML view. Yeah, so this is the flow of Redux, and this is the flow of Mobx. I mean, I'll share the slides. You can compare these, but the difference which I felt is like we skipped this part, like with the help of provider, and we have that this dispatcher. We are skipping this part. Okay. Now it's time for some example. I have let me run it from my code editor only. Someone asked why not using Redux Toolkit and React Redux hooks. Okay, I can take these questions later, but first let me. Okay, so this is an example. I have this two components. One is counter, another is app. So with the help of simple Mobx pattern, I'm just updating the value at one side. It is getting updated in all the components. You can see counter value from app.js and counter value from counter.js. Now let me show you the code, how it works under the hood, so that you can get. Okay. So this is the basic example. Let me show you my package JSON first. I included only 3 library here. The very first is Mobx. Second is Mobx. Sorry, 2 libraries only, just for the basic application. I have another example on which I will share the complete application. I mean, that has all the complete structure. But for the basic understanding, I have only included 2 libraries. One is Mobx, another is Mobx here. Now let's go to index. It's simple create React app. I mean, no fancy stuff. And I have app.js. Now I go to app.js. Here what I did is I have included this library Mobx React, and this library gives me an observer. So I have attached my app to an observer. So in this case, my app is now capable of handling all the data that is in store. So if I go to store.js, okay. So here is this simplest application that I tried. I have included Mobx library. There are two functions available. One is observable, another is the decorate. Folks from Angular background can easily relate it from a decorator from TypeScript. What I did is I created a store. In this, I have two functions. One is increment, another is decrement, and I make this class has one variable named counter, and I made it as observable so that it can emit the value, and all the respective components can get that value. So we are updating the value. Okay, increase the font, please. Okay, try. Okay, sorry, the screen was minimized. I hope the screen is visible, the font is visible now. Okay, now instead of creating the Redux store completely, I created this small store with the help of Mobx, and this is the counter store, and in this we have these two functions that is updating the global value. Unable to read code. Okay, but I have already increased the font size. Okay, so this is the global store, and this is my app.js, and this has this counter component. And what this counter component is doing, it is basically now we have used observer so that we can observe all the changes of store. Within this counter component, there is a button, so which is calling the global store increment. So whenever you increase the value here in this global store with the help of this button dot click, so the value in store function will update the global state. So whenever we are updating the value in counter, it is applicable to all the places where we have used the observer on the components. So we update the value in counter, it is incremented in the global store, and it is also decrementing, and the value is stored in here in counter.js. So the value is also stored in app.js. So we are updating the global store with the help of their functions, and observer is the key here. Observer means any component that you wrapped in this observer that will observe all the changes of your global store. So you don't need any kind of dispatcher to notify the child component like, okay boss, so this has been changed. So everything will be already observed using this observer. And so this was the one simple example. I have one more advanced example. So this example is fine, but this have few limitations, like still the code is not yet structured like we have the best structure available in React before Mobx. So we have another example that on which I'll try to explain it in a more deeper way. So this application, this example was just to just for initial understanding. Okay. Now the problem with the current Mobx store, when Mobx was launched initially and used in React, there were common issues in Mobx. The common issue is since we have that kind of freedom, we have observables available and we have a global store available. Like each developer or each company may write their own pattern. So like if we are using Redux, we have a common pattern, but Mobx doesn't have the common pattern or the common code structure. And we miss a very good feature, that is data validations. Like in TypeScript, we have interfaces and we don't know the data types of each state. So to handle all these problems, we have one more library available, which is based on Mobx only, but it gives you a structure which is more familiar to you, like we use in Redux, so that we have more closer look, or you can say more closer resemblance to the Redux, so that we don't have that much issues. Like if you are already using Redux and if you move to Mobx and you use Mobx state tree, so it is very easy for you to change your application or create your new application. In this case, you will have very less learning curve. I'll show you one working example. Sorry. This is a working example. I have working example in my code as well. By the way, I have code sandbox as well that can give you more. Okay. I created this small to-do app that will serve this purpose with the help of, so I kept the design so simple that I haven't used any kind of CSS in order to save the code. Let's say this is simple to-do app, like we have things like buy me coffee or buy new task, and in this way we are adding new tasks, and whenever we are clicking on tick, we are completing these tasks. Okay. By the way, I would like to give the credit to this official documentation available on Mobx state tree. So this example was inspired from there. Okay, so this is the small application. Now I'll show you the code. So this is the code, running code. Whenever you are updating this, you can see at the bottom, this is getting updated. Now let me try to explain the code of it. Okay. So Mobx state tree is, I would say, the most mature form of Mobx available on internet. So what? Let me show you the packaging first. So how I manage the store here. So I again use 3 library only. No much code. Only very simple 3 library: Mobx, Mobx React, and Mobx state tree. That's it. We use 3 library, and this is the place where I put all the things. This is the updated code. So what I did is I first of all included this base library, Mobx, Mobx React. These two I have included. And how I basically manage the code. The font size. I created this index and included these libraries, and this is the global store. Instead of having the Redux store, this is the global store. How I did is, like when I said that Mobx provide us a type checking, like we define a root store. In the root store, there are child stores available, like all the different stores. So I have two stores here. One is to do, which is basically updating your to do list. Another is users, which is updating your users. So every store that we created has three parts. One is the model, where you actually define your data, the views, where you actually get your data, the actions, where you actually update your data. And by this dot create method, you basically create a store. So I'll share this complete code so that you can basically understand the things better. So this global store include two substore, and how I created these two substores, I'll show you in the to do. Like, so this is the power of Mobx tree. If you see, like whenever you include Mobx tree, instead of in Redux we define this global state, but in Mobx we, with the help of types, we can control the data type. Like if I show you another, like X, if I write types dot, you can see the complete data set, the data types: date, array, boolean, compose, enum. I mean, you have all the map, model, number. You can define your data types. In this way, you control the data that is coming from different sources. If you are expecting a string value, it will throw error if you do not get that desired value. In this way, we can control your application state in a more secure manner. Like, you know what kind of data type you are expecting, and based on that you can manipulate. And in order to manipulate this model, this Mobx state tree provide you two more feature. One is action and another is views. I haven't added views here. By the action you can set the thing and you simply return. So this is the one store. Here you can consider this as a reducer in Redux. Same way the reducer work in Redux, the same way you can create your different. And same way I have created this user model. So I have created this folder models where I put all the different stores here, and I have created a store.js where I combined all the things. And this store, how I connected this store to app, let me show you. In index.js, I included this global store. I just pass this store as a prop. That's it. You pass that store as a prop, and whenever you are creating component, you just make that component observer. That's it. You don't need a dispatcher here. The components who are using your state, whenever a global state will be updated, this app will be automatically notified about it. So you reduce all the pain of saving a user. When it gives you a data back, you have to actually dispatch it. You have to use connect store. So all these things you saved here. You don't need dispatch map state to prop, dispatch state to props. Basically you basically skip all these steps. So if I say in a summary, you only need this observer, and you, in order to create the global store or substore, you need Mobx state tree, which gives you a pattern, already defined pattern, which gives you three things: model, views, and actions. You simply create your complete app using this structure. You will get more secure data, like you have data types. You have a more structured data because you already know the pattern of your root store, how you include it. So this is the way you include your child stores to a global store. And with the help of types, you control all the things, and all the values that you get with the help of this this values keyword, you manipulate the values, and with the help of this get function, this is the way in object oriented languages we have getters, the views, we have actions that act sometimes as somewhat like as setters. So these are getter setter from the object oriented languages, and this is the view, this is the model, and this is the action. I mean, I would recommend who guys are working on Redux or trying a new application, they can use this code freely, understand it, and if still any confusion in Mobx or Mobx state tree, their pattern, I mean, I'm available offline. You can catch me on Twitter and just ping me about this. I think I have the time. 10:20. Yeah, I think that's all from the current slide. And are there any middleware for Mobx, Sahil? I think right now I didn't find any kind of requirement, but yes, there might be middleware, and you can create your own middleware as well. Okay. Let me read the comments. Why don't we use Redux toolkit and React Redux hooks? I haven't tried that. I can try. Someone says even Dan Abrinov doesn't use Redux anymore. It's Mobx for deep model-based structure. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Tarun.
I think I'm done. Yeah, I was waiting for you.
Perfect. Can you hear me? Okay, that's great. Right, we are almost in time, and now I would like to, before we're moving to our Q&A session that actually starts in like 7 minutes from now, I would like to ask you, what's your overall impression? What's your experience now as you started, as you actually finished your conversation? Was it a big difference?
Sorry, I didn't get your question, please.
Okay, so how do you feel now after the entire session? You don't see people and you don't see reaction that much. Well, in your case, I heard you've been reading the feedbacks on YouTube, so that gave you at least some picture. So just tell a few words. What maybe helped you to keep the focus on the audience?
Like this was my first experience for this huge audience. I think almost I don't know how many people are live, but I would say this was much better. But like in the offline mode, there are a couple of distractions that we get inside the room. But here you are the king only, and you know how you drive and how you go the things. Yeah, by reading the comments, I get that motivation, like someone is looking for answers, that gave me more direction. Like when I was sharing my code, someone said that please increase the font size, and that is not readable. I mean, that was very good point. I would like to thank whosoever commented on the right point, so that I don't get distracted. Yeah, it was a good experience. So special thanks to the complete team of Geekle, Charly, Uri. I would like to thank everyone. I think it's a huge courage and huge effort that require this kind of show, and connecting developers from various places of the world and connecting them into a common platform and supporting the speakers and supporting the audience, providing real-time help. I mean, you guys are awesome. I mean, that's simply awesome.
That's a very, very warm feedback. Thank you so much. We are getting back live just in 5 minutes, and now let's have a quick coffee break, maybe, and so on. We are getting
Sure.
live in 5
Sure.
minutes. Thank Hey everyone, we're getting back a little bit faster. So the coffee break was really, really fast. The thing is that, yeah, we've got quite a lot of questions and we've got all the speakers ready and charged here. So it definitely makes sense just to go ahead. In that case, I would just like to remind you that this is the React Global Online Summit powered by Geekle. It's 24 hours of amazing speeches from people working in different companies, having completely different experience and approach to the technology, but also to the way they tell about it and the information that they want to bring you. So now let's open the Q&A panel, and I'm adding speakers here. It's Martin Chaov, it's Souvik Basu, and Tarun Nagpal.
Hey Martin, hey Souvik.
Hi guys.
Hey, nice to see you here. Okay, so now the active part of this conversation starts. I mean, the live interaction with people. And yeah, everyone says, whoa, drinking coffee fast and so on. Brilliant. Okay. We've got some questions and we will start discussing them very soon. And also I would like to encourage people to send more and more their questions right now. However, assuming that the format of the Q&A panel is a little bit different from individual Q&A sessions. Why so? During the individual Q&A sessions, mostly questions are addressed directly to a specific person in a specific case in order to discuss it a little bit different and a little bit deeper, I would say so. In our case, well, we have experts from different area, but still on the same huge, let's say, topic. We have a possibility also to discuss some questions from different points of view. So, as a very first question to you guys, just in order to warm up this session. So, you've been talking, as overall, just to refresh, we've been talking about integrating React into legacy projects. That was Martin Chaov. Super React tools to boost developers' productivity. That was Souvik. And manage your React app better with Mobx. That was Tarun. So we can see that from one, like we are talking about boosting and integrating mostly. Could you just quickly maybe discuss between all of you what is the biggest difference between React ecosystem nowadays, the modern React ecosystem, and the one that becomes already legacy, but you can still find it in a lot of working and existing software and projects? Raise your hand or a finger. Okay, first place in the queue. If you want to book a place in the queue for the same question, just raise second, 2 fingers or 3 fingers, depending on the place. It's just a quick way to moderate things. Okay, I can see Martin has booked the 3rd place. Cool. We start with Souvik.
Sure, yeah. So one thing that I definitely see is the shift from class-based components to function-based. So in fact, when class were introduced into JavaScript through ES6, it was not a very welcome thing from a lot of developers who were tuned to dynamic way of programming. In fact, like, we liked the way JavaScript was dynamic and prototypical and functional. And the classical approach was made more to, accommodate Java or C# developers into JavaScript so that, they can have a lesser learning curve. But a lot of things doesn't really fall into picture, especially with tree shaking and, like we do definitely face a lot of problems with classes, especially in JavaScript. So with React hooks, in fact, supporting totally on the functional components. So I see anybody who is creating new React components should be aware of this and try to create functional components rather than classes, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Tarun, keep going.
Since actually when I started React in 2017 back, at that time, like Souvik mentioned, there was class-based. We moved to functional-based. That basically changed the mindset of the folks who are coming to React. And second big change is, like, when React was launched, it was just, I would say, replacement of jQuery. Like, it's a view part only where we play with the things, and we have that kind of privilege to create your own different framework rather than in Ember or React Angular. We have ready-made framework. But at that time, I think the folks who created React, they didn't take state management that much preference. That's why we have to accommodate Redux separately. But right now, after 16.4 or in the coming days, now they are serious about state management as well. What they did is, now they included the reconcile, if I spell it correctly, reconcile library, which Facebook created. And second is, they have created this hooks and the context API by which they are moving towards, like, we should have all these things inside, which every developer that needs to do that kind of thing. And the third is error boundaries that we have included in React. Like, we already, so in the old versions of React, whenever there is error come from backend, simply you see a blank page, white screen of death. You you have to go to console and understand that. And the error handling mechanism was not so mature, but right now we have error boundaries where you can define your own way of handling different errors in React. So based on that, we get more concise error in the screen than we get. So this is the second thing. So yeah, 2 inputs from my side. One is the state management thing, that is these folks are taking it very aggressively, or I would say very passionately, like they are trying to integrate inside the React ecosystem already. And second is the error boundaries or the hooks part that is creating. Yeah, functional part that is already mentioned by Souvik, that was also important part. But these 2 things which I think important.
Thank you so much. Martin, can you summarize that?
So yeah, but I also add stuff because this way
sure.
Because I can change everything, right? So yeah, the tools are improving. So definitely the tools are improving. The the community is improving. Something else that's happening is that TypeScript supports more functional-oriented types that allow you to do all those nice functional concepts. But something else is happening. What I see is that people who are writing bad object-oriented code are now writing bad functional code. So the code is not improving in general. That's what I see, you know. So we were writing bad object orientation. Oh, the fault is not with us. Object orientation is bad. So now we are writing bad functional programming, bad functional code. So the fault is still not with us, right? Now the tools are the problem, or something else is the problem. I see a huge misunderstanding about the concept of why something is called functional. Why are we calling something immutable? Why are we saying that the function should be referentially transparent? What does it mean for the way you develop software? So I see various different levels of misconceptions that are popping up, and people don't actually spend enough time to understand what those concepts mean, because they have deeper meaning. Why? So you're saying the function should be pure. Okay, why? Well, it should not have side effects. Yeah, I agree with you, but why? Why are we doing this? Where are we doing this? Okay, let's think about it. So printing a document is a side effect. Do you need a program that cannot print documents? Well, that's a lousy program. Clicking in the browser, hitting enter and getting Google, this is a side effect. So obviously you need side effects. It's important to understand where you need side effects. And something that I see is that people don't spend enough time into actually understanding their programs and what they're trying to achieve and how to isolate dirty logic from pure logic. And you know, there is this onion architecture with pure functional core and dirty outside with classes and so on. Something else that is missing from the conversation is that the class is a very, very powerful metaphor. The class with one word can explain a lot. A function can be much more generic. And when you have such kind of abstraction, some of the meaning is lost. And when you want to translate ideas to people, you need to have a good, concise language to do so. So classes are actually not so bad. They can be very, very powerful metaphors. So the problem with object orientation is actually inheritance. It's not classes, right? So function that is creating an object, it's a constructor function, okay? Let's be realistic. Function returning object, that's a constructor. So the class is just a different way, different syntax to specify constructor function and object with methods. So there is nothing inherently wrong with classes. The problem is with inheritance and the way taxonomies are structured inside your software.
Okay, I understand that at some moment I've probably lost just because I'm not a developer and some things are not that much clear to me. But thanks, and I can see that your feedback is actually getting feedback from people, if we can say so. Now let's move to the next question, which is, if we have hooks, then why we still depend on Redux and Mobx? Is it a good question? Right, you would like to go.
Yeah.
Guys, you can still book next time.
It's one simple answer. It's abstraction. So you as a developer, as an implementer, should not be thinking only in terms of hooks or only in terms of Redux or Mobx. You should be thinking in terms of what your program needs to do. And Mobx internally can manage state with hooks, and that's fine, right? State management is something that you should not be managing directly. It's something that you should be abstracting away, structuring in a reusable, nice way, like with Mobx. And hooks are allowing you to write your own code that is managing state, which is very, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
But a Mobx with adapter that uses hooks and changes React behavior is the same Mobx code that you can use without React, that you can use with Vue or with Angular, with a different adapter. Okay, so we're talking about reusability. So Mobx is adding a layer of abstraction, which is giving you code reuse between different presentational layers, which can also work on the backend because there is nothing React specific about Mobx. So that's very powerful. Abstraction is very, very good.
Thank you. And in that case, I have a good question for all of you guys, and I would be happy if you discuss it a little bit more. So here's my question. Imagine that you have a case, and I'm pretty much sure you already have dealt with it. You have a case when you have to migrate, like a web service. Okay, like let's say you have a backend, and that backend works fine, but then you need to upgrade the front end for a few different reasons. Would it be, let's say, migrate from React to Angular or vice versa, or just you need to do a full upgrade and do that on the go? So I realized that using a state manager is actually a good practice for that. Okay, or maybe including even more services. I mean, not only the web one, but even more ones that rely on the same states, but then actually provide you more data in a different way. Am I right supposing that you can also connect a mobile application, let's say, to the same backend if you already have a state management? It's just a question starting here. So main question is about how we can use a state manager as a middleware for any kind of migration or upgrade. Souvik, go ahead.
Yeah. So state management, although there are ways to have like generic state management for your different frameworks, I'll probably not go for it. Like I work on few Angular or React projects, and if I have to, let's say, totally replace an Angular project with React, I would probably not think of taking out the state management part of it and use it in React, because a lot of these frameworks they are pretty much tightly coupled, you can say, to the way data is managed. Like for example, React hooks that we have is designed pretty much keeping React in mind. And like if I'm using NGRX in Angular, that's pretty much for Angular. Although there are parallels for them in all the other frameworks. For example, Mobx will be there. You can use it for either of these, or even NGRX has a React version of it. But when I'm working on one particular project, I would probably concentrate on just how to do state management based in that particular framework, because fine tuning is important there. Like if I am achieving reusability at the cost of a slower interaction or a bad UX, probably that is something that I would probably not go for. In fact, even when we were jumping from Angular 1.x to 2.x, although they were the same named framework, but like two different implementations, a lot of advice was to actually start writing it from scratch rather than trying to fit in things and go island hopping one by one from one framework to another. That's my take. Yeah.
Thank you. Would you like to add something else to that? Okay, I have next question, which is, can you elaborate more on inheritance problem part of classes? I guess that's to Martin.
Yeah, I guess so as well. So the problem with inheritance is that it's very brittle. So it's very hard to come with a taxonomy. Taxonomy is the relationship between types. It's very hard to come up with a taxonomy that can be easy to extend. Now, the problem is that when you start doing object orientation with inheritance in mind, inheritance as a mechanism for code reuse, you're generally looking at the current state of the program and trying to make up all the relationship between all the objects, and have some limited view of the future where you try to actually think about how this is going to evolve and set up some places where you can extend. The problem is that in real life, it doesn't happen like this. When the application starts evolving, all those relationships between the objects starts making problems. And so when you have, think about it this way. So if you have one level of inheritance, it's probably fine. So this is where you can do some kind of integration. This is where you do a layer of integration between two different applications. This is like one level of inheritance. It's okay, and it should be inverted, obviously. You should be injecting the dependency. But then if you have 7 or 6 layers of inheritance, now, first of all, it's very easy to come to a situation where you have circular objects. So objects that need to inherit something that they have another parent that is inheriting it, and so on and so on. This is one thing. Another thing is that when you have deeper layer of inheritance, the impact of any change to the code base becomes very, very big. So it's very easy to get to a place, it's called the God class. So that's the class that everybody is inheriting. So any change to this class may break the entire program in undefined ways. That's a problem. So applications are becoming more unstable and becoming less predictable. So when you tell me, okay, I want you to add one button, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm inheriting 7 classes here, and this service is actually inheriting another 16 classes, and this is coming with dependency injection, but it's actually an interface which is extending 5 other interfaces. Where do I need to add the button? I don't know. And I'll give you a stupid estimation, like 5 weeks. And the product owner is going to say, but I just want you to add one button next to the other button. Put it here, put it next to the other button, right? But it's not so easy to make it in code. And this is the inherited complexity that comes from this kind of thinking. So this is the problem with inheritance. It becomes more and more brittle and couples your code.
Okay, cool, thank you. I like your way of philosophic answers, and I can see Souvik is also wants to say something. Here you go.
Sure, yeah, thanks. So just to add to Martin's point, the way I look at the problems of inheritance is with the maintainability of the code. So we always have this choice between using inheritance or using composability. Basically, what we are ultimately trying to achieve is reusability, right? Like, let's say if I create a person class, I don't want to create write the same code again and again when I want to define a person. Let's say tomorrow if I want to create a person who can walk, I don't want to create the person class from scratch, but I would I have the option of either using inheritance, like person who walks, like one class. That's like an inheritance of getting everything from person and then adding to it. Or I can do some kind of a composability where I can have the person class and add behaviors of walking into it. The problem with inheritance here is that, let's say if I have a person who can walk, tomorrow if I want a person who can swim, do I inherit from the person or the person who can walk? Like, that's a problem. Like, because a person would be able to walk as well as swim. So in that case, I will think that, okay, let's inherit from the person who can walk and make it another class as like, a person who can walk and swim. But then things starts getting complicated here. Now, if you want to have a person who can talk, like, where do you, put that thing in there? So a composability makes it much more easier. Like, you just define all these behaviors separately, walk, talk, and swim. And you just have the person class and you add things that you really want. The same thing is there for UI as well. If you have a component, instead of trying to inherit from it, you just start adding smaller components within it to make it a bigger thing. So ultimately, we achieve the same reusability, but with a more maintainable code, if we go for composability instead of inheritance.
Okay, so
I want to add something.
Sure.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Everything that Souvik said is right. It's important to stress that you can compose classes. Okay, you can compose objects, you can compose functions, you can compose classes, you can compose interfaces. So the problem is with inheriting classes, not with implementing class. You can implement class and you can compose the classes, and it's fine, it's composition. The problem is when you're inheriting the classes. So this is where this complexity is coming from.
Yeah, of course. So it's actually I was actually talking about the inheritance of the classes itself, like not function versus class, but about like, let's see, if I have to keep inheriting the classes, we definitely reach a point where it becomes very difficult to figure out where to inherit from. And also one major problem that I have seen, I just recalled, was that sometimes when our base class has been inherited so many times and used at so many places, now that code becomes very fragile and very difficult to maintain, because a little bit of change I do in that kind of flows down into my entire inheritance hierarchy. So instead of that, if I had just used composability, then it becomes much more easier to just take it out and replace it with something else.
Very well. Okay, thank you. I've got 2 more questions and we've got 10 minutes. I hope we can discuss at least these 2 questions and maybe go a little bit further. One of the question becoming quite popular one is, okay, so some people are asking if there is any advantage of using TypeScript in React, and is there any sense of that actually? Who would like to go? Okay. Yeah. Okay, Tarun, okay.
Souvik, you can add first, then I'll add.
No. Actually, yeah. I'm sorry. I've been picking up my hands too much. Please go ahead, Tarun. I'll go after you.
Okay. So just to answer that question, so it's I didn't find any advantages of using TypeScript in React. Like TypeScript was using when we do not have ES6 and ES7. So we have all the features that were existing in TypeScript that is now in ES6. React is already using that, so I don't find any much reasons. So you can simply use classes, hooks, use effects, and everything we have. That is very simple and straightforward. We don't need an extra library to do that. So my suggestion is no, I don't use.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, thank you, Tarun. And let's put Souvik there. And I see Martin booked the 3rd place again.
Yeah, so I think this question came from one of my slides where I recommended to use TypeScript in React as well. So Tarun, definitely, I agree with you. So most of the things which were in TypeScript is available in ES6 anyways today. But if you look at this trend, few years back, these things were part of TypeScript and then JavaScript adopted it. So it's always like that between a community and a standard. The community is always ahead and reinventing things, and that when it gets assimilated, when a lot of people adopt it, that becomes a part of the standard. So TypeScript is one such community effort wherein people are coming up with a lot of new ideas of doing things, and once there is a lot of adaptation to that, it becomes a part of the standard. So likewise, TypeScript always is kind of a superset of the JavaScript standard or the ECMA standard. So whatever was there yesterday is today's standard in ES6. Similarly, whatever is there in TypeScript today, if those are useful, they will become part of the standard tomorrow. If those are not useful, they will not become part of the standard tomorrow. So so as far as adding another library is concerned, it's not really another library because your code actually gets compiled back to JavaScript and then runs. And all depending upon which build tool that you use, whether you are using Webpack or Rollup or whatever, they will have different degree of translating that, transpiling that code to a better JavaScript code. So let's say if you have decided that there is absolutely nothing that you need out of what is provided by ECMAScript, then probably that's a better approach to go because you get streamlined, absolutely lesser number of piece of code to work on. But I will still go with TypeScript, especially for the type checking, which is still not so much as part of JavaScript yet. You don't want to use prop types or things like that to do type checking. The way TypeScript can catch these errors, and today, especially with so much of support in our IDE tools, to catch errors in TypeScript. Let's say if I don't define an output type for my method, it at least gives me a warning that, why don't you define it? And if I define the type, and in some instance, if I'm returning Boolean and it's taking a string, it will give me an error. So that's kind of, a little bit of an ahead of time. It gives me some kind of an indication of the type of errors that I might face, because JavaScript by itself will never creep about it when it actually runs on the browser. But during my coding time, I can get some kind of an indication. So that way I would probably still want to stick with TypeScript. Few disadvantages though is that a lot of libraries, they do not support TypeScript right out of the box, because they have to define the types as well. And sometimes there are problems. Like the earlier versions of Redux was not really so much compatible with TypeScript.
Okay.
But I think it has been adopted quite a lot with all major frameworks. Like even Angular was always on TypeScript. Vue has adopted it now, and even React is taking it up now. So probably I will go for it.
Okay, thank you.
One point I would like. So Souvik, you rightly said, like TypeScript is ahead. Community is always ahead rather than the language. I totally agree. But yes, if this is your case, like you want to have that kind of strict type checking, and you don't want to use prop types and other stuff, and if you want to use the advanced features in your application that require these kind of features, yes, in that case I agree. In that case, you can use TypeScript. But if you're creating a general application and using React for the first time, and as a beginner, in that case, you have to think about it.
Thank you. Martin, your turn.
So, in addition to what the guys said, with TypeScript, you're getting one very, very important advantage: interfaces. As I said during my talk, you can publish a package, npm package with just interfaces. This allows you to do inversion of control. This allows you much more granular control on the behavior of the code, on subscribing to contracts. You know, all the nice things: low coupling, high cohesion, solid principles, yada yada yada. All those things you can do very, very easy with TypeScript. Also, let's think about onboarding a new guy. Yeah, you're very good. You know all the code that you wrote. Good. New guy, no IntelliSense. What do you do? So the interface, the IntelliSense that the IDE is going to provide for you based on the types is very, very nice feature. And this is why a lot of strictly typed languages, and not only F#, for example, has a dynamic type system. It's still very, very good type system. JavaScript does not provide very, very good IntelliSense, and TypeScript is helping here. And this is just one of many advantages, because today you're writing ES7, 17, 25, it doesn't matter. Tomorrow, you will need to rewrite the code. And with TypeScript, I'm going to change the configuration and recompile the code. And I will get latest standard, always. So this is also a very, very big advantage. But when you're managing many teams, many projects, interoperability between them, TypeScript is becoming an invaluable tool. And it's actually helping you achieve your company goal, your business.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, we have 3 more minutes, and it brings us to the last question, or we would like to summarize all of these. So you've been talking about a lot of different approaches to the technology itself, to different tools, and so on. So probably a really logical question would be a few recommendations, maybe up to a minute, just a few recommendations from each one of you for some, let's say, technological setup for the ones who are just joining React development as junior developers. So what is your must-have, which can balance between exploring features, achieving results, but still, how to say, still not so much complicated in learning curve. So balance between all of these 3 things. Who's ready to go ahead? Okay, Tarun, you go.
Okay, so the key of learning learning React for the first time is the few basics fundamentals of JavaScript. If you learn like how spread operator work, if you learn how some of the basic things like how arrow function is different from other functions, how classes work under the hood. Like when you write a class, it's a syntactic sugar, which actually a prototypal inheritance. If you understand these 4-5 of basic concepts of JavaScript, don't go so deeper, just only relevant 5 to 7 topics, which I can remember: arrow functions, prototypal inheritance, string immutability, how triple like spread operator works. These are the few pointers. If you clarify all the points, it will give you a base foundation, and that will make your React learning curve more easier.
Brilliant, thank you. Who wants to share next?
All right, I'll take it. Okay, Souvik. Please.
Souvik?
No, please go ahead. Yeah.
Souvik is the champ.
No. So, actually, this reminded me of a very recent tweet from Dan Abramov, where he gave a very, like something against a very popular opinion, where he said that you don't need to learn JavaScript for React. When Tarun was talking about it, I just recall that. But yeah, I totally agree with what Tarun is saying. I had one. I've seen one thing here is that whenever you want to learn something in deep, you have to dedicate a lot of your time and focus into learning things properly. And JavaScript and React, both of them, they definitely need some special attention, because if you're especially coming from Java or C# or such OOPS background, then you'll definitely have to unlearn certain things and relearn things. But what happens is when you are very new to something, these kind of things can really bog you down very easily. Like, when you have to read so much of JavaScript, like, how the arrow function works, or how the this operator works in JavaScript and things like that, how the variable hosting is happening. They are kind of technical details, and you don't want to really get into that. You really want to, create your application and see it working. And that's something that gives you that kick to, move forward ahead. So a lot of times what I really recommend a lot of my students is, just use create React app, the basic tool which has been given by the React community. Create an application, just get it running, and see the first web page running on your browser. That's a very big, boost for somebody who is just starting, because they see something really working. And try to use like the very industry standards which everybody else is using, irrespective of whether it is good or bad, or having all the features. Don't forget about. Yeah. For example, just go for VS Code, like because that is something which has been used by everybody else. And don't worry about the state management and things like that at the very initial things. Just try to get things, just go to the level where you can see things working, and then one by one start digging deeper into the details of JavaScript, the details of React hooks and state management and things like that. That will get you more interested into things.
Okay, thank you. Last words from Martin.
So I kind of agree with Souvik, so I'll just add to him. Use TypeScript and use linting, and this is going to help you a great deal, just in terms of typing. So every time you need to do something in React, TypeScript is going to give you detailed IntelliSense and documentation inside of the Visual Studio Code. You don't need to open the documentation, search, find, read, then go back, then, okay, I forgot what is the third parameter of this function. So go back to the documentation, and so on and so on and so on. So TypeScript and linting, you can use ESLint, for example, or something. So these tools can actually help you boost your productivity and abstract away the things like keeping in memory signature of functions, keeping in memory pieces of documentation, and so on and so on. And I find, for me, myself specifically, that having this integrated into the development environment helps me a lot. So I would always advise people to set up TypeScript and linter together.
Okay. Thank you. We are out of time now, so it was an amazing panel discussion. I can see that there are still many questions that remained unanswered, and probably we're gonna need another day for that, which we don't have. So at this moment, I would like to thank all of these amazing speakers: Martin Chaov, Tarun Nagpal, and Souvik Basu.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you so much for having us here, Charly, and thanks, Martin and Tarun. It was nice talking to you both.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you,
guys.
guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Jason.
Okay,
bye.
Right, I would just like to remind you that this is the React Global Online Summit powered by Geekle. It's a huge event that's running 24 hours all over the globe. We have a lot of amazing speakers, and all our conversations are divided into two tracks, the junior and the senior one. Here is the junior track. Right now, my shift is over. I'm passing this service of moderation, this amazing conference, to our next moderator that will join just in a few minutes. So thank you all for your amazing questions, for being so active Actually, I've got really tired to try to read all your comments and keep them in one place, collect your questions, ask people, and so on. So thank you, and see you soon.